Chapter 161. Building a Simple Generator. Xiao Jian had the ironworks manufacture a large number of steel chisels. They used them to drill holes in the bedrock and then filled them with gunpowder for blasting. This method forced the trench to reach a depth of 5 or 6 zhang, approximately 16 to 20 meters. This meant that the reservoir dam only needed to be built to about 10 zhang, around 33 meters. Xiao Jian installed a wooden sluice gate in the bedrock of the trench. This allowed them to close off the water flow and store water when it wasn't needed. It took over 2 months for the channel at Golden Rooster Ridge to be mostly completed. While the channel was being excavated, the reservoir dam was also being built simultaneously. A sluice gate was installed at the reservoir dam, near the old stream. Opening this gate would drain all the water from the reservoir. During the 2-month period of channel excavation, Lai Fu returned from Jinjiang City. He brought back the original 20-plus draft oxen and purchased and brought over 30 more from the city. The ox carts hauled back over 2,000 dan, approximately 120,000 kilograms, of grain, along with sulfur, realgar, and other supplies. Steward Zhang also sent a message to Xiao Jian, stating that it was becoming difficult to purchase large quantities of grain in Jinjiang City again. This time, they were only able to procure the grain because Governor Zhao was giving special consideration to the Jinjiang Institute of Technology. However, he had already sent people to Qingsha City, the provincial capital where the provincial administration was located. Qingsha had more abundant resources than Jinjiang and should be a better place to buy draft oxen and grain. Lai Fu also brought back several homing pigeons from Jinjiang City, which were developed by Goer from the gang. This would make communication with Jinjiang City much more convenient in the future. Goer also brought back some intelligence about the grassland invasion. According to Goer, the barbarian raids had ended, and they were retreating back to the grasslands. They had plundered a large amount of supplies and captured many people. Their retreat was slow, with the government troops following closely behind, eating their dust, but not daring to engage them in battle. Xiao Jian's trade with the bandits was successfully completed. The trade caravan was led by the bandit General Zhang Jianguo, who was already considered an acquaintance, given they had had several dealings with Xiao Jian. The goods the bandits brought were an eclectic mix. It was as if they had moved several general stores all at once. Whatever you would find in a general store, you would find among the goods they delivered. Many items were even unsorted. Over 100 boxes were filled with a chaotic jumble of goods. Most importantly, they also brought a batch of seed cotton, even with the husk still on, as if it had just been picked straight from the field and packed into boxes. They also brought pins, ink, paper, leather clothing, linen cloth, cotton cloth, and even silk. There was also a significant amount of realgar, with several thousand jin, approximately 1.5 tons, delivered at once. Even so, it was not enough to cover the payment for the 50,000 jin, 25 tons, of saltpeter. Based on Xiao Jian's price, 50,000 jin of saltpeter was a massive sum of 50,000 taels of silver. In the end, General Zhang still had to pay over 15,000 taels in silver to settle the outstanding balance. Sulfur was considered a military resource and was extremely scarce among the bandits. They even wanted to try and purchase some through Xiao Jian in Jinjiang City. There were not many cattle or sheep either, as they could be used for food. Overall, after this trade with the bandits, the resources at North Mountain New Village had greatly expanded. Everyone benefited from this trade with the bandits. General Zhang expressed his hope to establish a long-term partnership with Xiao Jian. There were many supplies the bandits could not obtain, such as sulfur. Although they had captured a batch of sulfur after taking the city, their supplies had already become depleted after half a year. Xiao Jian also felt that doing some limited trade with the bandits would be beneficial to him, so he agreed to the proposal. Once the carrying capacity of his pendant space increased, he could also bring some of the goods into the unknown space. East Mountain Fortress was almost completely built. The trading location was set at East Mountain Fortress, and Zhang Chun was put in charge. When Lai Fu returned from Jinjiang City, he also brought someone with him, Xiao Jian's disciple, Chu Junyan. When Xiao Jian hurriedly returned to North Mountain New Village, he hadn't brought Chu Junyan with him because Chu Junyan couldn't ride a horse. Chu Junyan had already completed his math textbooks at the Jinjiang Institute of Technology, so there was no point for him to remain in Jinjiang City. As Lai Fu was heading back to North Mountain New Village, Chu Junyan came along with him. Because of the large number of people working on the water channel, and because North Mountain New Village was a bit far, everyone was living in a temporary camp at Golden Rooster Ridge. During this time, Xiao Jian taught them introductory physics lessons when he had free time. Chen Wenxuan, Lu Shan, Zhang Hong, and Zhang Chun also attended the lessons. They didn't need to personally work on building the water channel. Once they had delegated the tasks, they had plenty of free time. Chen Bihua had also come to listen once, but she hadn't returned after that. He heard that she had gone to the saltpeter refining workshop again today. Since Steward Zhang had gone to Jinjiang City, Chen Bihua had been in charge of the saltpeter and alkali workshops and had now added the collective farm to her responsibilities. She was the busiest person in North Mountain New Village. Xiao Jian had mentioned some things to Chen Wenxuan previously, but not in great detail. This time, he had plenty of time, so he explained all of introductory physics, including force, sound, light, motion, pressure, buoyancy, work, kinetic and potential energy, levers, pulleys, heat, and electricity, to them. It was worth noting that Zhang Hong was indeed very intelligent, comparable to Chu Junyan. Chu Junyan had already finished his elementary math courses in Jinjiang City, while Zhang Hong had not had any formal math training. He borrowed Chu Junyan's textbook and studied day and night. In less than a month, Chu Junyan could no longer stump him with math problems. While Chen Wenxuan, Lu Shan, Zhang Chun and the others were also teaching themselves math, they were no match for these two prodigies. The only annoying thing was that Zhang Hong was particularly unruly and asked too many questions, which irritated Xiao Jian. Everyone else was able to understand the other concepts, since they had encountered them before, such as pulleys and levers. However, when it came to electricity, they were all dumbfounded. This thing was invisible and inaudible, and there were currently no power-generating devices or electrical appliances, so it would be strange if they understood it. After explaining everything once, he focused on the knowledge of electricity again, telling them that the application of electricity would change the world. This got them all very excited, and they were all eager to build a generator. In reality, building a simple generator was much easier than building a steam engine or an internal combustion engine. First, the materials needed for a generator, magnets and copper, were very common in this era. Magnetite was a natural magnetic mineral. The bandits had brought a lot of it in their supplies. These magnets were tools that women used to pick up sewing needles. The earliest compasses were also made with magnets, and they were sold in general stores. Copper was even more abundant. The trade with the bandits had brought several thousand gene of it. Since they were all interested in it, Xiao Jian decided to build a simple generator with them. Following Xiao Jian's instructions, the carpenter made 2 wooden gears, one large and one small, out of hardwood. The large gear was 5 times the size of the small gear. Although the carpenter had never made gears before, the gears turned out better than expected. The biggest problem with wooden gears was that the wooden teeth were too thin and easily broken. To reinforce the teeth, the carpenters installed many sharpened hardwood strips on both sides of the gears. The sharp parts of these hardwood strips overlapped with the wooden teeth of the gear. After this modification, the wooden teeth were much stronger. Chapter 162. Zhao Jin arrives at North Mountain New Village. This was mainly because the steel furnace at North Mountain New Village was no longer there. Otherwise, they could have used molds to cast iron gears and completely avoid these issues. Having the blacksmith draw copper ingots into wire was something any blacksmith could do, though they were not as skilled as goldsmiths. Goldsmiths could draw gold into threads as fine as hair. However, it didn't matter much. It would simply be a bit thicker. It was also difficult to handle if it was too thin. Xiao Jian had them draw the copper wire to about half the thickness of a hairpin. They found long strips of silk to wrap around the copper wire, and then they soaked it in tung oil and dried it. Silk itself was an insulator, but it wasn't waterproof. Adding tung oil made it waterproof. If they wrapped the copper wire around the rotor of the generator, the output terminals of the coil would have to be connected through slip rings and brushes to extract the electricity. Making slip rings and brushes was a bit complicated. They decided to make the coils into stators and the magnets into rotors, which would rotate inside the coils. This way, the coils would not rotate, and the output would not need to be connected through slip rings and brushes. The rotor was made by installing 2 large, identical magnets in the middle of a hardwood shaft. The end of the shaft was fitted with a small gear. The small gear interlocked with the large gear. The large gear had a handle attached to it. By turning the large gear once, the generator's rotor would rotate 5 times. They wrapped dozens of turns of the silk-insulated copper wire to make a coil. The inner space of the coil was slightly larger than the magnetic rotor. They arranged the coils into squares, making 3 of them. Then, they fixed the square coils in 3 positions around the magnetic rotor. Looking at the central axis of the rotor, the 3 square coils formed a triangle around the rotor. They connected the corresponding ends of the 3 coils together, and the other 3 ends served as the 3 output terminals of the 3-phase power. After the rotor and coils were secured with wood, a simple three-phase generator was complete. After the generator was made, they had Fugue start turning the large gear. After putting some tea oil on the gear and rotor, the generator rotated smoothly and easily. Xiao Jian used a wooden clip to touch two output terminals of the generator together, and sparks flew immediately. Fugue found it much harder to turn the generator, indicating that there was voltage output. They could not measure the exact voltage, but as long as there was voltage output, it was enough. They found a thin iron wire and attached the two output terminals of the generator to each end. The iron wire turned red in a moment. As Fugue increased the speed of rotation, the thin wire snapped and broke with a pop sound. The people around, who had been watching, were wide-eyed. This iron wire had not been heated, yet it turned red on its own. It was eventually broken due to overheating. They had experienced the power of electricity for the first time. Xiao Jian did the same thing again and made a second identical three-phase generator. He connected the three output terminals of the two generators together using copper wires. When Fugue started turning one of the generators again, a magical scene occurred. The other generator started rotating as well. The earlier experiment where electricity burned through the iron wire was not shocking enough, but this was different. The other generator was rotating on its own, without anyone turning it. For the people of this era, this was simply a miracle. Everyone cheered for the miracle. One by one, they took turns to replace Fugue and turn the generator, studying why the other generator, which was being used as an electric motor, would spin on its own, completely forgetting that Xiao Jian was standing to the side. Xiao Jian, finally having a moment of peace, hid to one side. This simple generator had many areas that needed to be optimized and was not practical at all. He let them study it. Just as Xiao Jian was looking around, Lai Fu arrived at the construction site with two unexpected people. Following Lai Fu to the construction site to find Xiao Jian were actually Zhao Jin's and her maid, Xiao Hong. Zhao Jin's had come to North Mountain New Village. Xiao Jian was stunned when he first saw Zhao Jin's. Zhao Jin's was still wearing a veil. Xiao Jian would recognize those bright and deep eyes of hers anywhere, without even needing to see her face. Zhao Jin's walked up to Xiao Jian, staring at him with a resentful gaze. This made Xiao Jian feel a pang of guilt, as if he had actually wronged her. This girl's eyes were truly captivating. He looked up at the blue and yellow flower hair accessory on her head and couldn't help but reach out and mess it up, deliberately disturbing her neatly combed hair. Zhao Jin's gave a soft humph and grabbed Xiao Jian's mischievous hand, biting him on the arm. Xiao Jian cried out in pain, saying, "Ouch, Zhao Jin's, why did you bite me? Are you a dog?" Seeing the tears start to well up in Zhao Jin's large eyes, the telltale signs that she was about to cry, he thought, "These girls, why do they all like to cry so much? Xiao Ling is one, and now here comes another." Xiao Jian immediately said, Hey, don't cry. You're the one who bit me. I didn't bully you." Okay, I won't hold it against you for biting me. Just don't cry. You can bite me if you want. Just please don't cry." Xiao Jian was most afraid of girls crying. When a girl cried, he would feel particularly pained. Zhao Jin's finally did not cry, but frowned and said, "Humph. You haven't been to Jinjiang City in several months. Have you forgotten about me?" Xiao Jian immediately smiled apologetically and said, "How could I? Absolutely not. It's just that things have been a bit busy here recently, and I haven't had time to go to Jinjiang City." Xiao Jian had really forgotten about Zhao Jin's. That's why he was so surprised when he suddenly saw her. This was also because he hadn't really thought of her that much. The governor's daughter was living comfortably. She didn't need his, a small landowner's son, help and concern. Now that she had come to North Mountain New Village, Xiao Jian still needed to give her a warm welcome. After all, they shared some good memories. He would just think of her as another younger sister. Xiao Jian settled his thoughts and asked with concern, "By the way, how did you get here? I told you to stay in." Zhao Jin said quietly, "My grandmother wanted to find. I just ran out to find you." What exactly her grandmother wanted to find for her, Xiao Jian did not hear clearly. Then, he suddenly realized, her grandmother must be trying to find her a marriage partner. He asked in surprise, "Your grandmother wants to find a marriage partner? For you? You're still so young. Why is she finding a marriage partner for you now? Did you run away from a wedding? Does Governor Zhao know that you're here?" Zhao Jin stammered, "It's not like that. My father hasn't agreed yet." She didn't say whether her father knew that she had come to North Mountain New Village. Maybe he really didn't know. He immediately went to one side and found Lai Fu, asking softly, "How did you meet her?" Lai Fu also felt like he had created trouble for the young master, So he said sheepishly, she caught up with us. She was in a horse-drawn carriage, which was faster than our ox carts. We couldn't outrun her, so she followed us all the way here. What was he supposed to do? He had just brought the governor's daughter to this remote mountain village. The governor was surely going to hate him. Xiao Jian rubbed his hands together, at a loss for ideas. Chapter 163. Zhao Jin's flees her engagement. Zhao Jin's arrival did not attract the attention of the others. They were still tirelessly studying the two generators, taking turns to crank the handles and having a great time. Zhao Jin was also standing to one side, watching the two generators with great interest. She was also captivated by this magical contraption and didn't notice Xiao Jian and Lai Fu talking. Chen Wenxuan and the others started by turning one generator, using the other one as an electric motor that automatically spun. Then, someone held the spinning gear, and the person cranking the generator started having difficulty turning it. Then they tried cranking both of them at the same time. Before Xiao Jian had time to stop them, both generators began to smoke. Xiao Jian rushed over and opened up the wooden panels of the generators. The coils inside had all turned black. Angered, Xiao Jian cursed at them all. Since Zhao Jin had arrived, Xiao Jin needed to escort her to North Mountain New Village. The water channel construction site was too chaotic, and it wouldn't be appropriate for two girls to be there. The journey from North Mountain New Village to Golden Rooster Ridge wasn't short. The road had never been widened, and it was not suitable for ox carts or horse-drawn carriages. Zhao Jin had already had a hard time getting there. As expected, before they had walked very far, she started acting up and demanded that Xiao Jian carry her on his back. If he didn't, she wouldn't move another step. It wasn't as if he hadn't carried her before, so Xiao Jian accepted readily. If Zhao Jin had to walk all the way to North Mountain New Village, they would probably have to travel through the night. Carrying her on his back was the quickest solution. Zhao Jin lay on Xiao Jin's back, straightening his hair while asking, Xiao Jin Gij, older brother, where is the little sachet I gave you? I haven't seen you wearing it. Xiao Jin didn't respond right away, asking casually, little sachet? What little sachet? Did you give it to me? Zhao Jin was so angry that she didn't call him Gij anymore, exclaiming, Xiao Jin. She nibbled on Xiao Jin's shoulder, ready to bite down, which startled Xiao Jin, causing him to yell, no, don't bite. Let me think. Xiao Jin had really forgotten. In a moment of panic, he remembered that Zhao Jin had secretly given him a small sachet at the Jinjiang Institute of Technology. But where had he put the sachet? He had completely forgotten, so he could only lie, I remember. You gave me a very pretty little sachet at the institute. It had 2 embroidered ducks on it. Where did I put it? Zhao Jin was so angry that she was about to bite him again. This caused Xiao Jin to say with great conviction, no, don't bite me. That's right, I must have put it away in a box to keep it safe. It must be in the box. No matter what, he had to placate her first. This girl was like a dog. Zhao Jin was still very angry, but didn't bite him. She argued, those aren't ducks. It was the first time I embroidered a sachet, so it's not that good. You're not allowed to make fun of me. Xiao Jin quickly admitted his mistake. Right? Not ducks. I must have misremembered. It was a pair of pheasants, 2 pretty little pheasants. As long as she didn't bite him, he didn't care if it was a duck or a pheasant. That wasn't important, okay? Zhao Jin had no choice. She had embroidered them poorly, and they really did look like a pair of ducks, but she refused to admit defeat. You're not allowed to say they're pheasants, and you're absolutely not allowed to lose it. That issue was finally settled. It didn't matter what they looked like. Back then, Xiao Hong had also said that they looked like a pair of ducks. Changing the subject, she said pitifully, Xiao Jin Gij, my grandmother wants me to get engaged. What am I supposed to do? Xiao Jin Gij, you have to help me. Xiao Jin said, I don't even know who he is. How am I supposed to help you? It's just an engagement. It's not like you're getting married right away. Why are you so worried? Zhao Jin ground her teeth in anger, saying in a harsh voice, I don't like him. I don't want to marry him. I don't care. You need to think of a solution. Otherwise, I'll die to show you. After speaking, she actually started to cry. They were not far from North Mountain New Village. Xiao Jin put Zhao Jin down and held her by her shoulders, asking with concern, what does your father think? What's his situation? Zhao Jin said with a grievance, his name is Yang Haoran. His father is the Provincial Administration Commissioner of Qingsha City. He came to Jinjiang City to propose marriage, and he keeps trying to find me. That's why I ran away. Qingsha City was the provincial capital and Jinjiang City's superior. The provincial administration commissioner was the highest administrative official of the administrative region. How was he supposed to help her with his little strength? Xiao Jian said, "That's pretty good. The provincial administration commissioner is your father's direct superior, the son of a high-ranking official. What's wrong with that?" Xiao Jin said angrily, "I just don't want to. I don't want to marry anyone." She looked at Xiao Jian with her big eyes, her gaze shimmering again. Xiao Jian quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, don't cry. I'll take a look at this young Howren." Xiao Jian treated Zhao Jin's like his own little sister, and it was right for him to check her future partner. He didn't want Zhao Jin's to be married to the wrong person. As he spoke, they had reached the edge of the village. Chen Bihua was waiting for Xiao Jian at the crossroads. The first time Zhao Jin saw Chen Bihua, she felt a sense of crisis and demonstratively hugged Xiao Jian's arm. Chen Bihua did not react. She only asked in surprise, "Young master, whose daughter is this? She looks like a fairy, so adorable." After that, she calmly pulled Zhao Jin's arm away from Xiao Jian and started to chat with her warmly. It wasn't long before the two of them were as close as sisters. Xiao Jian finally let out a sigh of relief, free from that trouble. Xiao Jian didn't have long to relax. The next day, after Zhao Jin woke up, she complained that her legs were sore. Xiao Jian quickly went to her. After examining her, he said comfortingly, "This is because you walked too much yesterday. You'll be better after resting for a day or two. It's because you're not used to exercising." Zhao Jin couldn't walk, so she pestered Xiao Jian to teach her how generators were made. Once they finished with the generator, the questions about electricity came up. When the electricity questions were finished, she wanted him to explain electrons and molecules. She didn't let him leave her side for a single moment, completely ruining Xiao Jian's plan to deepen his relationship with Chen Bihua. Zhao Jin's only bothered Xiao Jian for one day. Then the people sent by Zhao Jin's father found North Mountain New Village. A team of 5 elite cavalrymen, each carrying a bow, was led by someone who was very familiar to Xiao Jian, Huang San. The moment Huang San saw Zhao Jin with Xiao Jian, he said with a bitter face, "Young Master Xiao, you've really put your brother in trouble. We've been traveling day and night these past few days. We first went to Qingsha City. After not finding the young lady there, we came here to try our luck." Zhao Jin had left in a horse-drawn carriage, so the governor had thought she had gone home in a fit of anger. The first place they had gone to look was her old home. Xiao Jian had not been to Jinjiang City for a long time, so Governor Zhao hadn't imagined that Zhao Jin would come looking for him. Fortunately, Huang San was more resourceful. While returning from Qingsha City, he passed the crossroads of the Shangzhou City official road, where he remembered Xiao Jian. Then he turned towards North Mountain New Village. Xiao Jian patted Huang San's shoulder, saying, "Brother, you've worked hard. Zhao Jin is doing well here. It's just that she walked a bit too much yesterday. Today, her legs are very sore, and she needs to rest for 2 days before she can move. Now that you have come to North Mountain New Village, you should also rest here for a day. You must let me entertain you." Now that they had found Zhao Jin, Huang San sent a weaker soldier, along with 2 war horses, to return to Jinjiang City at top speed to report the young lady's situation to the governor. After arranging the messenger, Huang San was no longer in a hurry and relaxed, saying, "Young Master Xiao, you are truly amazing. The bandits numbered tens of thousands, and you managed to defeat them completely. The whole city of Jinjiang is talking about you being a young hero. You've really made a name for yourself." Chapter 164, Xiao Jian's first visit to Qingsha City. Many people in Jinjiang City recognized Xiao Jian. The opening ceremony of the Jinjiang Institute of Technology was held with great fanfare and was open to the public. Anyone who still didn't know the principal of the Jinjiang Institute of Technology certainly wasn't from Jinjiang City. Xiao Jian laughed and said, "The bandits were practically begging to be sent to their deaths. I couldn't even stop them from going. They killed themselves. If we're talking about a real hard fight, I'm certainly no match for you." This made Huang San laugh heartily, and he didn't refute Xiao Jin's words. After resting for another full day, Zhao Jin's leg was no longer sore, but she refused to return with Huang San. She insisted that Xiao Jin accompany her to Jinjiang City. Since there was nothing much to do on the North Mountain side, and even though Zhao Jin had run away to North Mountain New Village on her own, the governor might not think that way. Xiao Jin also needed to give him an explanation, otherwise it wouldn't be easy for them to meet again in the future. Xiao Jin led his direct control company, along with some soldiers from the guards company, towards Jinjiang City. Chu Junyan, who couldn't ride a horse, stayed behind in North Mountain New Village. There were plenty of things there for him to study. Xiao Jian didn't take any goods with him. Instead, He used a horse-drawn carriage to carry over 10,000 taels of silver that he had received from trading with the bandits. Silver was useless in North Mountain New Village. Only in Jinjiang City could it be exchanged for needed supplies. The road conditions on the official road near Shangzhou City were too poor. Zhao Jin's and her maid, Xiao Hong, were traveling in a horse-drawn carriage, so they couldn't travel very quickly and had to slowly make their way to Jinjiang City. Not far past the intersection with the official road to Qingsha City, the small soldier whom Huang San had sent to report the news to the governor returned. He also brought back an order from the governor for Huang San and Xiao Jian to escort the young lady directly to Qingsha City. He specifically mentioned that the necessary expenses would be settled by the Wei Yuan escort agency. This meant that escorting the young lady back to Qingsha City was part of the Wei Yuan escort agency's business, and they had no choice but to go. Zhao Jin's grandmother had a chronic lung ailment known as warm evil attacking the lungs. According to the letter that the governor had given Zhao Jin's, her grandmother had gone to visit her maternal family in the north, and her illness had flared up again. Governor Zhao ordered Zhao Jin's to go home and see her grandmother to show filial piety on his behalf. Warm evil attacking the lungs was a lung ailment that caused a constant cough, and in severe cases, it could even lead to coughing up blood. However, as long as the patient was cared for properly and received timely treatment, it was generally not life-threatening, but it was also not easy to cure completely. Qingsha City was much further away than Jinjiang City, so Xiao Jian sent a soldier from the guard company back to North Mountain New Village to report Xiao Jian's whereabouts. The official road to Qingsha City was much easier to travel because it was in a flat area and had always been under government control. There were very few large potholes in the road surface. Because Zhao Jin was worried about her grandmother's condition, the horse carriage sped up a lot after turning onto the official road to Qingsha City from the intersection, and they arrived in Qingsha City in just 7 days. The city walls of Qingsha City were even taller and grander than those of Jinjiang City, with a river running alongside them. Even with the drought, the river's water flow had not stopped. There were some small boats going to and fro, but there were no large sea ships, as the river was too small to accommodate large vessels. Qingsha City had not been attacked by bandits, and there were no refugees at the city gates. Although there was a drought in the fields, it was closer to the south, so the situation was much better than in Shangzhou City and Huzhou City. There were practically no completely abandoned fields. The city gates of Qingsha City were bustling with activity, with all kinds of ox carts and horse-drawn carriages lining up to enter the city. The cries of small vendors rose and fell. Huang San had official military identification tags, so they didn't need to line up to enter the city. However, Xiao Jian didn't want to bring the direct control company into the city. There were too many people, and they were carrying weapons, which would create many problems if they stayed at an inn. It was better to camp outside the city. Xiao Jian had his eye on a peninsula bordering the official road, with water on 3 sides. This peninsula was also not very far from the city gate. Huang San, using his identity as a government soldier, negotiated with the gate officer to temporarily use the place as a camp. Just then, a Taoist wearing a black robe, a melon-shaped hat, a gaunt face, and long, thin whiskers, holding a banner with the words "Supernatural Sage" on it, loudly called out, "I can predict the yin and yang and the 5 elements. I can see clearly past and present lives. I know everything about the world. I understand the yin-yang 8 trigrams of life and death." He strolled leisurely up to Xiao Jin, glanced at him, and said, "Seeing that this young friend's forehead is broad and full, I know that he is destined to be rich and noble in this life. Would the young friend like to have a character analyzed?" Xiao Jin smiled and said, "Sure, you can analyze my young friend's name." The fortune teller wrote the character you, friend, on a piece of paper. Looking up, he asked, "What would the young friend like me to interpret?" Xiao Jin said casually, "There's a great drought in the world. Just tell me what the path is for the refugees." Xiao Jin considered it a casual chat, as he didn't really believe in these kinds of tricks. The fortune teller leaned closer to Xiao Jin, handed the paper to Xiao Jin, and said mysteriously, "Young friend, look at this. If the first stroke of this character were a little shorter, it would be the character fan, rebel, and this character is a rebel, poking his head out." Then, he quickly whispered, "Goer asked me to wait here for you, young master." The fortune teller had scared Xiao Jin half to death at first. The city gate was surrounded by soldiers, and he dared to say such treasonous words. Hearing that he was from Goer, he looked at the note in his hand. On the back of the note was an address. Then he nodded, saying, "You are indeed a master. and handed him a piece of silver. Goer really hadn't disappointed him. He had planted a mole in Qingsha City. Xiao Jian's group hadn't delayed on the road, and he had learned about their arrival here first. He must have established a pigeon communication station in Qingsha City. The fortune teller held up his banner and strolled leisurely away in a different direction, still calling out, "I can predict the yin and yang, and the 5 elements. I can see clearly past and present lives. I know everything about the world. I understand the yin-yang 8 trigrams of life and death." After slipping a few taels of silver to the gate officer didn't bother them with their camping arrangements. Xiao Jian only led about 30 soldiers from the guard company into the city with Zhao Jin's. The direct control company stayed behind at the peninsula to build a camp. Xiao Jian wanted to establish a branch of the Wei Yuan escort agency in Qingsha City. If he could buy this strategically advantageous location from the government, the Wei Yuan escort agency would have a base in Qingsha City. According to the rules of the escort agency, they had completed their task by delivering Zhao Jin's to Qingsha City and handing her over to her uncle. Her uncle would arrange for someone to escort her back to her home in the countryside from Qingsha City. As Xiao Jian passed by the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Zhao Jin sent her maid into the restaurant to find her uncle. Chapter 165. Purchasing Supplies in Qingsha City. After delivering Zhao Jin's there, Xiao Jian originally wanted to leave to check out the market. However, her uncle insisted on treating him to a meal before he left. Xiao Jian also wanted to learn about the situation in Qingsha City through him, so he didn't decline. After some small talk, Xiao Jian got to the point and asked politely, "Uncle Zhao, what is the price of grain in Qingsha City? I would like to purchase a batch to take back." Zhao Jin's uncle stood up, cupped his fist in his other hand, and said, "Nephew, if you want to purchase grain in Qingsha City, you need to hurry. There are rumors that there will be restrictions on grain purchases. Rice has now risen to 3.7 taels. My Zhao family has a grain shop in Qingsha City, so I can give you a small discount. How much do you want to buy?" Xiao Jian felt like he had stumbled upon a much-needed pillow. Since the Zhao family had a grain shop, it would be best to have the Zhao family handle the matter. This would save him the trouble of looking for someone else. It would be wonderful if the Zhao family has a grain shop. The price is easy to discuss, but the quantity is large. I am preparing to bring back 3,000 dan of grain. Is that convenient for you, uncle? Zhao Jin's uncle was a little surprised. 3,000 dan was not a small amount, but the Zhao family's grain shop was one of the largest in Qingsha City. Gathering several thousand dan of grain was not a problem. Nephew Xiao is truly generous. 3,000 dan is indeed not a small amount, but rest assured, you can leave this to me. After discussing the grain purchase, everyone had eaten and drank their fill, and Xiao Jian stood up to bid his farewell. Zhao Jin's maid, Xiao Hong, had been waiting outside. It wasn't appropriate for Zhao Jin's to appear in this kind of situation. Seeing that Xiao Jian was about to leave, Xiao Hong gave a courtesy bow to Xiao Jian and said, "Young Master Xiao, my young lady invites you." Zhao Jin's uncle did not feel anything was amiss at this. He had already heard about Zhao Jin's leaving home. Zhao Jin's affairs were not something he could control, so he cupped his fist in his other hand to bid farewell and left. Zhao Jin's had been resting in the next room. When Xiao Hong led Xiao Jian in, Zhao Jin's looked at him with a gloomy face. Xiao Jian said, "You should go home to see your grandmother first. I'll wait for your news at the camp outside the city. If you need my help, send someone to find me at the camp." On the way, Zhao Jin's had told him about her family situation. Her family also had properties in Qingsha City, managed by her uncle. Her grandparents and other family members all lived in their family residence in the countryside. Xiao Jian still had things to do in Qingsha City. Although Zhao Jin's father hadn't asked him to take Zhao Jin's back to Jinjiang City, if Zhao Jin's could return soon, Xiao Jian still wanted to take her back with him. He didn't feel at all comfortable relying on just Huang San and a few others to escort her. Zhao Jin's released Xiao Jian only after hearing that he would wait for her news in Qingsha City. Xiao Jian's task in Qingsha City was to spend money. He had more than 10,000 taels of silver in his hands. Apart from buying a piece of land to serve as a base for the Wei Yuan escort agency, the remaining silver was to be used to purchase supplies. In addition to purchasing grain, he also needed to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs to take back to North Mountain New Village. His disciple, Chu Junyan, would not be returning to Jinjiang City for the time being, and if anyone in the family fell ill, Chu Junyan could treat them. The purchase of the escort agency's base went smoothly. The piece of land that Xiao Jian had chosen was not suitable for farming in the first place. The government price was 33 taels per mu, approximately 0.067 hectares. Xiao Jian spent more than 1,600 taels to buy 50 mu of land, including the peninsula. After completing the paperwork for the land purchase, the 3,000 dan of grain that he had purchased at the Zhao family's grain shop were delivered to the camp outside the city. These 3,000 dan of grain cost more than 11,000 taels. With the remaining 2,000 taels, he bought over 30 ox carts and draft oxen to go with them, along with several carts of common medicinal herbs, rice, and flour, as well as other daily necessities. The purchasing task in Qingsha City was complete. The more than 15,000 taels of silver he had brought were all spent. While Xiao Jian was busy purchasing supplies, the direct control company was constantly building and improving the camp. After the supply purchases were completed, Xiao Jian ordered Fugui to lead the direct control company in escorting all the supplies back to North Mountain New Village. He also had the fortune teller send a message to Goer in Jinjiang City, telling Zhang Erlang to send people to Qingsha City to build the escort agency's branch camp. As for himself, he stayed at the camp with several dozen soldiers from the guard company and Huangshan. They would train their military skills while waiting for news from Zhao Jin's. The camp also needed to build a large number of houses and other facilities. The direct control company could build simple fortifications and dig ditches and level the ground, but they were not capable of more complicated construction. Zhang Erlang's construction team had been working on the escort agency's camp in Jinjiang City for several months. The project there should be completed, so it was a good time to send them over to build the camp here. Zhang Erlang's construction team currently used a large number of advanced tools, such as pulley systems, brick-making molds, and various high-quality steel tools. Their work efficiency and project quality was much higher than that of ordinary construction workers. The rocky beach was full of stones. They had also accumulated a lot of experience in dealing with rocks. They frequently used steel chisels to drill holes, and then used gunpowder to blast and break up the rocks. The peninsula outside Qingsha City was also full of hard rocks. To build a permanent camp on this peninsula, it was necessary to bring in Zhang Erlang's construction team. Currently, the temporary camp on the peninsula only had some simple tents set up. A new road had been built between the peninsula and the official road. Near the neck of the peninsula, a deep trench, several zhang wide, had been dug, completely separating the peninsula from the outside world. A drawbridge was built over the trench, controlling access to the camp on the peninsula. When the drawbridge was raised, the peninsula became a completely independent small island. In the center of the camp was a large, flattened drill field. Early in the morning, Xiao Jian, dressed in a cloth outfit, was jogging around the edge of the drill field. In the middle of the drill field, He Tan was leading the guard company in various training exercises. As Xiao Jian was running, covered in sweat, a guard on duty came over to report, "Young master, there is a person claiming to be sent by Miss Zhao outside the camp who wants to see you." Without orders, no one was allowed to lower the drawbridge privately. Xiao Jian found it strange that Zhao Jins would send someone to find him so soon after daybreak. Could it be that something urgent had happened? He quickly went to the entrance of the camp. On the opposite side of the trench, a servant on horseback was waiting by the trench for Xiao Jian. The trench was only a few zhang wide. Xiao Jian stood by the drawbridge and asked, "Is your young lady well? What did she ask you to tell me?" It was just a servant delivering a message, so there was no need to lower the drawbridge to allow him into the camp. The servant stood across the way and coughed several times before catching his breath and saying, "The young lady has fallen a little ill and may not be able to return to Jinjiang City for the time being. She asked me to tell you to go back first." The servant's complexion was poor, and his lips were slightly purple. After he spoke, he coughed a few more times. Hearing that Zhao Jins was ill, Xiao Jian asked anxiously, "What is your young lady suffering from?" "She was fine when she arrived. How is she now?" He asked several questions in a row. The servant said, "Last night, after the old lady passed away, the young lady was keeping vigil and caught a cold. The young lady asked me to tell you not to worry. The doctor at the estate has already given her medicine. When I left, the young lady had just finished taking her medicine. She just still had some coughing." Chapter 166, Plague at the Zhao Family Estate. Xiao Jian asked in surprise, wasn't her grandmother's chronic lung ailment, warm evil attacking the lungs, acting up again? How did she pass away? Xiao Jian kept his eyes on the servant, noticing that he was gasping for breath after every few words and that he was coughing from time to time. The servant said, "The old lady has had this ailment, warm evil attacking the lungs, for over 10 years. It comes and goes. The doctor from the estate has been treating her. After the latest flare-up, she was coughing up a lot of blood, and I heard that the medicine wasn't working." When Xiao Jian heard about the coughing, he felt a chill. The old lady in the family was coughing. The young lady was also coughing, and now even this servant was coughing every now and then. Could it be a contagious disease? He ordered the guards beside him to notify Huang San and tell him to bring his cavalry to his location. Huang San and his cavalry team were also stationed at this camp. Before Huang San arrived, Xiao Jian continued to ask, "Did your old lady and young lady have any other unusual symptoms? Tell me everything you know in detail, and don't leave anything out." The young lady had given him instructions when she sent him over, telling him that he must be respectful to this young master, and that she would not spare him if he was negligent in any way. Therefore, the servant did not dare to hide anything from Xiao Jian. "I'm just a servant. I only know that the old lady was coughing as usual, but she was coughing much more severely than before, and she was coughing up blood. I haven't heard of any other symptoms besides coughing for the young lady." After the servant finished speaking, he coughed several more times. Then he seemed to remember something, adding, "There is one more thing. I don't know if it counts. When the young lady summoned me to speak with her, I was waiting outside, and I heard her asking for water constantly. Xiao Hong said she was drinking too much, and they argued a few times. When Xiao Jian heard that the young lady was constantly asking for water, his face fell. This was not warm evil attacking the lungs. It was very likely the plague. At this time, Huang San, leading 5 cavalrymen, arrived at Xiao Jian's side. All 5 of them were carrying bows and riding horses. Huang San glanced at the servant across the trench and then dismounted, saying to Xiao Jian, "Young Master Xiao, did you have some business you needed me for?" Xiao Jian whispered harshly, "Keep an eye on the servant across the way. Don't let him leave. If he doesn't obey orders, you can shoot him, but remember not to get too close to him." Huang San didn't ask Xiao Jian why he had to do this. He just nodded to show that he understood. After instructing Huang San, Xiao Jian had the servant across the way retreat to the side of the trench. Only after he was about 7 or 8 zhang away from the road did he tell him to stay where he was. The servant thought there were a lot of cavalrymen in the camp who were about to come out, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Once the servant had left the road, Xiao Jian ordered the guard on duty to lower the drawbridge. At this point, Huang San took off his bow and aimed it at the servant across the way. The other soldiers didn't need Huang San to give the order, and also took off their bows and aimed them at him. The servant looked at the soldiers aiming their bows at him, and was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground, saying in terror, "Why, young master? W, is G going on? Ku cough." Certainly D did not ku cough. Before he could finish, he began to cough more violently. Xiao Jian said expressionlessly, "From now on, you must obey my orders, or they will shoot you dead." The servant was so frightened that he started crying. His words became clearer, "Young master, I'm just here to deliver a message according to the young lady's instructions. After seeing the young master, I still have to go to the city to deliver a message to the old master. I don't know where I have offended the young master. Please have mercy on me." Xiao Jian did not give him any explanation and only asked, "Are you saying her uncle is still in the city?" The servant cried, "The old master does not know that the old lady has passed away. I'm on my way to tell the old master, but I came here first because I passed by the young master's camp." Xiao Jian nodded, saying coldly, "You don't need to go to your old master. I will deliver the message for you. You are not allowed to leave your current location by more than 1 zhang without permission." Judging by the servant's appearance, it was clear that he had already been infected. If it was determined to be the plague, there was no way to save him. Xiao Jian turned his head to Huang San and said solemnly, "Huang San, I suspect there's an outbreak of the plague at the Zhao family estate, so you must follow my orders now. I will take responsibility for any consequences that occur." Hearing the word plague, Huang San almost dropped his bow. He looked at Xiao Jian with a terrified expression and said, "The plague? Young Master Xiao, how confident are you?" Xiao Jian said, "Many of the symptoms of the plague are similar to what the doctor described as warm evil attacking the lungs. But people who get the plague will feel thirsty. Warm evil attacking the lungs doesn't have that symptom. There are also some other symptoms that this servant probably doesn't know about. Of course, it's best if it's not the plague, but we must prepare for the worst. We must first control the Zhao family estate and not allow anyone inside to come out and expand the area of infection." The Zhao family estate was too close to Qingsha City. If they couldn't control the Zhao family estate, once it was determined that it was the plague, Qingsha City would be thrown into chaos. Huang San had no objections to Xiao Jian's words. Even if he was wrong, controlling the Zhao family estate wasn't a big deal. So, he said to Xiao Jian, "From now on, I will completely follow young Master Zhao's orders. Please rest assured, young Master Xiao. Xiao Jin nodded and ordered the guard beside him, immediately notify all the soldiers in the guard company to assemble urgently on the drill field. Yes. After saluting, the guard turned and ran towards the camp. Xiao Jin and Huang San left 2 cavalrymen to watch the servant and also went to the drill field together. After all the soldiers of the guard company had arrived, Huang San first announced the order that the cavalry team would fully obey Xiao Jin's commands. After Huang San issued the order, Xiao Jin looked at the soldiers on the drill field and said solemnly, "Today, I have a very important and very dangerous mission for you. I don't want to hide anything from you all. This time, our enemy is not human, but is very likely the plague, which makes people terrified." After saying this, he looked at the soldiers sternly, wanting to see if these soldiers would still be able to follow orders even when facing the plague. Everyone present showed fear when they heard the word plague and became a little agitated, but they quickly calmed down. The company commander, Heitan, didn't have any adverse reaction. He stepped forward and gave Xiao Jin a standard military salute, then said loudly, "All the soldiers of the guard company will resolutely obey any order from the young master." Xiao Jin nodded and continued, "There have been suspected cases of the plague at the Zhao family estate. I order you to immediately seal off the Zhao family estate, and do not allow any people or animals to leave. If they do not comply with your advice, you are authorized to shoot them. In order to reduce unnecessary problems, the 5 cavalrymen under Captain Huang will cooperate with you." After saying this, he looked at the 3 cavalrymen standing on the edge of the drill field. The 3 cavalrymen, riding their war horses, steadily moved to the front of the guard company's soldiers. They hadn't reacted at all when they heard about the plague, as if they were carrying out a normal mission. Chapter 167. Dispatching troops to encircle the Zhao family estate. The elite government troops were truly different. Although the guard company was the most disciplined unit under Xiao Jin's command, they still had some gaps compared to Huang San's 5 cavalrymen. Xiao Jin looked at the cavalrymen and nodded, then continued, "For safety, you must not have any physical contact with the people at the Zhao family estate. When talking to them, keep a distance of 15 meters. Now go." The guard company had spears and javelins, and Huang San's cavalrymen also had bows and arrows. They would be able to maintain a safe distance. Heitan saluted again and said loudly, "Yes, the guard company will complete its mission." After saying that, he turned and mounted his horse, leading the guard company towards the Zhao family estate. Only 2 guards responsible for delivering orders were left by Xiao Jin's side. Huang San had been standing next to Xiao Jin. After the guard company left the camp, he asked, "What about the servant outside the camp?" Xiao Jin thought for a moment. Sending the servant back to the Zhao family estate would risk spreading the plague on the way, so he said, "Let's find a relatively isolated tent at the camp and temporarily isolate him there. We'll go into the city immediately to find Zhao Jin's uncle." After entering the city, the 4 of them sped through the streets on their horses, heading straight for the Zhao family's residence. It was still early morning, and the Drunken Immortal restaurant had not yet opened for business. Zhao's uncle should still be at the residence. As they arrived at the Zhao family's residence, they happened to see Zhao's uncle coming out in his carriage. Xiao Jin quickly dismounted and went to the carriage, saying, "Uncle Zhao, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Please forgive my rudeness." Without waiting for Zhao's uncle to invite him, he stepped directly into the carriage. Zhao's uncle's carriage was very simple. It was actually a modified cargo carriage. The front and back of the carriage were open, and there wasn't even a door installed. There were only a few wooden stools and the smell of alcohol inside, which meant it was probably often used to transport alcohol. Xiao Jin didn't care about any of that and sat directly on the wooden stool across from Zhao's uncle. At that moment, Zhao's uncle hadn't reacted yet. How had this young master Xiao suddenly gotten into his carriage? Before Xiao Jin had even settled in, he went straight to the point and said, "Uncle Zhao, the old lady passed away last night. It is very likely that there is a plague outbreak at the Zhao family estate. Can you please tell me in detail about the old lady's condition and symptoms?" Zhao's uncle first looked at Xiao Jin in surprise. Then, when he heard that the old lady had passed away, he slapped the side of the carriage with his hand and muttered in a hoarse voice, "How could this be? Wasn't she always able to recover?" The driver, having not received any instructions, had kept the carriage stationary. Zhao's uncle was still grieving and hadn't heard Xiao Jin mention the plague. Xiao Jin said to the driver, "Don't go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Go directly to the provincial administration office as quickly as possible." Hearing Xiao Jin's instructions, The driver hesitated for a moment, then cracked the whip and started the carriage. The jolting of the carriage awakened Zhao's uncle. He turned to look at Xiao Jian and asked in confusion, "Nephew, how did you get here? Where is the person who came to report the news?" Xiao Jian looked at Zhao's uncle and said solemnly, "Uncle Zhao, it is very likely that there is a plague outbreak at the Zhao family estate. The person your family sent to report the news has been detained at my camp, and the Zhao family estate has been surrounded by my men." Only then did Zhao's uncle finally react. He temporarily forgot his grief and asked in terror, "You? What did you say? My Zhao family estate has a plague?" Xiao Jian nodded gravely and said with worry, "If I'm not mistaken, it is very likely that the Zhao family estate has an outbreak of the bubonic plague. Uncle Zhao, please calm down first. Can you please tell me about the old lady's symptoms in detail? Especially any differences from her previous illnesses?" Zhao's uncle was already panicking from the word plague and could no longer speak clearly. "Different from before? Let me think. What was different?" "That's right, a fever. She didn't have a fever before, but this time she had a severe one. Also, she was thirsty and needed to drink water all the time. Then there was a headache, nausea, and vomiting. These were all things that didn't happen before." As Xiao Jin listened, his heart grew colder. These symptoms had nothing to do with warm evil attacking the lungs, and were entirely symptoms of the bubonic plague. It was now certain that it was the bubonic plague. "Uncle Zhao, I can tell you definitively that what's happening at the Zhao family estate is the bubonic plague, and Zhao Jin has also been infected. The servant who came to report the news is also infected. There are definitely more people infected at the Zhao family estate." Xiao Jin's heart was like cold ashes. He was speaking weakly, as if he had no energy left. Zhao Jin had been infected, and given the level of medical technology in this era, there was absolutely no way to treat the plague. Zhao's uncle's eyes turned red, and he cried out in despair, "Zhao Jin has also been infected? Oh heavens, what have we done to deserve this? Why is the heavens punishing my Zhao family like this?" Then, with a thud, he knelt down in front of Xiao Jin as if grasping at a straw, trembling as he said, "Young Master Xiao, Nephew Xiao, you know about the plague. You must have a way to treat it, right? Please, I beg you, save the Zhao family." Xiao Jian got up to help Zhao's uncle up and said miserably, "Uncle Zhao, I'm the one who sent Zhao Jin to Qingsha City. She always called me older brother, and I think of her as my own little sister. I know some things about preventing the spread of the plague, but I'm not a doctor." After saying that, he sat down against the side of the carriage, grabbed his hair with both hands, and wished he could tear all of it out. Tears streamed down his face. He even felt some self-blame. If he had arrived in Qingsha City later, Zhao Jin might have been able to avoid this disaster. When Zhao's uncle saw that Xiao Jian was also crying, he became even more distraught and asked frantically, "What should we do now? We can't just do nothing, right?" Xiao Jian wiped away his tears and said helplessly, "We should first report the situation to the provincial administration office and see what the government's response is. We also need to inform Zhao Jin's father, Governor Zhao, as quickly as possible. The infected patients at the Zhao family estate also need to be isolated as soon as possible." At this point, Zhao's uncle was completely at a loss. The plague was not something the Zhao family could handle on their own. Using the power of the government to help the Zhao family estate was a good solution, so he ordered the driver to speed up again and head to the provincial administration office. The provincial administration office was located in the northeast of Qingsha City, while the Zhao family's residence was in the southwest corner, not far from the West City Gate. At a normal speed, it would take at least an hour to get there, but Xiao Jin couldn't afford to waste that time. Huang San led 2 guards, riding their war horses, and cleared a path ahead. Xiao Jin and Zhao's uncle were in the horse carriage, following closely behind. It was still early morning, and there weren't many people on the streets, but there were still a lot of close calls. They had received an unknown number of curses on the road. Xiao Jin didn't care about any of that. After reporting the situation to the provincial administration office, he still needed to quickly head to the Zhao family estate. Chapter 168. Zhou Han, the sister of Black-Faced Tiger. Finally, after turning the corner, the provincial administration office was ahead. However, just after the carriage had turned the corner, a carriage that had just come out of the gate of the residence next door blocked their way. The driver immediately pulled the reins to slow down, and then made a sharp turn to avoid it, barely dodging the carriage. But he still knocked down a man dressed as a servant. Inside the carriage, the sharp turn caused Zhao's uncle's head to hit the side of the carriage, leaving him dizzy. Before the carriage had come to a full stop, Xiao Jian jumped down and immediately helped the servant to his feet, anxiously asking, "How are you? Are you injured?" As he asked, he checked the servant's body. Thankfully, nothing was broken. He only had a cut on his face, and blood was seeping out. Xiao Jian helped the servant walk a few steps, and seeing that he was fine, he said to the servant, "It was my recklessness that caused you to suffer, uncle. I have an extremely urgent matter, so I had no choice but to speed through the streets. After this is resolved, I will definitely call at your door to apologize." After saying that, he looked up at the plaque above the gate of the neighboring residence. The plaque had the words, "Zhou Residence," written on it. He didn't pay any more attention to the servant who was glowering at him and walked back to the carriage. The commotion outside had alerted the people who were escorting the carriage from the Zhou residence. A handsome middle-aged man, leading a group of servants, came out. Beside him stood a young man wearing a Confucian hat and holding a folding fan. "Young master, you bumped into a person at my Zhou residence, and you think you can just leave?" Looking at the carriage that Xiao Jian had arrived in, it was clear that he wasn't a person with a lot of influence. If he let him leave just like that, the middle-aged man would lose face. Hearing the shout, Xiao Jian had no choice but to turn around, bowing and cupping his fist in his other hand, saying, "I have an urgent matter at the provincial administration office. Once this is resolved, I will certainly call at your door to apologize." Then, he turned to go back to his carriage. He really couldn't afford to waste any time. He needed to report the epidemic to the provincial administration office as soon as possible, and then head to the Zhao family estate. The isolation of the Zhao family estate was critical, and every second wasted increased the risk. If the plague spread to Qingsha City, it would be a disaster. "Young man, how dare you? You dare to be so arrogant in Qingsha City? Stop him." Seeing that Xiao Jian was still preparing to get into the carriage to escape, the middle-aged man immediately had his servants block Xiao Jian's path. It seemed that he couldn't leave. Xiao Jian had no choice but to stop, resolve the matter here first, and then go to the provincial administration office. He turned around and was stunned to see the young man standing next to the middle-aged man. It was the young man with the Confucian hat he had met in Huzhou City. In Huzhou City, the young man had created a lot of conflict between him and Shuya. Then, he had been in Shangzhou City with Black Face Tiger and had even joined the Divine Altar sect. At this time, the young man with the Confucian hat also recognized Xiao Jian. He closed his folding fan and pointed at Xiao Jian, saying, "It's Xiao Jian. I didn't think I'd see you here." Then he turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle Zhou, it's this guy." In Shangzhou City, he relied on his numbers to injure Black Tiger Xixiao, senior brother. In Shangzhou City, Black Face Tiger had killed Xia Miaoying's younger brother, Xiao Chong. To avenge Xiao Chong, Xiao Jian had blinded Black Face Tiger in one eye. "Good lad. You dare to injure my son? Let's see where you can run to today." Just as Xiao Jian didn't know how to respond, a group of people came out from the direction of the provincial administration office and quickly arrived in front of the Zhou residence. At the head of the group was a tall warhorse of pure white color. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary horse. On top of it was a young man dressed in white silk. He arrived in front of Zhou Wanlin, casually jumped off his horse, and cupped his fist in his other hand to Zhou Wanlin, saying, "What are all these people gathered here for? Has Zhou Linghan not come out yet?" From the carriage that Xiao Jian had almost crashed into, a gentle female voice sounded, "Brother Howren, Linghan has been waiting here for you for so long." Then, a young woman lifted the carriage door curtain and stepped out of the carriage, walking directly to young Howren's side. She hugged his arm and said coquettishly, "Brother Howren, someone is bullying me. Brother Howren must take my side." Young Howren turned to look at Xiao Jian and asked sharply, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" At that time, Black Face Tiger's father stepped forward and bowed respectfully to young Howren, saying preemptively, "Zhou Wanlin greets young Master Yang." Only then did Xiao Jian learn that the middle-aged man was called Zhou Wanlin, and his daughter was called Zhou Linghan. The Black Face Tiger he had met in Shangzhou City was his son. The young Master Yang who had arrived on horseback seemed to be a high-ranking person. Zhou Wanlin was very respectful towards him. He suddenly remembered that Zhou Linghan had called him Brother Howren. Could he be Yang Howren? The Yang Howren who was pursuing Zhao Jin's. Yang Howren nodded slightly to Zhou Wanlin. Zhou Wanlin pointed at Xiao Jian and said, "This guy was speeding through the streets on horseback and almost overturned my daughter's carriage. Fortunately, she dodged in time, or it would have been a disaster." Zhou Wanlin did not mention Black Face Tiger. He must have been afraid that Black Face Tiger's poor reputation would cause Yang Howren to think negatively of him. Yang Howren looked at Xiao Jian and asked coldly, "Is that what happened?" Xiao Jian cupped his fist in his other hand and said, I am Xiao Jian from Xianrenping. Due to an urgent situation, I need to report to the Provincial Administration Commissioner. I didn't manage to control the speed of my carriage and collided with the Zhou residence's servant. Xiao Jian's feud with Black Face Tiger had nothing to do with his family, so Xiao Jian had no intention of targeting his father. When Yang Haoran heard the name Xiao Jian, he frowned, and his gaze suddenly became sharp. You are Xiao Jian from Xianrenping. Did you escort Zhao Jin's back? On the second day of Zhao Jin's return, Yang Haoran had gone to the Zhao family estate and had learned about Zhao Jin's running off to Xianrenping to avoid him. Without waiting for Xiao Jin to respond, he warned sternly, stay away from Zhao Jin in the future. She's not someone you can look at. If you have something to report to the Provincial Administration Office, just tell me here. Zhou Linghan was afraid that Xiao Jin would mention her brother's actions, so she grabbed young Haoran's arm and shook it, saying, in a spoiled voice, Brother Haoran, why bother talking to a poor wretch? Just beat him to death. We still have to go boating. Xiao Jin was extremely anxious. This Zhou father and daughter were obstructing his important task, which had already made him angry. Hearing Zhou Linghan's words, he could no longer tolerate it. Didn't she just want to curry favor with the rich? He was going to expose her. This young lady, could she be Zhou Linghan, the sister of Black Face Tiger? It seems like people from the same family are alike. She is just as malicious as her brother. Yang Haoran looked at Zhou Linghan in confusion and asked unhappily, is Black Face Tiger your brother? Black Face Tiger was a wanted criminal, and he also had a bad reputation in Qingsha City. Yang Haoran certainly knew who this villain was. Zhou Linghan was a bit flustered. She was worried that Yang Haoran would think poorly of her because of her brother's bad reputation. Before Zhou Linghan could answer, Xiao Jian said, Young Master Yang, the Zhou family is completely without morals. Her brother killed a child in Shangzhou City. I really couldn't stand it, so I developed a feud with them. Yang Haoran looked upright and respectable, and he probably wasn't a malicious person. Otherwise, Zhao Jin's grandmother wouldn't have tried to arrange a marriage between them. Chapter 169. Forming a grudge with Zhou Linghan. After hearing Xiao Jin describe Black Face Tiger's evil deeds, his expression also darkened. After finishing the story about Black Face Tiger, Xiao Jin told them about the situation at the Zhao family estate. Young Master Yang, the reason I was in such a hurry was because there may be an outbreak of the plague at the Zhao family estate. We've already wasted too much time because of these two villains. I beg you to please inform the Provincial Administration Commissioner as soon as possible, and send someone to the Zhao family estate to confirm the situation. Zhou Wenlin became angry and ashamed when Xiao Jin brought up Black Face Tiger again and said that the Zhou family had no morals. He was still hoping that his daughter would be able to climb the social ladder with Yang Haoran. Xiao Jin, I have long severed ties with that beast. Don't slander me. Zhou Linghan was also anxious, and she used her trick of acting spoiled, shaking Yang Haoran's arm. Brother Haoran, he even harassed me just now. Brother Haoran, you have to take my side. At this time, Zhao's uncle finally got out of the carriage. He covered the bump on his forehead as he walked toward Xiao Jin. Yang Haoran calmly pulled his arm back. He had not expected Zhao Jin's uncle to be here as well. He was pursuing Zhao Jin's. If the Zhao family knew that he had entangled himself with Zhou Linghan, then his marriage with Zhao Jin's would be completely finished. Zhou Linghan was just a plaything. For Zhao Jin's, he could abandon her without hesitation. Yang Haoran pretended not to recognize Zhao's uncle and said to Xiao Jin, I'll report the situation at the Zhao family estate to my father. I know about the old man at the Zhao family's illness, so there's no need to make a fuss. He didn't dare to stay there any longer. After saying that, he got on his horse and galloped back the way he had come, without looking back. Seeing that Yang Haoran wouldn't even glance at his daughter, Zhou Wenlin hated Xiao Jian. He glanced at the servants beside him and said through gritted teeth, What are you waiting for? Beat this poor scholar to death for me. The servants immediately surrounded Xiao Jian and were about to attack, but Zhao's uncle shouted sternly, Zhou Wenlin, what do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Zhou Wenlin's eyes were already red. His son had been injured in the eye by this guy, and his daughter had finally found a way to get close to young Haoran, but it had all been ruined by him. Humph! No one can protect this villain who injured my son today. Beat him. As soon as he finished saying, beat him, the servants surrounding Xiao Jian rushed towards him. How could Xiao Jian be afraid of a few ordinary people? He lowered his body, reached out, and grabbed a leg that was being kicked at him. Xiao Jian used both hands to lift the servant up and swing him around in the air. The servants who had surrounded him were knocked down one by one. Xiao Jian used the servant's leg like a meat hammer smashing them into the ground and causing them to yell in pain. After swinging him around twice, all the surrounding servants were lying on the ground. Then, he suddenly let go of the servant. The servant flew several zhang away, slid a streak of blood across the ground, and only stopped when he hit a wall. The servants who were on the ground looked at Xiao Jian as if they had seen a ghost. With a wah, they scrambled to their feet and fled. Meanwhile, Huang San and the others, who were clearing a path ahead, realized after a while that the carriage that Xiao Jian was in had not followed them. Afraid that Xiao Jian and the others had run into trouble, he returned to find them. He just happened to see Xiao Jian beat the servants away. He grabbed one of the servants fleeing past him, threw him to the ground, and then stepped on his chest. The servant let out a muffled groan, and a mist of blood sprayed from his mouth. He twitched twice and became still. Huang San didn't even look at the dead servant. He went to stand before Zhou Wanlin, his eyes flashing with fierce light. "You dare to obstruct my official duty? I'll cripple you." As soon as he finished speaking, he smacked Zhou Wanlin in the face with his blade. Zhou Wanlin stumbled to the ground. Huang San didn't stop there, and then kicked him in the groin. Zhou Wanlin's eyes rolled back in his head. Seeing that Zhou Wanlin was about to die, Xiao Jian quickly went up to stop Huang San. The Zhou father and daughter were indeed hateful, but they didn't deserve to die. There was no need to kill them for such a small matter. When Huang San saw Xiao Jian's signal, he kicked Zhou Wanlin again and said fiercely, "If it weren't for young Master Zhao's kindness, I would have killed you, you dog." Zhou Linghan cried as she picked up her unconscious father. Her murderous eyes stared at Xiao Jian, and she said viciously, "Xiao Jian, unless you kill my father and me today, I will spend my whole life seeking revenge for what you have done today." Yang Haoran was definitely lost to her now, and now she had offended this local bully, the Zhao family. It was likely that they had no place to stand in Qingsha City. Her father had also been seriously injured. All of this was caused by Xiao Jian. Zhou Linghan wished she could eat him alive. Xiao Jian thought Huang San had kicked too hard. He thought he had gone too far. It was just a misunderstanding, and there was no need to make them lose everything. But now that things had reached this point, he couldn't take it back. Xiao Jian sighed and pulled out a 500-tael silver note, handing it to Zhou Linghan, and said, "I'm sorry. Today's events really went beyond my expectations. Take this, and quickly get your father treated." 500 taels was a lot of money. It was enough to buy several human lives. Many major events were often caused by trivial matters. Xiao Jian's momentary soft-heartedness had ended up bringing endless pain. Xiao Jian really didn't want to deal with this outrageous father and daughter again. He looked around. The young man with the Confucian hat had disappeared without him noticing. He immediately mounted his horse, turned around, and headed back. He had wasted too much time here. The situation at the Zhao family estate was critical. He had given Yang Haoran a warning about the plague, and how the government would eventually handle it was beyond his control. Judging from Yang Haoran's attitude, the government probably couldn't be relied on. Xiao Jian said to Zhao's uncle, "Uncle Zhao, you need to arrange for people to purchase large quantities of lime and send it to the Zhao family estate. Also, report the situation to Governor Zhao as soon as possible." Zhao's uncle had been in business for many years and had seen a lot of big things. He had already calmed down at this point. He believed Xiao Jian. From the questions Xiao Jian had asked about the old lady's symptoms, he could see that Xiao Jian was very familiar with the plague. The Zhao family estate was now in a desperate situation, but with Xiao Jian's help, they at least knew what to do, so they wouldn't be completely at a loss. Zhao's uncle nodded and said, "Thank you for your help, nephew. The Zhao family will forever be grateful and will never forget your kindness. If you need any supplies, just let me know, and I will arrange for everything." When faced with the plague, most people would run away in fear. How many would rush towards it? Xiao Jian was helping the Zhao family without any complaints, which touched Zhao's uncle deeply. Xiao Jian thought for a moment. He could ignore others, but he had to save Zhao Jin's. To save Zhao Jin's, he had to enter the Zhao family estate. After entering, he needed to ensure that he wouldn't be infected. The plague was mainly spread through skin contact, air and water contamination, and bites from fleas and mosquitoes. As long as he took preventative measures in these areas, the chance of being infected would be greatly reduced. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jian asked, "Uncle Zhao, does Qingsha City have gloves and masks? Also, a high percentage alcohol, and a head covering that covers the entire head?" Zhao's uncle thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "High percentage alcohol and head coverings are easy to find. I don't know what the masks and gloves you mentioned look like, but I can have someone make them." Chapter 170. Xiao Jin's Strong Stance. Masks and gloves should have applications in certain specialized industries, but they had not yet become widespread. Xiao Jian said, "Masks are easy to make. Just layer multiple layers of cotton cloth, then tie it with a rope to keep it from falling off your head. Gloves are a little more complicated. The key is that the material must be waterproof, and it also has to be soft. You can get some pig bladders from a butcher. Fresh pig bladders are elastic and can be molded." After Xiao Jian finished talking with Zhao's uncle, the carriage arrived near the West City Gate. Xiao Jian jumped off the carriage, mounted his horse again, and galloped towards the Zhao family estate with Huang San. Zhao's uncle stayed in the city to prepare the various supplies. Leaving the West City Gate of Qingsha City and traveling south along the official road for about 25 kilometers, you would reach the Zhao family estate. The Zhao family estate was nestled against a small mountain and covered an area of more than 66 hectares. It was only a few kilometers away from the official road, with a road branching off the official road into the estate. The estate was surrounded by a wall made of blue bricks. The clear water river flowed south from the west side of the estate. Outside the walls of the estate, guards were stationed every few dozen meters. Groups of 3 patrolled the perimeter of the estate. Outside the gate of the estate, a fence had been set up to surround the entrance. The gate was also nailed shut with wooden strips, making it impossible for the people inside to get out. Further out from that, a red cloth banner was strung up as a warning line. When Xiao Jin arrived, he saw a body lying between the warning line and the fence. An arrow and 2 javelins had been stuck in the body. Outside the fence, the guards of the guard company were holding their javelins, and the cavalrymen brought by Huang San were drawing their bows, looking at the main gate with vigilance. Inside the gate, a large group of people, young and old, surrounded them. The sounds of crying and begging were incessant. Xiao Jian jumped off his horse and only glanced at the people inside before they fell silent. He walked up to the gate and said expressionlessly, "Send someone in charge to talk to me. The rest of you, scatter. Do not cross the warning line, and do not climb over the wall." There was a commotion inside the estate again. After a while, the maid, Xiao Hong, came out with Zhao Jin's and an old man supporting her. Zhao Jin's was still coughing when she arrived at the gate. Xiao Jin asked with concern, "Zhao Jin's, how are you feeling now? You must hold on. I will find a way to save you." After Zhao Jin's finished coughing, she asked, "Xiao Jin Gij, what exactly is going on? Why are they surrounding us? And they killed one of our people." Then she started to cry. Xiao Jin's heart ached when he saw Zhao Jin's state. "Zhao Jin's, don't cry. Calm down and listen to me. Besides the old lady, have there been any other deaths inside the estate? How many people are there?" Zhao Jin said, "There are more than 500 people in the estate." "Xiao Jin Gij, do we have an incurable disease? Many people are coughing, and they are coughing up blood." Xiao Jin didn't know how to answer Zhao Jin's. If he told her the truth, he was afraid that the people in the estate would panic. No one wanted to wait to die inside, and if the estate were to get out of control, hundreds of people would rush outside. It would be impossible for the few dozen soldiers in the guard company to hold them back. He could only say vaguely, "Don't worry, I'll be here with you. I've already sent a message to your father, and your uncle will be here soon." The old man next to Zhao Jin stepped forward and looked at Xiao Jin sternly, saying in a deep voice, "Young Master Xiao, you are just an escort agency leader. What right do you have to surround the Zhao family estate?" Xiao Jin didn't care about the old man's questions and glanced at Huang San next to him. Huang San pulled out his official military ID tag and shook it. He said in a stiff tone, "No matter why we have surrounded the Zhao family estate, you must obey our commands. Do not attempt to escape and do not cause chaos. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." Xiao Jin understood that he could not back down at all. He had to have Huang San hold down the opposition. As long as Zhao Jin's uncle arrived, everything would naturally be resolved. The old man became extremely angry when he heard Huang San's harsh tone. He knew that Huang San was only following Xiao Jin's orders. This whole situation was caused by Xiao Jin. His sharp eyes were fixed on Xiao Jin, and he asked sternly, "This is the Zhao family estate. Why should my Zhao family estate obey your orders? You do not have any government documents. How dare you surround my Zhao family estate with only a military ID tag?" After saying that, the old man softened his tone and said earnestly, "Young man, I advise you to immediately withdraw from the Zhao family estate. I can let your mistakes go unpunished. If you insist on stubbornly adhering to your course, you will not only ruin your future, but it will be difficult for you to even save your life." Xiao Jin looked at Zhao Jin's, who was still crying, and asked, "Zhao Jin's, Who is this old man? What should I call him? Zhao Jin stopped crying, wiped away her tears, glanced at the old man fearfully, and said softly, Xiao Jin Gij, this is my second grandpa. He is the head of the Zhao family. Since he was the head of the Zhao family, he must be a reasonable person, so things would be much easier. Xiao Jin bowed respectfully and said, Xiao Jin has met with Grandmaster Zhao. Grandmaster Zhao is correct. I am prepared for that, but I still have no choice but to do this. It is for the sake of the Zhao family, and for the sake of the surrounding people. As long as I can save millions of people, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will never back down. The old man was certainly not stupid. He stared at Xiao Jin for a long time, as if trying to see through him, before turning around to look at the people around him. He said with dignity, What are you all doing here? Get back inside. After only Zhao Jin's and the old man were left at the gate, the old man said to Xiao Jin solemnly, Young Master Xiao, you can tell me now. What exactly has happened here? Don't hold back. The Zhao family can still handle it. Xiao Jin knew that he had to tell the truth. The prevention and control of the epidemic inside the estate also needed the cooperation of the old man. Seeing Zhao Jin's, who was coughing with a flushed face, his heart ached. He couldn't help but start crying, even before he could speak. He even felt some self-blame. If it wasn't for him, Zhao Jin's would not have come to North Mountain New Village, and she wouldn't have returned to the Zhao family estate at this time and contracted the plague. Xiao Jin reached up and wiped away his tears, and said with a choked voice, Grandpa Zhao. The old lady did not have a relapse of an old illness, but was infected with the plague. Then he turned to look away. He didn't want Zhao Jin's to see his uncontrollable tears. The plague was not unfamiliar in this world. The plague that had recently occurred in Dadong Prefecture was still fresh in people's minds. It had left 10 out of every 10 homes empty. The most frightening thing was that the rate of spread of the plague was extremely fast, and the mortality rate was extremely high. In many families of a few people, it was already considered lucky if just one person survived after someone was infected with the plague. For a long time, neither side spoke. Finally, Zhao Jin broke the silence. She cried and said, Xiao Jin Gij, why don't you go back to Xianrenping? The tens of thousands of people at Xianrenping and the hundreds of children at Jinjiang City all depend on you to support them. Xiao Jin Gij, I beg you to go back quickly. They can't live without you. Then she started to cry loudly. Chapter 171. The Defense Measures of Zhao Family Manor. Xiao Jin composed himself before turning to look at Zhao Jin's, but the tear streaks on his face couldn't be hidden, and his eyes were bloodshot. He tried his best to calm his emotions and said gently, I can't go back yet. They need me here more. Zhao Jin's, don't despair. I'll find a way to rescue you. I'll work with you, and we'll get through this difficult time together. Old Master Zhao's eyes were also red, but he remained relatively calm. Young Master Xiao, Zhao Jin was right about you. It was I who misunderstood you earlier. I apologize to you here and now. He bowed deeply to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin quickly returned the gesture, saying, Grandpa Zhao, please don't do that. I can't accept it. We need to act quickly now and isolate the infected. Seeing that Zhao Jin was still crying, Xiao Jin comforted her. Don't cry, Zhao Jin. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Once your uncle returns, I'll come in and find a way to treat you. You have to believe me. Hearing Xiao Jin say that he wanted to stay inside the manor, Zhao Jin forgot about her tears and exclaimed in a panic, Brother Xiao Jin, please don't enter the manor. Even the doctors can't cure the plague. If you come in, you will only put yourself in danger. I appreciate your concern, but knowing you care about me is enough. It's worth dying for. Old Master Zhao was greatly relieved to hear that Xiao Jin would try to help. He said, Young Master Xiao, do you have any other instructions? No matter what it is, the Zhao family will execute them without fail. Xiao Jin hesitated slightly before saying, Grandpa Zhao, there's something I don't know how to say. The corpses in the manor are the biggest source of infection. I suppose old Madam's body is still inside, isn't it? A funeral is definitely not an option now, and even if you bury her, it will pollute the water source. For the bodies of plague victims, the best solution was to burn them. This was a very sensitive topic, and Xiao Jin didn't dare bring it up directly. Seeing Xiao Jin's hesitation, old Master Zhao realized he was reluctant to speak plainly. He dismissed Zhao Jin to her courtyard. As Zhao Jin was leaving, she implored, Brother Xiao Jin, I am satisfied just knowing that you are outside. Please don't come into the manor. Otherwise, I'd rather die than let you treat me. After Zhao Jin left, old Master Zhao said, Young Master Xiao, just speak plainly. The Zhao family has already reached this point. Preserving the living is what's important. Xiao Jian nodded and said, rather indirectly, there's only one way to deal with the infected corpses, but I'm afraid that you and the others won't be able to accept it. Xiao Jian stopped there, not saying anything more. Old Master Zhao had been a clan leader for many years. He understood immediately when Xiao Jian stopped speaking. The best method would be to burn the bodies. He said calmly, young Master Xiao, rest assured. I will take care of the destruction of the bodies. We won't trouble you with this. With the support of Old Master Zhao, Xiao Jian felt much more at ease. He explained the plague prevention measures in detail to the old man. Uncle Zhao has already asked people to make the masks for prevention. He's also arranging for people to buy lime. I believe they will be here soon. Old Master Zhao was very surprised by the preventive measures that Xiao Jian suggested. He had never heard of these methods before, but they sounded reasonable. The old man bowed again to Xiao Jian, saying sincerely, I thank you on behalf of the Zhao family for your helping hand. I thank you on behalf of the villagers for stepping forward. I will definitely handle the matters in the manner as you have instructed. This time, Old Master Zhao's bow was even more sincere than the previous one. He did not stand up until he had finished speaking, as if Xiao Jian were the elder. This made Xiao Jian feel very awkward. Xiao Jian quickly returned the bow and said, Grandpa Zhao, please stand up. These are all things I should do. I'm the one who brought Zhao Jins to Qingsha City. How can I leave her in such a situation? I wouldn't be able to face Governor Zhao, and even myself. After saying goodbye to Old Master Zhao, Xiao Jian inspected the defenses around the wall, and then returned to the manor gate. The first batch of lime had already arrived. Along with the lime came several cloth masks and head covers, as well as several jars of high-proof liquor. The masks were very simple, just a rectangular piece of cotton cloth with 4 cloth straps sewn onto the corners, which could be tied around the head or looped behind the ears. When worn, the masks covered most of the face. There were no disinfecting layers in the masks. There was not enough time to make them. Xiao Jian nodded, indicating that he was somewhat satisfied. He told the manor worker who had delivered the goods, tell Uncle Zhao to make the masks according to this pattern. Make as many as you can, and don't stop. There were more than 500 people in the Zhao family manor, and there were likely to be infected people in Qingsha City as well. The demand for masks would be very high, and at the current production rate, they would definitely be in short supply. Alcohol was essential. Xiao Jian opened a jar of liquor, poured a bowl, and took a sip. It felt stronger than any alcohol he had tasted before, but it was not enough to be used as disinfectant, so he would need to distill it to extract the alcohol. To create a distillation device, he would need a blacksmith and a carpenter. Since matters in the Zhao family manor had been arranged, Xiao Jian returned to Qingsha City once again. This time, Xiao Jian not only commissioned wooden distillation devices, but he also found a silversmith to make several sets of simple syringes. The distillation tubes were made by rolling iron sheets, and then the seams were tinned to prevent leaks. The syringe needles were made of silver. The silversmith used steel needles as inner molds and plaster as outer molds, casting hollow silver tubes, which were then polished into fine needles. Back at Zhao family manor, lime was piled everywhere outside the manor. The guards were all wearing masks. When Xiao Jin arrived, Uncle Zhao, wearing a mask, greeted him. Young Master Xiao, all the necessary supplies have been gathered. More than 500 masks have been made. The gloves you requested have also been made. We have made more than 20 so far. Xiao Jian nodded and said, these supplies are not valuable. Don't stop procuring and making them. We will take in all the lime we can get, and expand the production of masks as much as possible. Saying this, he picked up a machete, cut off his long hair, and then put on a head cover and tightened the trouser legs with cloth straps. After completing these preparations, he walked towards the gate without hesitation. Everyone watched him enter the manor with worried expressions. When Heitan saw his master cut off his hair, he also immediately took up a blade and chopped his own hair off, throwing it onto a fire. Xiao Jian walked into the manor. Old Master Zhao was leading people to scatter lime everywhere and burn the mosquitoes. When he saw Xiao Jian, he bowed to him gratefully, young Master Xiao. No matter what happens to the Zhao family, as long as there's one person left, the Zhao family will never forget your great kindness and virtue. Xiao Jian had already grown immune to Old Master Zhao's words of gratitude, so he simply waved his hand and asked, Grandpa Zhao, how is the situation inside the manor now? Old Master Zhao said sadly, after you left, another 5 people died in the manor. The corpses have been taken care of. Jin's condition has worsened, and her maid, Xiao Hong, has also been infected. Chapter 172. Xiao Jin risks his life to seize a dagger. Xiao Hong had been by Zhao Jin's side constantly. Even though Zhao Jin's had contracted the plague, she hadn't left her. It was only a matter of time before she was infected. Xiao Jin felt the urgency of the situation. Most of the infected had already passed the incubation period, and he estimated that even more people would die that evening. Old Master Zhao sighed and said, "Alas, nearly 200 people have been confirmed to be infected. They've been isolated in separate rooms." Xiao Jian surveyed the servants who were working hard. They were all wearing masks, and many had even shaved their heads. "Grandpa Zhao, you have done very well. When you're done with this, burn more bonfires in the manor." Bonfires were good for preventing the plague. They could kill bacteria in the air and drive away nearby mosquitoes. Old Master Zhao's preventive measures were excellent. Xiao Jian had someone take him to Zhao Jin's courtyard so he could start researching how to create penicillin while monitoring her condition. Zhao Jin's courtyard was located on the east side of the inner courtyard. A circular doorway connected it to the front courtyard. On either side of the doorway were the kitchen, other living areas, and guest rooms. The center of the courtyard was a garden. Clear water poured continuously from a fountain on an artificial hill. Below the hill was a winding path with a lotus pond and a small bridge over a stream, all very elegant and refined. At the back of the garden was a two-story wooden pavilion where Zhao Jin's and her maid, Xiao Hong, lived. The entire courtyard was only used by Zhao Jin's and Xiao Hong. Normally, outsiders were not allowed to enter, but in the current special circumstances, they couldn't follow those rules anymore. After entering the courtyard, Xiao Jin went to the kitchen on the right side of the circular doorway and started setting up the distillation equipment. He poured the liquor that Uncle Zhao had sent into the distiller, attached a long iron tube at the top of the distilling pot, and placed a ceramic jar at the end of the tube. A simple alcohol distiller was now installed. Pure distilled water was essential. It was needed in many places. Xiao Jian also installed a separate distiller specifically for making distilled water. When everything was ready, he asked a servant named Zhao Si to tend to the fire. He then went up to the pavilion. The doors and windows of the room where Zhao Jin's was staying had been boarded up by Old Master Zhao. The room next to hers was empty. Xiao Jian entered the empty room. He could hear Zhao Jin's coughing occasionally. Xiao Jian put down the gloves, syringes, and other equipment, and said to the room next door, "Zhao Jin's, are you okay? I am staying in the room next door. If anything happens, call me immediately." Zhao Jin's was shocked and excited to hear Xiao Jian's voice. Of course, she hoped that at the end of her life, the person she loved would be by her side. However, she couldn't be selfish. If Xiao Jian stayed inside the manor, it was only a matter of time before he was infected. If he was infected, he would die with her. What would happen to the tens of thousands of people at Xianrenping? What would happen to the hundreds of children in Jinjiang City? What would happen to the Jinjiang Institute of Technology? The more Zhao Jin thought about it, the more terrified she became. She couldn't help but cry out, "Brother Xiao Jian, why did you come in? Please, stop caring about me and leave quickly. What we have is the plague. There's no cure for it. I won't let you treat me. You have to go out now." Zhao Jin's emotions were agitated, and her voice was hoarse. The last two sentences were almost screamed out in desperation. Then, Xiao Hong also began to cry. Xiao Jin's heart was being torn apart. Tears were streaming down his face. In fact, he knew that giving Zhao Jin's treatment was just for the sake of doing his best and not having any regrets. And to develop usable penicillin in such a short amount of time was an impossible feat. However, he couldn't let Zhao Jin sense his despair. He could only say with tears in his eyes, yet still trying to appear calm, "Zhao Jin, don't give up. I believe that as long as we work hard together, we will create a miracle." Zhao Jin couldn't hear anything that Xiao Jian was saying. She continued to cry, but no longer in the earlier agitated way. Her voice became calmer. "Brother Xiao Jian, I'm sorry. Meeting you was the luckiest thing in my life. If there is an afterlife, I hope to meet you again, and I want you to carry me on your back again. We would be together every day, never separating." Then, Xiao Hong screamed, "Miss, don't. Miss, I'm begging you. Don't do it. Young Master Xiao, my lady wants to kill herself. Please save her." Xiao Jian was almost driven crazy by Xiao Hong's screams. He shouted loudly, "Zhao Jin's, don't do anything foolish." He ran to the door of Zhao Jin's room and kicked it open. He saw Zhao Jin's holding a sharp dagger to her neck. Xiao Hong was holding Zhao Jin's arm tightly, but the dagger had already pierced her neck more than half an inch. Fresh blood stained her clothes red. Xiao Jian crossed the distance to Zhao Jin's in 2 steps and grabbed the blade of the dagger, pulling it out of her neck. Zhao Jin's had no time to react to Xiao Jian's sudden movements. When she saw Xiao Jian covered in blood, she cried out in panic, "Brother Xiao, you? How did you come in?" Xiao Hong, quickly help him wash off the blood." She grabbed Xiao Jian's hand that was pressed against her neck and saw that his palm had been pierced by the dagger. His palm was covered in blood, and her face turned pale. Xiao Hong finally reacted and ran out in a panic. In her haste, her clothes got caught on a chair. The top part of her dress was ripped and her fair skin was exposed at her waist. Xiao Jian waved at Xiao Hong and said, "Xiao Hong, go change your clothes. There is no need to fetch water. It's useless." His own palm had been pierced by the dagger, and Xiao Jian's blood had also contaminated the wound. If he didn't get infected after all this, then it wouldn't be the dreaded plague. Since his own infection was now a foregone conclusion, he picked up Xiao Jian's and placed her in his lap. He carefully examined the wound on her neck. Fortunately, the tip of the dagger was sharp and hadn't hit an artery. Seeing that Xiao Jian's was speaking and moving normally, she shouldn't have suffered too much damage. Xiao Jian's had also calmed down. Since things had reached an irreversible point, she had instead become calm. She reached out and carefully wiped the tears from Xiao Jian's face and said in a soft voice, "I'm the one who harmed you. It's because of me that you are trapped. If I hadn't gone to Beishan New Village, you wouldn't have come to Qingsha City. My heart hurts so much, and I regret it so much. What do I do now?" After saying that, she plunged into Xiao Jian's arms, holding him tightly, her tear-soaked face pressed against his. Xiao Jian stroked her hair and comforted her. "Jinx, we still have a chance. I know of a drug that can cure the plague. Let's see if we can make it before we fall." Xiao Jian raised her head and looked at Xiao Jian, excitedly asking, "Brother Xiao, is that true? Or are you just trying to comfort me?" Xiao Jian nodded firmly and said, "This medicine is called penicillin. It's the nemesis of the plague. Making penicillin will be a bit difficult, but it's not completely impossible." Only then did Xiao Jian remember that the alcohol should have been distilled. The three of them walked downstairs together. Xiao Jian shouted from a distance, "Zhao Si, come out first. How is it inside?" Zhao Si had been guarding the still, not daring to move. He was only relieved when he heard Xiao Jian call him. When he saw Xiao Jian and Xiao Hong, he panicked, standing at the door without daring to move. Chapter 173, Giving Xiao Jian a blood transfusion. Xiao Jian said, "You stay there and talk to me. Don't come over here." Zhao Si came back to his senses and said, "Young Master Xiao, I changed the liquor in the still twice. The ceramic jars are already full. The fourth is almost full." Xiao Jian waved his hand and said, "You can leave. Tell Grandpa Zhao to leave any supplies at the gate. Don't say anything else. You should stay at the gate and not let anyone come in." He could not let the guards know that he had been infected. He was worried that the outside would lose control if they knew about his infection. Xiao Jian, Zhao Jian, and Xiao Hong went to the kitchen. Xiao Jian opened one of the ceramic jars full of alcohol. The scent of liquor immediately spread throughout the room. Zhao Jian asked curiously, "Brother Xiao, what kind of liquor is this? Why does it smell so good? I've never seen a liquor that smells this fragrant. Is this for making penicillin?" Xiao Jian explained, "This is called alcohol. It's for disinfecting equipment." To make penicillin, he had to prepare all the necessary materials first. Xiao Jian went to the study, and Zhao Jian helped him grind the ink. The main substance of penicillin comes from penicillium. The mold that grows on food is often penicillium. Cultivating penicillium is not difficult. What is difficult is how to extract penicillin from penicillium. Xiao Jian thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good method of extraction, so he decided to focus on growing the penicillium first. He took out paper and ink, and first listed out the materials he needed. For the penicillium culture medium, he would use soy milk, rice water, kudzu root soup, and citrus. He could find these items in Zhao family manner. For the penicillium strain, he just needed moldy food. For the culture vessel, he would use ceramic bowls. The extraction container had to be transparent, so he could observe the situation inside. Glass cups or bowls would do. He gave the list of materials to Zhao Si and instructed him, "Zhao Si, tell Grandpa Zhao to gather these materials as soon as possible, no matter the cost." Among these materials, glassware was expensive, and even the average wealthy family might not have it. It was unlikely to be available for purchase. After giving instructions to Zhao Si, Xiao Jian wandered around the courtyard looking for a suitable culture room. On both sides of the courtyard were several luxurious guest rooms, all of which were equipped with heated kangs. The firebox of the Kong was located outside the room. Xiao Jian had these rooms burned with fire and then sterilized with lime, then had people start the fires under the kangs. The weather was cold, and the natural growth of penicillium wasn't suitable, but the heated Kong could warm up the room and didn't produce smoke. It would be the best culture room. Outside the courtyard, Old Master Zhao directed hundreds of people inside and outside the manor, working day and night to follow Xiao Jian's plan. It wasn't long after the list was sent that moldy food was delivered. The top of the food mold was covered in small blue-green granules. These green granules were the penicillium spores. Soy milk, rice water, kudzu root soup, and citrus were also sent. Xiao Jian filtered them with layers of cotton cloth, put them in ceramic bowls, sprinkled the spores, and put them on the shelves of the warm room. Looking at the full room of culture bowls, the first step was complete. The penicillium needed time to grow, and now there was nothing to do but wait. Xiao Jian didn't idle. He made some alkaline powder from wood ash. After days of tense work, Xiao Jian had barely closed his eyes. Before it got dark, he collapsed, fully clothed, on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xiao Jian was still in his sleep when he was awakened by Xiao Hong's screams. Miss, what's wrong? Young Master Xiao, come quickly. Miss has fainted." Xiao Jian didn't even have time to put on his shoes. He ran barefoot into Zhao Jin's room. He saw Zhao Jin lying quietly on the bed, her lips purple, and a trickle of black blood running from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Jin picked up Zhao Jin's. Her whole body was burning hot, her breathing was rapid, and even her breath was burning. Xiao Hong was weeping uncontrollably at the side, and Xiao Jin also felt lost and helpless. Penicillin was still nothing but a pipe dream, and Zhao Jin's couldn't hold on any longer. If he didn't help her quickly, she would die in a few hours. Xiao Jin stroked her neck wound. The wound had already begun to heal after being washed with alcohol, but now it was red and swollen again. He hated himself for rushing her to Qingsha City. If he had stayed in Beishan New Village for a few more days, she wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Xiao Jin even felt a bit of resentment for old Madame Zhao. It was okay if she went back to her mother's family to die, but she dragged everyone else to their deaths as well. She was a cursed star. Xiao Hong, who was standing to the side, saw that Xiao Jin was only holding Zhao Jin's quietly. Suddenly, she knelt in front of Xiao Jin, crying and saying, "Young Master Xiao, please save my lady. You've always been the smartest and most capable. Nothing has ever been too difficult for you. You must have a way." Xiao Hong's words woke Xiao Jin up. This was not the time to blame everyone. Zhao Jin's breathing was getting weaker, so he had to think of a way to save her. Xiao Jin wiped the tears from his eyes. Suddenly, he discovered that the wound on his palm was beginning to heal. Xiao Hong, after Zhao Jin was infected, what was her first reaction? "Why haven't I felt anything in the past few days?" Xiao Hong didn't understand what Xiao Jin meant, but still recalled. "My lady was infected on the day she saw Old Madam. Old Madam touched my lady's hair, and when my lady returned, she began to cough on the second day." According to Xiao Hong, Zhao Jin showed symptoms of infection the day after she came into contact with Old Madam. However, his wounds had been contaminated with Zhao Jin's blood, and they had been meeting every day and had been in physical contact many times, yet he showed no signs of being infected. Did his body have plague antibodies? Since his soul had merged with this body, his physique had undergone considerable changes. It was also possible that his resistance had become stronger. But how could he transfer the antibodies in his body to Zhao Jin's? Blood transfusion. Xiao Jin suddenly thought of an idea. He could give his blood to Zhao Jin's, so that his antibodies would enter her body. This would surely work. Xiao Jin found a dagger, pierced Zhao Jin's finger, dripped some of her blood into a ceramic bowl, and then poked a small hole in his fingertip and mixed his blood with Zhao Jin's. The two blood samples quickly merged without any agglutination. This was a rough way of checking blood types. Whether there were any other issues was up to fate. To give her a transfusion, he first needed to drain some of her own blood. Time was of the essence. Xiao Jian pierced the 5 fingers of Zhao Jin's and told Xiao Hong to hold her arm and keep it hanging down so that the blood could flow out from the wounds. He then went to the room, took the needles and tubes he had made from chicken intestines. He inserted one end of the tube into Zhao Jin's blood vessel and the other into his own, giving a direct blood transfusion to Zhao Jin's. Because the pressure difference was too small, the blood flow was too slow. To speed up the transfusion, Xiao Jin stood on the desk. An hour later, Zhao Jin's complexion began to turn red, and her breathing became more stable. However, Xiao Jin's face had turned frighteningly pale. He lost his balance, fell off the desk, and fainted instantly. When Xiao Jin woke up, he found himself lying in Zhao Jin's bed, covered by a quilt that carried a faint, sweet fragrance. Chapter 174. Prefect Zhao forces a marriage. His clothes had been changed. By the bedside, Zhao Jin's was looking at him with tender affection. Next to her stood a middle-aged man whose deep gaze made one feel intimidated. It was Zhao Jin's father, Prefect Zhao. How had he returned? Xiao Jian struggled to get up and greet him. Lying on his daughter's bed in front of Prefect Zhao made Xiao Jian feel incredibly awkward. But as soon as he sat up, his head began to spin. Zhao Jian quickly supported him and gently laid him back down, not caring that her father was standing right there. Prefect Zhao didn't stop Zhao Jian. He just shook his head and said, "You are still very weak, so don't get up. Thanks to your help, no new infections have occurred in Zhao family village, and Jin's has also recovered. The Zhao family is grateful to you." Prefect Zhao's tone was heavy, and his face was somewhat somber. If the epidemic in Zhao family village had been controlled and Zhao Jin's had recovered, shouldn't he be feeling relieved? Seeing Xiao Jian staring blankly at her father, Zhao Jin's helped smooth his disheveled short hair and said, "These past few days while you were unconscious, a large number of infections broke out in Qingsha City. Many people are dying every day." He had actually been unconscious for several days? No wonder Prefect Zhao had come all the way to Qingsha City. Xiao Jian struggled to sit up again and said in alarm, "Where is the Qingsha City Administration Commissioner? I warned them as soon as I discovered the plague. Didn't they take any measures?" These were still the high incidence days of infection in Qingsha City, definitely not the peak of deaths. The number of deaths would only continue to increase later. If it wasn't brought under control, Qingsha City would be finished. Prefect Zhao sighed, looking worried. Alas, Commissioner Yang ran away with his family a long time ago. No one is in charge of Qingsha City now. I fear this plague will not only affect Qingsha City, but our Jinjiang City as well. Hearing that even Jinjiang City was at risk, Xiao Jian said urgently, "Prefect Zhao, please notify Jinjiang Academy and have the teachers and students evacuate to the rocky beach." Prefect Zhao said, "You don't need to worry about that. Before I came to Qingsha City, your vice principal was already handling it. Your guards have also been sent to Xianren Plain." Xiao Jian was relieved to hear that. At least his own base was secure. The situation in Qingsha City was beyond what a commoner like him could handle. He had done what he could and had a clear conscience. Prefect Zhao hesitated for a moment and then said to Zhao Jins, "Jins, go outside for a bit. I want to have a few words with young Master Xiao." Zhao Jin stood up and said tenderly to Xiao Jian, "Take care of yourself and rest. We can talk about other things after you recover." Prefect Zhao watched Zhao Jin leave the room before saying to Xiao Jian, "Young Master Xiao, my Zhao family has no objections to the matter between you and Zhao Jin's. But shouldn't you give us a definite answer?" Xiao Jian looked at Prefect Zhao in confusion and asked, "Lord Prefect, what do you mean? What answer?" Prefect Zhao's eyes widened, and he said angrily, "Xiao Jian, what are you implying? You and Jin's are already at this stage. What else do you want? Do you mean you never considered marrying her?" It dawned on Xiao Jian. He had always seen Zhao Jin's as his younger sister and hadn't really thought about it in that way. Maybe it was because she was too young. He didn't have those romantic feelings for Zhao Jin's. But if he were to reject Zhao Jin's, Xiao Jian feared hurting her. He could only say tactfully, "Lord Prefect, isn't Zhao Jin's only 13? Hearing Xiao Jian's implication of avoidance, Prefect Zhao became even more enraged. 13 is still young? Many have become parents. At 13. Besides, this is just an engagement. Not that you have to marry her now. Xiao Jian, let me tell you, don't be ungrateful." Xiao Jian didn't expect Prefect Zhao to get angry. But thinking about it, he felt he was being a bit hypocritical. Zhao Jin's was gentle and beautiful, and she had almost killed herself for him. What else could he say? But he also had Shuya. If he agreed to this marriage without consulting her, what would he do when Shuya came looking for trouble? Humph. Seeing that Xiao Jian was still not committing, Prefect Zhao snorted, scaring Xiao Jian into stuttering. He couldn't worry about it anymore. If he didn't give Prefect Zhao an answer today, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. He could explain to Shuya later. He was allowed to have 3 wives anyway. He hurriedly apologized, "Uncle Zhao, you misunderstood. It is just that I am ignorant of worldly affairs. After I go back, I will immediately discuss it with Steward Zhang and come to the Zhao family to propose marriage." Prefect Zhao's expression softened a bit. He nodded and said, "The plague in Zhao family village has been brought under control. What are your plans next?" Xiao Jian thought for a moment. The plague in Zhao family village was only under control. Those who were infected would not recover. Without penicillin, they would all die. He said, "Qingsha City has been infected. The surrounding areas are probably not safe either. If they are left to their own devices, I don't know how many people will die." Medicines to treat the plague are being developed. Only by manufacturing the medicines can we save them and save Qingsha City. Prefect Zhao stared at Xiao Jian, his face full of shock. Can you really develop an effective medicine? How effective is this medicine against the plague? He knew Xiao Jian was developing medicine, but he didn't know the specifics. He thought he was just messing around. Xiao Jian had no doubt about the effectiveness of penicillin. He said confidently, as long as the medicine is developed, not only can it cure the plague, but it can also cure infections from wounds, fever, and some forms of typhoid. Prefect Zhao's eyes widened with excitement. Isn't that a miraculous medicine? In war, soldiers rarely die from direct blows. Most die from their wounds becoming infected. If we have this miraculous medicine, the mortality rate of soldiers will definitely decrease drastically. Xiao Jian nodded affirmatively. Under normal circumstances, if there is only physical injury without internal damage, they can be cured. Prefect Zhao's face actually broke into a smile. He clapped his hands and rubbed them together a few times before pacing around the room. He finally stood still and said excitedly, "Good, fantastic. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just research this miraculous medicine with Jints. Whatever manpower or materials you need, just ask and I will support you fully." Xiao Jian looked at Prefect Zhao in amazement. It was unbelievable that he could smile. Seeing his usually ice-cold, stern face suddenly break into a smile felt extremely incongruous. As soon as Prefect Zhao left, Zhao Jins came in with a bowl of porridge, her face flushed and her eyes darting around. She must have been hiding in the next room and heard their conversation. Xiao Jin's body had mostly recovered. He was just very hungry. After drinking the porridge, he immediately felt revitalized. The news of Xiao Jin's awakening quickly spread, putting everyone at ease, especially the guard camp, who were much more energetic on patrol and guard duty after hearing the news. Chapter 175. She doesn't mind me seeing her naked. Xiao Jin's selfless act of entering Zhao family village to research the miracle cure, disregarding his own safety, had also spread throughout Qingsha City. In the penicillin cultivation room, all the penicillin cultures were thriving. In a few days, the penicillin would be ready. Looking at the vigorously growing cultures, he felt much better. It was only then that he noticed he was exuding a bad odor. There were 2 bathhouses in the courtyard. One was for the maids, which had long been abandoned due to lack of use, and the other was Zhao Jin's private one. Zhao Jin's private bathhouse had a heating system. Little Hong had specially placed a wooden tub there for Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian usually took his baths here. There were water heating facilities in the bathhouse. Usually, Little Hong would help heat the water, but Xiao Jian hadn't seen her since he woke up that morning. The bathhouse was right next to the cultivation room's warm greenhouse. Outside, it was freezing, but the bathhouse was as warm as spring. Xiao Jian quickly closed the door when he entered. But as soon as he turned around, he noticed that the room was filled with mist. In the hazy atmosphere, Zhao Jins was sitting naked in the tub, staring at him blankly, her snow-white skin completely exposed before his eyes. Although only 13 years old, Zhao Jin's body was very well developed. Xiao Jin was stunned. His mind went blank, and he stood there, unsure of what to do. When Zhao Jin saw Xiao Jin's fiery gaze, she suddenly reacted and hugged her bare arms across her chest, lowering her head, not daring to look at him again. Xiao Jin finally snapped out of it and said awkwardly, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. I'll go to the room and get my clothes." He turned to leave, but Zhao Jin quickly said softly, "Brother, don't go. It's so cold outside. I'm going to be your woman. I don't mind you seeing my body." As she said that, she lowered the hands covering her chest, revealing her too. "Brother, Jeaner is your woman. If you want to look, then Jeaner will let you look every day." Zhao Jin's face was completely flushed. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. If Xiao Jin's hearing wasn't so good, he wouldn't have been able to hear what she said. Seeing Xiao Jin still staring at her body, Zhao Jin boldly stood up and walked over to him, hugging him gently while naked. What Xiao Jin didn't know was that at this moment, Zhao Jin was already in tears. Zhao Jin's boldness today stemmed from a strange dream. The dream was very real, as if it had actually happened. What was even stranger was that she had the same dream for several days in a row. In the dream, she fell in love with a middle-aged man. What she couldn't accept the most was that when he was intimate with her, she would actually meet him halfway. Every time she woke up from the dream, she had to wash herself thoroughly. She even felt like she was no longer clean. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She loved Xiao Jin so deeply, so why did she have to be with this middle-aged uncle? and everything in the dream seemed like a memory from the depths of her mind. Zhao Jin's had already died once. She was truly afraid of having another accident. She hoped that Xiao Jin would take her today. But Xiao Jin was like a puppet, everything happening so suddenly. He couldn't believe Zhao Jin would be so bold. Zhao Jin couldn't help herself now. She had always loved Xiao Jin, and he had risked his life to save her. Her heart had long since fallen for him. The plague had made her deeply feel the fragility of life and the impermanence of things. She was not afraid to die, but she was afraid of having regrets. Xiao Jin swallowed and backed away 2 steps, forcibly removing his gaze from her. Zhao Jin, you are still too young. In 2 years, I will marry you. You have to grow up happily. He still couldn't accept the feelings of a girl who was only 13 years old, but he didn't want to hurt her pure heart. If she still felt the same way about him after she grew up, he would not hesitate to accept her and love her. Agreeing to her father's marriage proposal was his limit. He didn't want to discuss marriage with her when she was still so young and naive. It would be unfair to Zhao Jin. Watching Xiao Jin leave, Zhao Jin said to herself, "No matter how old I am, I will always be your woman. Even if it's at the ends of the earth, or when the seas run dry, my heart will not change." But fate was unpredictable. Many years later, when she recalled her vows, everything would already be different. Both Xiao Jin and Zhao Jin had recovered, but the condition of the maid, Little Hong, was getting worse. After Zhao Jin's father, Prefect Zhao, returned, he sent Little Hong to the isolation area. He was afraid that the plague from Little Hong would infect Xiao Jin and Zhao Jin again. The penicillin cultures were basically mature and ready for extraction. After Zhao Jin's father, Prefect Zhao, returned, he sent a large amount of supplies. He had scavenged all the transparent containers from Qingsha City. There were all kinds of items made of glass, such as teacups, wine glasses, bowls, and wine pots. He must have searched every corner of Qingsha City. Xiao Jin instructed Zhao Jin to check all the containers. The transparency of the glass containers was not good enough, and in the end, they found some items made of crystal. Crystal had much greater transparency than glass. It could be used as a refining container to clearly see what was inside. When Xiao Jin experimented with penicillin, Zhao Jin was always by his side as an assistant. Now there were only the 2 of them in the courtyard, and many experiments Xiao Jin couldn't do alone. He went to the cultivation room, picked out the cultivation dishes with the most thriving cultures. The tops of the cultures were full of spores. Xiao Jin scraped them all off to be used as spores for recultivating the penicillin. Penicillin was a metabolic byproduct of penicillin cultures. During the growth process, penicillin cultures would produce a substance that goes into the culture fluid. This substance would kill other microorganisms except itself, thereby achieving the goal of exclusive use of resources. This special substance was penicillin. What Xiao Jin needed to do now was extract this special substance from the culture fluid. First, he poured out the culture fluid from the culture dish, filtered out the residue with sterilized cotton cloth, and poured it into the crystal cup, obtaining a relatively pure culture fluid. Penicillin was colorless and completely dissolved in the culture fluid, but the culture fluid contained many other harmful substances. The tests currently underway were aimed at removing the impurities from the culture fluid, step by step, and obtaining pure penicillin extract. The water-insoluble substances in the culture fluid could be removed with oil. Xiao Jin asked Zhao Jin to bring tea oil from the kitchen and poured it into the culture fluid, stirring it. After some time, the culture fluid in the transparent cup separated into 4 layers. Zhao Jin looked at the liquid in the crystal cup and asked curiously, "Brother Xiao, is this what you call penicillin?" Xiao Jin smiled and pointed to the crystal cup. "Yes, look at the 3rd layer of liquid. Is there anything different?" Zhao Jin was now full of admiration for Xiao Jin. "Oh, this layer is really different. It is as clear and transparent as water. Is this penicillin?" Xiao Jin shook his head. "This is just the raw penicillin extract, and it still contains a lot of harmful substances." With that, he took out a simple bamboo syringe and drew out the clear and transparent raw penicillin extract from the crystal cup and placed it in another crystal cup. Zhao Jin picked up the crystal cup containing the raw extract and held it up to the sunlight, saying, "Brother Xiao, I think this raw extract is already very clean." Xiao Jin pinched her delicate nose and said, "It looks clean, but in fact, there are still a lot of other substances in it. Some substances are harmful to the body and can't be used yet." Zhao Jin grabbed Xiao Jin's mischievous hand and held it to her chest, asking in confusion, "What should we do then? It's so clear already, and we can't filter it out, right?" Feeling the softness of her chest against his arm, Xiao Jin quickly pulled it back. "Well, filtering alone certainly won't work. The next tests are the key to making penicillin. Seeing that he pulled his arm away, Zhao Jin pouted in dissatisfaction and sulked, "Humph, I'm not going to talk to you." Raw penicillin extract contained many substances. To separate the different substances, the simplest way was by using chromatography. Chromatography separates the different substances by utilizing the differences in their absorption. Penicillin is a byproduct of penicillin cultures, and its absorption is very different from other substances. To use chromatography, an absorbent medium was required as the absorbent. Under current conditions, activated carbon was the simplest to use. Activated carbon was charcoal. After crushing the charcoal into powder, it was washed and disinfected with distilled water and alcohol. It was dried and poured into the raw penicillin extract, allowing the carbon powder to absorb the raw extract. Penicillin is a weak acid and is not soluble in acidic water. Using acid water made from vinegar and distilled water to rinse the carbon powder could remove alkaline substances from the carbon powder. Chapter 176. The Purification of Penicillin. Penicillin would not be washed out as it was still absorbed in the carbon powder. Of course, there were many other impurities in it as well. The basic principle of chromatography was that all substances in the raw extract must travel the same distance through the absorbent layer. In other words, the raw penicillin extract must be poured from the top of the absorbent and then travel through the entire absorbent layer to the bottom to achieve the separation effect. The container used for chromatography was made from a thin and long bamboo tube. The bottom of the tube was first filled with some quartz sand and cotton to slow down the flow of liquid in the tube. Finally, the activated carbon was filled in the bamboo tube, and a chromatography column was completed. The raw extract was poured into the top of the column. Due to gravity, the raw extract flowed down from the top of the activated carbon. The flow process of the raw extract was a slow process of constantly dissolving out of the carbon powder and then being absorbed by the carbon powder. Substances with stronger absorption would flow through the carbon powder slower than those with weaker absorption. Thus, different substances would take different times to flow out of the column. Chromatography was a very slow process, but it was not dangerous. After taking care of these matters, Xiao Jin left them under the care of Zhao Jin's. While experimenting with the penicillin extraction, Xiao Jin also kept an eye on the plague situation outside. According to news from Prefect Zhao, large-scale deaths had begun to occur in Qingsha City. Although no new infections had occurred in Zhao family village, more than 80 of those previously infected had died. Zhao Jin's maid, Little Hong, had also started coughing up blood. Zhao Jin looked at Xiao Jian with red eyes, wanting him to give Little Hong a blood transfusion, but she was also afraid of hurting him again. Little Hong was infected with the plague because of Zhao Jin's. Xiao Jian would not stand by and do nothing. He went to Little Hong's isolation room, using the blood drop method again to check if the two blood types could mix. Unfortunately, when the two drops of blood met, a blood coagulation reaction occurred quickly. The conclusion was that Xiao Jian could not give Little Hong a blood transfusion. Now, the only thing that could save Little Hong was penicillin. Penicillin was transparent and colorless. It was impossible to distinguish by the naked eye which of the dozens of collection tubes contained the highest concentration of the separated solution. The most practical method currently was to cultivate a fungus to test the lethality of the separated solutions, and thus to determine the penicillin content of the separated solution. Little Hong's condition was extremely urgent. Xiao Jian decided to directly culture the plague bacteria. The plague bacteria grew quickly, and there was no shortage of cultures. The test results were also very straightforward. After cooking and disinfecting a slice of pork and contaminating it with the blood of an infected person, it was made into a plague bacteria culture dish and placed in the cultivation room to grow. Culturing plague bacteria was a very dangerous task. At best, he would infect himself. At worst, if the plague bacteria got out of control, it would lead to another disaster. After completing these things, the chromatography process was also completed, yielding a total of 30 collection tubes of separated solution. The separated solutions in these collection tubes were from different times of the column elution. It was not yet clear which tube had the highest penicillin content. To test the penicillin content of the separated solutions, Xiao Jian dropped the separated solutions into several plague bacteria culture dishes and continued to culture them in the cultivation room. The next morning, red bacteria colonies began to appear in the culture dishes. In those culture dishes, there were 2 porcelain dishes that only had a small number of bacteria colonies around the edges. The places where the separated solutions were dropped were completely clear. Xiao Jian found the collection tubes corresponding to those 2 porcelain dishes. This was the solution with the highest penicillin content after chromatography. He took a syringe and, together with Zhao Jin's, rushed to Little Hong's room. If they didn't inject Little Hong soon, she absolutely would not survive today. But, unexpectedly, Little Hong was allergic to penicillin. Xiao Jian shook his head and sighed. He really had no other choice. He turned to Prefect Zhao and said, only 5% of people are allergic to penicillin, but Little Hong is one of them. If we force the injection, the consequences are unpredictable. To save Little Hong, Xiao Jian had even risked culturing plague bacteria. To find out that she was allergic to penicillin in the end was really disheartening. Prefect Zhao said, if we don't inject, she will die. If we inject, there's a chance. What are you still hesitating for? Since Prefect Zhao had spoken, Xiao Jian no longer hesitated. He immediately injected a tube of penicillin solution into Little Hong's vein. Not even half an hour after the penicillin injection, Little Hong's allergic reaction occurred. Red spots gradually appeared on her body, and her face was pale with a lot of sweat. Xiao Jian said helplessly, whether she can make it through will depend on herself. Xiao Jian didn't know how to handle a penicillin allergy. Even if he did know, he didn't have the right medicine. Xiao Jian had one more tube of penicillin solution left. Prefect Zhao chose an unconscious infected person and let Xiao Jian inject the penicillin into him. This infected person did not have an allergic reaction. Within an hour, his breathing began to stabilize, and his fever gradually subsided. Not long after, he woke up. Little Hong's condition also improved. Her fever had subsided, the allergic reaction was slowly disappearing, but she still showed no signs of waking up. After seeing the effects of penicillin, Prefect Zhao was overjoyed and instructed Xiao Jian to manufacture penicillin in large quantities immediately. Xiao Jian said with a bitter face, Uncle Zhao, penicillin is still in the experimental stage. Many processes and equipment need to be optimized. We can only produce it on a small scale at the moment. Furthermore, the plague bacteria used for testing penicillin are very dangerous. If the technology for culturing this bacteria is leaked, the damage would be immense. It could even lead to the extinction of a whole race. The reason Xiao Jian said this was because he was afraid that people with malicious intent would culture the bacteria to harm others. At that point, even if they had penicillin, it would be too late to save anyone. Prefect Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding solemnly, you're right. It's not good for this technology to fall into anyone's hands, not even the government. If someone is ruthless and uses it in warfare, it will be a disaster for both sides. I would rather see a dynasty change than see such a disaster occur. Xiao Jian was gratified to hear Prefect Zhao's understanding of the matter. Uncle Zhao, we can't be too careful about keeping the bacteria cultivation technology secret. Prefect Zhao's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Only you and Jinx know this technology. I will tell Jinx that even if it means death, she is not allowed to reveal it to anyone. Xiao Jian continued, regarding the equipment, although the crystal cups can be used, the efficiency and purity are still not good enough. These containers are not well sealed and are easily contaminated. The glass in Beishan New Village should be ready by now. Only glass containers are the best for making penicillin. Prefect Zhao looked at Xiao Jian in shock and asked, the glass you're talking about, is it the kind of transparent material that's even brighter than glass? I have seen the glass you're talking about before, but it is very expensive. Beishan New Village can actually manufacture this? Xiao Jian smiled and said, making glass is not complicated, and the cost is extremely low. We could have made glass a long time ago, but we didn't implement it. No matter how pretty glass is, you can't eat it. Prefect Zhao looked at Xiao Jian like he was a monster and said, Xiao Jian, you have so many secrets. Is there anything else I don't know? Xiao Jian laughed heartily and said, these are all technologies evolved from science. Jinjiang Academy teaches this knowledge. Chapter 177. Penicillin production begins. With the penicillin research completed, Xiao Jian was in a good mood, so he chatted with Prefect Zhao, letting their conversation wander without any specific topic. Just as Prefect Zhao wanted to delve deeper into the discussion with Xiao Jian, a guard responsible for external communications reported that someone wanted to see the Lord Prefect and Xiao Jian. Prefect Zhao and Xiao Jian went together to the front gate. Black Coal reported, Young Master, Fu Gui's direct unit has returned to the peninsula camp, and Zhang Erlang has also arrived with the construction team. And one of your friends wants to see both the Lord Prefect and Young Master. People coming from Qingsha City were not allowed to approach the front gate of Zhao family village. When there were matters to be discussed, they were relayed through the guard camp. Considering the time, it was about right for Fu Gui's direct unit to be back. They had been traveling by ox cart. The roads in Qingsha City were in good condition, and the speed of the ox cart was much faster than going to Jinjiang City. On the way back, without the ox carts to slow them down, they could travel even faster, riding their warhorses at full speed. Zhang Erlang's construction team didn't have many master craftsmen. These people wouldn't be able to ride horses, so they must have come by horse-drawn carriage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been here so quickly. Xiao Jian wasn't surprised by the arrival of Fu Guo and the construction team. However, Black Cole said there was another friend who wanted to see him. For a moment, Xiao Jian couldn't think of who this friend could be. Because of the guard camp acting as a quarantine zone, people within the village were not allowed to meet people from outside. Prefect Zhao hesitated for a long while before saying to Black Cole, "Clear a path, sprinkle lime, and then let them come over." Prefect Zhao was already very familiar with disease prevention. He was not only afraid that the newcomers might be infected with the plague, but he was also worried that they would infect the guard camp. Soon, a young man walked up to the gate. Xiao Jian looked at him in disbelief and said, "Brother Hong, why have you come to Qingsha City at this time? Don't you know there's a plague outbreak here?" The person who came was Li Changhong, the first vice principal and head of logistics of Jinjiang Technology Academy. Just as Prefect Zhao was about to speak, Li Changhong shook his head and said with a wry smile, "At the very least, I am also an official, right? You are just a commoner, and yet you are disregarding your safety to rescue the dying. Shouldn't I also be here?" Brother Xiao Jian single-handedly turned the tide at Xianren Plain, defeating over 20,000 bandits. And in Qingsha City, you are fearless in the face of danger, disregarding your own life to save others. I've already heard about all of this. Whether it's your actions or your character, Brother Xiao Jian commands respect. If the officials here had half of your virtue and ability, Qingsha City wouldn't be in such a mess. After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian immediately dodged, saying, "Brother Hong, what are you doing? We're brothers, no need for that. Besides, I didn't play a big role here. The plague has still spread." Xiao Jian and Li Changhong were friends of the same generation. They could simply make a hand salute to each other. There was no need to bow respectfully to the other. Li Changhong said earnestly, "The plague in Qingsha City isn't necessarily from Zhao family village. At least, since Brother Xiao Jian took over Zhao family village. The transmission routes in Zhao family village have been completely cut off. Zhao family village was also saved because of you. No one can deny your courage." Xiao Jian really couldn't stand Li Changhong's way of speaking. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Brother Hong, stop flattering me. Let's talk about serious matters. What's the situation in Qingsha City now? Can the government still control things?" The plague was no joke. Qingsha City was completely chaotic. A large number of bodies were unattended. The infected had already dispersed, and the surrounding areas had been infected as well. These consequences were all caused by the inaction of the Qingsha City Administration Commissioner. Li Changhong glanced at Prefect Zhao and said, "I came to Qingsha City with 2 appointments. Prefect Zhao will take over as the Qingsha City Administration Commissioner to preside over the epidemic prevention here." Then, he turned to Xiao Jian and said, "There's also a result for the matter I promised to Brother Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian is appointed as the Jinjiang Regional Militia Commander, responsible for the militia in Huzhou, Shangzhou, and Jinjiang. The Administration Commissioner, commonly known as the Provincial Governor, was responsible for all administrative matters within the province, including finance and grain. If the imperial court did not send a governor, he was the highest-ranking administrative official in the province. Xiao Jian's Jinjiang Regional Militia Commander title was only effective within Jinjiang. The other areas were in the hands of bandits. It was estimated that the government was just trying to look good by designating him as the militia commander of 3 regions. However, it was still a large area of responsibility. Xiao Jian cupped his hands in a salute to Li Changhong and said, "Thank you for your help, Brother Hong." Then, he said to Provincial Governor Zhao, "Congratulations on your promotion, Uncle Zhao." After reading the appointments, Li Changhong asked Xiao Jian, "Brother Xiao Jian, I heard that you were researching medicine to treat the plague. How is that going?" Xiao Jian said, "Fortunately, I did not fail in my mission. The medicine has been successfully developed, but it cannot be produced on a large scale yet. I was just talking about this matter with Uncle Zhao when you arrived." Li Changhong burst out laughing and patted Xiao Jian's shoulder excitedly. "Haha, that's great, that's great. Brother Xiao has indeed lived up to expectations and is able to turn the tide." Then he turned to Uncle Zhao and said, "Lord Zhao, didn't Brother Xiao buy a piece of land outside the city? Give him the surrounding land as well. Consider it as support for his medicine research." Xiao Jian smiled wryly. Li Changhong probably thought the penicillin production was too simple. "Thank you for your good intentions, Brother Hong. The penicillin factory cannot be built in Qingsha City. Mass production of medicine requires a lot of equipment, and most of this equipment is made of glass. At the moment, only the Nine Dragons Mountain area can manufacture this equipment. For example, glass tubes several yards long cannot be transported to Changsha City. The pharmaceutical factory can only be built at Nine Dragons Mountain. I must return as soon as possible to prepare for the construction of the factory. Production here will have to be temporarily suspended. Li Changhong asked worriedly, "The pharmaceutical factory is that complicated? Can Nine Dragons Mountain make this equipment? If you need any help, just say so." Changsha City urgently needed medicine for the plague, so rapidly building a pharmaceutical factory was a priority. It was reasonable for the government to provide full support. Xiao Jian also wanted to build the pharmaceutical factory quickly, but there was only so much help the government could offer. He said politely, "Thank you, Brother Hong. The equipment needed for the factory needs to be resistant to pollution. The main materials are glass and silver. Xianren Plain already has the technology for making glass. Nine Dragons Mountain should have no problem making this equipment." Uncle Zhao knew that the pharmaceutical factory contained extremely dangerous technology. Xiao Jian had discussed these technologies with him before, and that they must never be leaked. Changsha City was a plain area with a large amount of people moving around, and it was under the jurisdiction of the government. It was fine when he was in charge, but if someone else took over Changsha City, there was a chance they would want to take over the factory. At that point, it would be very difficult to guarantee the safety of the pharmaceutical factory. Nine Dragons Mountain was a strategic stronghold. Building the pharmaceutical factory at Nine Dragons Mountain was indeed more suitable than building it in Changsha City. Uncle Zhao said to Li Changhong, "The pharmaceutical factory is a very special kind of factory. Its technology cannot be leaked in the slightest. I also believe that building the pharmaceutical factory at Nine Dragons Mountain is more suitable." Li Changhong didn't quite understand what Uncle Zhao meant and asked in confusion, "Isn't the pharmaceutical factory just producing medicine for the plague? Why do you all look so cautious? Is there something I don't know?" Xiao Jian felt that Li Changhong was a man who put the big picture first, so it would be beneficial to let him know about the dangers of bacteria. "Brother Hong, when the pharmaceutical factory manufactures penicillin, it will culture harmful bacteria. If someone uses it in war, it will be an unprecedented disaster." Chapter 178, A Fiery Passion. After listening to Xiao Jian's explanation, Li Changhong remained silent for a long time. He was pondering the pros and cons. If this technology were to be leaked, someone would definitely use it in war. The scale would be far beyond that of a natural plague. Forget about a dynasty change, it might lead to the extinction of an entire race. Therefore, he nodded solemnly and said seriously, "Lord Zhao and Brother Xiao Jian's concerns are very valid. This kind of technology must not be leaked, not even to the government. I will do my best to ensure that no one steals the secrets of the pharmaceutical factory for any reason. Brother Xiao Jian, you also need to take extreme measures for your own safety. Even if you have to destroy the entire Nine Dragons Mountain, you cannot allow this technology to be leaked." Xiao Jian breathed a sigh of relief. With Li Changhong's support, the pharmaceutical factory would avoid many troubles. "Brother Hong, you can rest assured about that. Nine Dragons Mountain has only 2 exits. After the pharmaceutical factory is built, I will build defenses at the exits to strictly control who can enter and leave Nine Dragons Mountain." Xiao Jian definitely had to keep the safety and secrecy of the pharmaceutical factory in mind. After the matters were settled, Li Changhong took his followers to Xiao Jian's peninsula. For the moment, the safest place in Changsha City was this peninsula. After going through a full body cleanse and disinfection, Uncle Zhao also went to the peninsula. Xiao Jian still had some wrapping up to do within the village. He needed to destroy the cultured plague bacteria. The cultured penicillin, as well, he had to take it back to Nine Dragons Mountain. This would save culturing time. Before he left, he also went with Zhao Jins to check on Little Hong. Little Hong was still lying on the bed without moving. However, her breathing was stable, and her complexion was rosy. There were no signs of illness. However, no matter how much they tried to call her, she would not wake up. It was as if she had become a vegetable. Every day, Zhao Jins would feed her porridge and had also arranged for a woman to take care of her daily needs. When Xiao Jin arrived at the peninsula, Li Changhong and Uncle Zhao were not there. After discussing the camp plans with Zhang Erlang, he set off back to Beishan New Village. Beishan New Village was changing every day. The Jinji Ridge Water Conservancy project had been completed, and a road had been built along the edge of the reservoir, directly connecting to Jinji Ridge. The stream at the exit of the new village had been flooded by the water from the reservoir. Boats could now reach Jinji Ridge from here. Zhang Chun had actually built a small yacht. The yacht was a 2-story structure. and the bottom layer also included a kitchen and a bathroom. Xiao Jian remembered the aspirations that Zhang Chun and Lu Shan had had. He had thought they were just talking. He didn't expect them to have actually done it. Xiao Jian's time was tight. The sooner he started producing penicillin, the more people he could save. He had the direct unit mount up. He didn't even eat and got on the yacht with Chen Bihua. By traveling by water to Jinji Ridge, he could tell Chen Bihua about what had happened in Qingsha City. At the same time, he also needed to understand the situation in New Village and Nine Dragons Mountain, especially about the plague infections and prevention measures. When Xiao Jian was not in Beishan New Village, no one here knew anything about plague prevention. All they could do was guard the entrances and exits and not allow anyone to enter Beishan New Village and Xianren Plain. According to Chen Bihua, there had been no plague infections so far. The carrier pigeon messages had focused on describing the symptoms of infection, and they were able to determine whether someone was infected with the plague or not. They also had Chu Junyan, a doctor in the village. Traveling to Jinji Ridge by boat took less than an hour. Chen Bihua was in the kitchen making noodles for Xiao Jian, while she introduced the recent situation at Beishan New Village. From Qingsha City to Beishan New Village, Xiao Jian had only led his direct unit of 100 men. They were all riding 2 horses each. They hadn't dismounted to eat on the way. They had only eaten some dry rations on horseback. He was already so hungry that his stomach was growling. Watching Chen Bihua wearing an apron and busying herself in the kitchen, she looked more and more like a good wife and mother. Xiao Jian couldn't help himself and hugged her from behind. Chen Bihua didn't resist. She just continued to put the noodles into the pot before turning around. Her hands rested on his shoulders, making her chest look even more prominent. She was looking at Xiao Jian with loving eyes. Xiao Jian gently pressed his hands on Chen Bihua's back, pulling her into his embrace. Their hot lips found each other without delay. Chen Bihua's hands on his shoulders naturally moved to the back of Xiao Jian's head, and the hands that Xiao Jian had on her back began to wander. The sizzling sound jolted the two awake. Chen Bihua broke free from Xiao Jian's embrace. She saw that the water level in the pot was rising and was about to put out the fire in the stove. Chen Bihua quickly poured in a bowl of cold water, then scooped out the noodles and handed them to Xiao Jian. She said gently, "Eat your noodles quickly." The Jinji Ridge dock had already arrived. Looking through the window, she saw Fu Gui looking at the yacht and said, "Fu Gui and the others are waiting for you at the dock." Xiao Jian ate the noodles while walking to the bow of the boat. At the bow, a young man wearing a short-sleeved shirt was using a bamboo pole to push the boat. It had only been early December, and the weather was still quite cool. The young man was wearing such light clothing. He wasn't afraid of catching a cold. There was only one boatman on this boat. The young man was pushing the yacht alone, and he didn't seem to be struggling at all. His arms were bulging with large muscles, and his skin was dark and had a bronze sheen. Xiao Jian put down his bowl and draped a coat over the young man's shoulders and asked curiously, "You were a sailor before, right? Why is there only one person arranged on the boat?" The young man put down the bamboo pole, knelt down, and kowtowed to Xiao Jian, saying, "Tainyo greets my benefactor. In answer to your question, Tainyo's father was a naval lieutenant. I often went to sea with my father and am used to life on the water. I am quite familiar with boats." Then, tears began to fall. My father's entire unit was wiped out in a naval battle in the outer seas. My mother left because of grief. It's all because I, as the older brother, wasn't capable enough. My younger sister also starved to death. I failed my parents and my sister. I've let them down too much. At that, he finally broke down and cried. After Camp Commander Zhang Chun and Camp Commander Lu Yingjie built this yacht, they couldn't find a suitable boatman for a while. So, I volunteered. I'll push the boat when there are people using it. When there's no one using the boat, I'll manage the hundreds of ducks in the reservoir. I am enough to take care of all of that myself. After speaking, he pointed to the flock of ducks that were quacking on the water. Xiao Jian went up and helped Tainyo up. Looking at Tainyo, he said, "Don't be too sad. You have to cheer up. The past is gone. The living must live well. That's the only way to be worthy of your parents." Then, he handed Tainyo a towel to wipe the tears from his face and asked caringly, "Following your father on the boat, you must have learned a lot about sailing, right? Did you join your father in naval battles?" Tainyo wiped away his tears and said embarrassedly, "I also helped with some tasks on the boat. I know all about being a sailor. I also saw a few battles with pirates, but my father wouldn't let me participate in the battles. I just watched them fight from the side." Xiao Jian didn't try to comfort Tainyo. It wasn't a bad thing to let his sorrow come out as tears. After crying for a while, Tainyo wiped away his tears and continued. I don't have any fields or boats at home. The only thatched house we had was accidentally burned down when my sister was making a fire. After I arrived in Jinjiang City, I was homeless in the refugee camp. Fortunately, young master saved me and allowed me to come to Beishan New Village. Chapter 179. Preparing the Penicillin Factory. Xiao Jin patted Tainyo on the shoulder and said, Tainyo, call me young master from now on. We will be creating a navy soon, and your skills will be put to good use. Our navy will be the most powerful navy of this era, so don't let me down. Tainyo's eyes lit up immediately. He knelt before Xiao Jin again and said excitedly, Thank you, benefactor, for giving Tainyo a chance. Tainyo will definitely master his skills and not let young master down. At that moment, the boat had already docked at the simple pier. After Xiao Jin got off, Tainyo then pushed the boat back to take Qin Bihua back. On the dam of the reservoir, there were workers reinforcing the dam. Xiao Jin saw that they were actually using cement. The workers told Xiao Jin that the caves inside the mountain wall of the deep pool in the north had been sealed with cement. The dam had also been heightened and reinforced with cement. The reservoir's canals had long been completed and were also being reinforced now. The paddy fields on the north side of Xianren Plain were no longer short of water. Cement was relatively simple to make. It was only somewhat troublesome when crushing the materials. With a large number of oxen as labor, whether using stone rollers or stone mills, crushing the materials was no longer a problem. The road from Jinji Ridge to Xiao Family Village had also been completed. After tens of thousands of people had completed the reservoir in one winter, they had focused specifically on these infrastructure projects. When he arrived at the East Mountain Fortress of Nine Dragons Mountain, he met Zhang Chun there. The fortress walls were still under construction, but were expected to be completed before the spring plowing season. Zhang Chun and Xiao Jin went together through a secret passage to the ironworks. The original roads around Nine Dragons Mountain were also being widened. According to Zhang Chun, permanent fortifications had been built using cement at the first-line sky pass. Now, even a cannon attack would not be able to breach Nine Dragons Mountain. The original secret passages had also been reinforced and improved. In Zhang Chun's words, Nine Dragons Mountain was now impregnable. Whoever attacked this place was guaranteed to never return. The production facilities at the ironworks had long been completed. The current ironworks was very different from what it had been before. They had built 5 iron smelting blast furnaces and matching rotating steelmaking furnaces. There were also glass furnaces and cement kilns. The large reservoir that they had initially planned was also under construction. The living quarters outside the ironworks were not yet completed. They were all built with brick and tile. Several brick kilns had been built here. With the iron mold brick pressing technology, the speed of brick production was very fast. The ironworks office building was the first to be completed. It was located in the center of the living area. When Xiao Jin entered the conference room of the office building, the research team members were already waiting there. Since Xiao Jin had left Chu Junyan at Nine Dragons Mountain, Chu Junyan had joined the research team. Since he wasn't familiar with the technologies here, no research project had been assigned to him. He was just helping out wherever he could. When the research team members had a meeting, he would also sit in the conference room. In the middle of the conference room was an oval-shaped conference table. Everyone was sitting around it. Xiao Jin did not exchange any pleasantries and went straight to the point. Everyone knows about the plague in Qingsha City, so I won't say much about it. The medicine to treat the plague has been successfully developed. However, large-scale production requires improvements to the production process. The purpose of my return is to design and manufacture the production equipment and set up a pharmaceutical factory in Nine Dragons Mountain. After Xiao Jin finished speaking, he handed the penicillin production flowchart to Chen Wenxuan. Chen Wenxuan studied the flowchart carefully. He raised his head and said, according to the production flowchart, the slowest step is the separation of penicillin. Time is of the essence, so it is too late to experiment with a new process. Since chromatography is feasible, I think we should continue to use chromatography. The equipment for chromatography is simple and easy to make with glass. As long as we build more separation equipment, it will solve the speed issue. As for the remaining penicillin concentration testing, can we use other methods to determine it? For example, by using the specific gravity, transparency, color, and odor of the separated liquid to initially determine the approximate content. Once the glass furnace had been built, glass could be manufactured. It was simpler than making cement. If optical performance was not a concern, melting quartz sand was the process to make glass. After Chen Wenxuan spoke, he pondered for a while, then said thoughtfully, I have an idea. Since the culture temperature of penicillin is above 27 degrees, it shows that penicillin can withstand a relatively high temperature. Penicillin is a metabolic product of penicillin culture. It should just be dissolved in water. Can we use the distillation method to concentrate the penicillin and see if we can get a powder? If we can get penicillin powder, we wouldn't need to test the concentration, and the powder wouldn't easily spoil. Xiao Jian nodded in approval. A collaborative effort was indeed better than working alone. Penicillin had residuals even at 150 degrees. As long as the distillation temperature did not exceed 60 degrees, it would definitely not affect the penicillin. Distilling penicillin was definitely an excellent method. After Chen Wenxuan finished speaking, Lu Shan said, "There's another step, the culturing of penicillin. Can we use a circulating culture method? My idea is to take out only the culture fluid from the culture container without destroying the penicillin culture, and then add new culture fluid to continue culturing. This way, we can reduce the growth time of the penicillin, and mature penicillin should metabolize more penicillin." Xiao Jin looked around, and when no one else had any suggestions, he said with satisfaction, "Your suggestions are both excellent. If the circulating culture method experiment is successful, it will greatly shorten the culture time of penicillin. The distillation method proposed by Chen Wenxuan must also be experimented with. If the experiment is successful, the impact on penicillin production will be huge." To save time, Xiao Jian had brought back a lot of cultured penicillin culture fluid when he returned from Qingsha City. He handed these cultures to the research team to experiment with the chromatography technique so that they could design a suitable separation column. He also split the research team members into two groups. One group would experiment with the circulating culture method, and the other group would experiment with distillation techniques. After handing over the tasks to the research team, Xiao Jian relaxed. He wandered around the ironworks to check the current production. The converter steelmaking technology was already mature, and the quality of the steel was becoming more stable. Zhang Chun accompanied Xiao Jian to the steel pipe research workshop at the ironworks. He introduced, "The seamless steel pipe is still being researched. Since the adoption of internal cold pressing die technology, the pressure that the steel pipe can withstand has greatly increased. After testing, the pressure that the pressed steel pipe can withstand is several times higher than copper pipes of the same diameter, and it is also much lighter. The gun barrels for firearms are also being tested. Before long, we will be able to produce muzzle-loading firearms and cannons." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "The pharmaceutical factory may also need a batch of steel pipes. You should make some long steel pipes and fittings. The quality doesn't need to be too high. They will mainly be used for water supply and heating. Also, make some copper pipes and silver pipes. Please arrange this." Chapter 180. Optimizing the production process. The research team was only responsible for production technology. Zhang Chun was in charge of production at the ironworks. If Xiao Jian wanted to produce anything, he just needed to tell Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun said, "We have no shortage of copper materials, and we also have quite a bit of silver. The bandits came to trade again not long ago. They bought 20,000 gene of saltpeter, 5,000 gene of sulfur, and more than 10,000 pieces of soap. The sulfur was traded at 3 times the market price. The main trading materials they provided were copper materials and some miscellaneous things, especially the items from the general store. They were all delivered as a package. In the end, they used over 10,000 taels of silver to settle the balance. I don't know if this silver is enough to make the silver pipes we need." Buying sulfur was no longer a problem for Xiao Jian. It was available in both Jinjiang City and Qingsha City. Now that he had an officially recognized position and the support of Zhao Jin's father, he could buy as much as he wanted. Since it was profitable, there was no problem selling to the bandits. Silver pipes would not rust or cause the raw extract to be contaminated. Although glass pipes would not cause contamination either, the current glass pipes were not heat-resistant and were easily broken. Many places in the pharmaceutical factory had to use silver pipes, such as the steam pipes in the distillation equipment. There were many places in the entire pharmaceutical factory where silver pipes had to be used. It was estimated that this bit of silver would only be enough for the first phase of the factory. Xiao Jian said to Zhang Chun, "More than 10,000 taels of silver is definitely not enough. We will need even more silver pipes for later expansion of penicillin production capacity." Silver was very heavy. A slightly longer main pipe would weigh several hundred gene. 10,000 taels of silver would not even be enough to manufacture one such pipe. Zhang Chun said, "They are sending trading teams over to make trades with the bandits. Oh, and I have another matter that I wanted to discuss with you." Xiao Jian stopped in his tracks. Looking at the bustling ironworks, he said casually, You can decide on minor matters yourself. There's no need to discuss them with me. He thought that he had to manage things in 2 different spaces at the same time. He couldn't handle everything. He sincerely hoped that Zhang Chun and the others could grow quickly to share some of his burdens. Zhang Chun said, I want to build a market at the crossroads of the official roads in Shangzhou City and Qingsha City. The crossroads have convenient transportation. Jinjiang City, Shangzhou City, and Qingsha City can all come to trade there. It will both facilitate the purchase of materials and the export of goods, and also increase our income. After listening to Zhang Chun's idea, Xiao Jin frowned and fell into thought. The land near the crossroads on the official road wasn't a problem. It had long been no man's land. The original owners had either died or run away. However, to build a market, they would need the government's permission, and it would even involve taxation. The government might send someone to manage it. It would be much simpler if they were building military facilities. So he said, the crossroads is a good location, but you shouldn't be thinking about building a market there. Let's just build a defensive fortress there. With this fortress, we will control the official roads of Shangzhou City and Qingsha City. After the fortress is built, we can then develop the market. As the Jinjiang Regional Militia Commander, it was reasonable for Xiao Jian to build a military fortress at the crossroads. He wouldn't even need to obtain the government's approval. Although Zhang Chun had a talent for construction, especially for defensive works, his experience was still somewhat lacking. Xiao Jian then explained the principle of a diamond-shaped fortress to him. The biggest advantage of a diamond-shaped fortress is that it can make full use of the long-range firepower on the walls. Most of the areas below the wall can be covered by multiple lines of fire without any blind spots. After listening to Xiao Jian's description of the diamond-shaped fortress, Zhang Chun fell into thought. He drew a few lines on the ground and said, why didn't I think of this before? Building a diamond-shaped fortress at the crossroads will increase the defense by several times. If we add some things on the city walls, even if the enemy manages to scale the walls, we can still make it difficult for them to move an inch. Xiao Jian nodded to himself. Some things could indeed be added to the walls of a diamond-shaped fortress. If they were to place sniper positions in key locations, even if the enemy scaled the walls, they would still be covered by overlapping lines of fire. Since he had the idea of the diamond-shaped fortress, Zhang Chun was walking with an uneven gait. Seeing that he was no longer in the mood to walk around with him, Xiao Jian returned to the office building. Zhang Chun immediately returned to his room to design the diamond-shaped fortress. Whether the circulating culture of the penicillin was successful would still need to be verified by time. After a day and a night, the results of the penicillin distillation experiment were in. The chromatography was the same as when Xiao Jin experimented at Zhao Family Village. They obtained more than 30 tubes of separated liquid. Chen Wenxuan subjected all of these 30 or so tubes of separated liquid to distillation. Finally, in 2 of the glass tubes, they saw an exciting white powder. When Xiao Jin arrived at the distillation lab, Chen Wenxuan was trying to find a way to test whether these white powders still had the characteristics of penicillin. He was struggling to find a testing culture. When Xiao Jin returned, he brought the culture of the plague bacteria, but since the plague bacteria was too dangerous, he had not handed it over to the research team. Now, since they couldn't find a suitable culture for the time being, Xiao Jin took it out to test these white powders. Penicillin was only a metabolite, not a living organism. After distillation, it had not lost its ability to kill other bacteria. After waiting several hours, the plague bacteria started to die on a large scale. The penicillin distillation technology experiment was a success. When Xiao Jin announced the news, all the research team members cheered with excitement. After the distillation technology was successful, the research team immediately began to produce separation columns. The carpentry workshop also began to cooperate fully, helping the research team to build various support structures. The ironworks also began to forge distillation equipment and various metal pipes. The bricklayers began to build constant temperature penicillin culture rooms. None of these things were technically difficult. Xiao Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The culture rooms and separation rooms that were directly related to the penicillin solution were sealed, sterile rooms. The walls also needed to be insulated. The wall insulation of this era actually used materials such as cotton wadding, hemp fiber, and sawdust. The insulation effect was decent. The air in the sterile rooms was pressurized by bellows, filtered through filter screens, disinfected with high heat, cooled, and humidified with distilled water before being sent to each room. Because the air that was being sent in retained a certain temperature, the sterile rooms no longer needed constant temperature devices. Throughout the manufacturing process of the pharmaceutical factory, the raw penicillin extract was always in the closed sterile rooms or in sterile pipes. From start to finish, It never came into contact with the outside world. This greatly reduced the possibility of penicillin being contaminated. Xiao Jian only had to state the requirements. He didn't need to worry about the specific design and construction. After more than 10 days of relentless construction, the basic production facilities for the first phase of the pharmaceutical factory were finally completed. At this time, the results of the circulating culture method experiment were also out. The penicillin was no longer cultured in petri dishes. Instead, they had directly changed to culture troughs. The culture troughs could extract the penicillin-containing culture liquid without destroying the penicillin culture. Then, new culture fluid was injected into the culture trough to continue culturing the penicillin, realizing the purpose of circulating the penicillin. I have personally experimented with the production process of penicillin, and I have actually managed to make it. Chapter 181. Zhao Jin's disappears. Due to the use of a temperature and humidity-controlled cultivation room, the penicillin growth rate was much faster than in Qingsha City. The penicillin cultures grew more vigorously, and the pharmaceutical factory's penicillin powder production slowly climbed from just over 150 vials to around 1,000 per day. When production reached 1,000 vials a day, Xiao Jian took the first 1,000 to Qingsha City. Afterward, fast horses were dispatched daily to deliver penicillin to Qingsha City. Upon arriving in Qingsha City, Xiao Jian divided the daily supply of penicillin into 3 portions. One portion was distributed free of charge, while the other 2 portions were sold at a price of 5 taels of silver per injection. The daily free medicine distribution point was constantly crowded with long lines of people who were reluctant to leave even after the supply ran out. The lines at the paid treatment area were just as long, and the medication was always quickly exhausted. It was not possible to provide all penicillin treatments free of charge. Otherwise, the pharmaceutical factory would not be able to operate. Those who couldn't afford it could receive free treatment, while those who could afford it and did not want to wait in line were happy to pay a small sum. Xiao Jian led the free treatment group, while Zhao Jin's was in charge of the paid treatment group. The pharmaceutical factory's penicillin supply increased by 200 vials every day. The patients within Qingsha City had mostly been treated once. The treatment teams began to go into the countryside, with Xiao Jian responsible for the areas east of Qingsha City, and Zhao Jin's taking the western areas. Before noon, an unexpected incident reached Xiao Jian. Zhao Jin's had disappeared. According to those who had gone into the countryside with her, everyone was busy giving injections, and nobody had noticed when Zhao Jin's had gone missing. It was only at lunchtime that they realized Zhao Jin's was not present. They searched the entire village, but could not find her. That's when they reported the situation to her father, Prefect Zhao Fantai. Zhao Fantai sent soldiers out to search everywhere, and Xiao Jian also consulted a fortune teller and arranged for people to investigate. But it was as if Zhao Jin's had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. It was only after a long while that dog managed to gather information from various sources and found a small clue. Zhou Wanlin from Qingsha City and his daughter Zhou Linghan had left Qingsha City by boat not long after Zhao Jin's disappearance, carrying a large wooden crate with them. According to the fortune teller, he had been keeping an eye on the Zhou father and daughter. After the plague broke out in Qingsha City, the pair had not been seen again. He hadn't paid much attention as so many people were dying in Qingsha City at the time, and he thought that the father and daughter had probably died of the plague. Upon receiving orders from Xiao Jian, Dog, in cooperation with Uncle Zhao, dispatched soldiers to trace the waterway out of Qingsha City. They discovered that the ship had headed south. The soldiers followed the route that the Zhou father and daughter might have taken, posting portraits of them at every dock. They also searched all the docks along the way, but no one at the docks had seen the two. Where the boat had landed was also never discovered. The investigation, though never stopped, hit a dead end and no further progress was made. After Zhao Jin's disappearance, Xiao Jian felt as if his heart was being torn apart, but he had nowhere to vent his frustration. He blamed himself for not sending the guard company to protect Zhao Jin's, and he was angry with Uncle Zhao for not using his soldiers and instead sending a few government yamen runners with the treatment team. He believed this was the cause of the tragedy. The more Xiao Jian thought about it, the more furious he became. He held the government yamen runners responsible for their negligence. In a fit of rage, he took a few guards and went to the city gate. There happened to be a group of government yamen runners at the gate, assisting with the inspection of people entering the city. Without saying a word, Xiao Jian ordered his guards to drag all the yamen runners out and beat them mercilessly on the ground. The city gate guards all knew Xiao Jian and were aware of his deeds in Qingsha City. Seeing him beat the yamen runners, they simply watched from the sidelines. It was absolutely impossible for them to help the yamen runners against Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was their savior. In fact, some of the soldiers even went over and kicked the Yamen runners a few times. By the time Zhao Fantai arrived at the city gate after receiving the report, Xiao Jian had already returned to Beishan village. Zhao Fantai knew that Xiao Jian was resentful towards him, but he was not in any better shape himself. His daughter had disappeared right under his nose, and the guilt and self-blame made him look 10 years older. After Xiao Jian left, the treatment of the plague in Qingsha City had to continue. The penicillin was stored in a camp outside the city. Before leaving, Xiao Jian had left Heitan in charge of handling the handover with the government. When Zhao Fantai arrived at the camp, Heitan informed him that the young master was no longer going to be involved in the plague control of Qingsha City. The pharmaceutical factory would supply penicillin to the government at a flat rate of 3 taels of silver per vial. How the government chose to charge would no longer be the concern of the pharmaceutical factory. Before returning to Beishan village, Xiao Jian made a special trip to Zhao family village to visit Zhao Jin's maid, Xiao Hong. Before Zhao Jin's disappearance, someone had spoken with Xiao Hong every day. After Zhao Jin's went missing, no one had paid attention to her. Xiao Jian felt a pang of sadness. He then spoke with the head of the Zhao clan, Old Master Zhao, and brought Xiao Hong and the woman who was looking after her back to Beishan village. The cause of Zhao Jin's disappearance lay in his own soft-heartedness. He had seen a hint of malice in Zhouling Han back in Qingsha City. He thought she was just a woman and didn't take it too seriously. Huang San had wanted to kill the Zhou father and daughter. If he hadn't stopped it, today's events would not have happened. After returning to Beishan village, Xiao Jian became quiet and withdrawn, often in a bad mood, and refused to talk to anyone. He often stood in one place, spacing out for long periods of time. Everyone could see his pain, but there was nothing they could do to console him. Everything at Immortal Flat was still developing according to plan. In the short term, Xiao Jin's state would not cause an impact. The diamond-shaped fortress at the crossroads of the official roads to Shangzhou City and Qingsha City was under construction. The pharmaceutical factory's daily production of penicillin had exceeded 3,000 vials. The iron factory had begun producing front-loading cannons. The molds and equipment for front-loading muskets were also under manufacture. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the spring plowing season. Steward Zhang handed over the affairs of Jinjiang City's production to several hundred members of the bodyguard company, and then returned to Beishan village himself. He was worried about Xiao Jin's state and also concerned about the spring plowing in Beishan village. Now, all the farmland of Immortal Flat was in Xiao Jin's hands. Jinjiang City had only purchased a few hundred acres of land, while the paddy fields of Immortal Flat numbered over 10,000 acres, along with several thousand acres of dry land. There was no longer a shortage of water in Immortal Flat's paddies. Cultivating all of this land was going to be a huge undertaking. Chen Bihua wasn't very familiar with farming, so Steward Zhang couldn't relax and leave the spring plowing completely to her. As with all the academies, the Jinjiang Science and Technology Academy also had a break for the spring plowing season. When Steward Zhang returned, he brought all the academy's teachers and students with him. The majority of these students were over 12 years old, with the oldest being 15. During the busy farming season, they could all be a big help, for example, planting rice seedlings and pulling them up. The arrival of several hundred children at Beishan village immediately filled the entire village with laughter. Xiao Ling hadn't seen Xiao Jian for a long time, and as soon as she returned, she threw herself into his arms, calling out, "Brother, brother," repeatedly. Finally, Xiao Ling managed to dispel the gloom in Xiao Jian's heart, and a smile appeared on his face. No matter what had happened to Zhao Jin's, there were still many people here who needed him, and he couldn't simply let himself sink into despair. Steward Zhang and Chen Bihua were also happy to see Xiao Jin's mood improving. Zhang Chun, Lu Yingjie, and Leopard all returned with their guard units to support spring farming. The military personnel had finally gathered together once again. Chapter 182. Spring Plowing at Immortal Flat. Lu Yingjie, who had been stationed at the Beishan Peak for a long time, hadn't seen Xiao Jian in a while. After everyone gathered in the meeting room, they first reported the intelligence from Shangzhou City. Since the bandits failed at Jilong Mountain, and after Xiao Jian released General Sun from the Shangzhou City army, General Sun had contacted Lu Yingjie. He often drank with Lu Yingjie, addressed him as a brother, and expressed an intention to trade with Immortal Flat. They knew about the trade between Huzhou City and Xiao Jian. The situation in Shangzhou City was similar to that of Huzhou City, with severe shortages of military supplies. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Once the fortress at the crossroads is more or less complete, we will establish a trading market. They can send merchant caravans to trade supplies. However, they can only trade with us. They are not allowed to trade with other merchants, and the prices should be higher than those in Jinjiang City and Qingsha City. If the bandits had not destroyed Xiao family village, Xiao Jian wouldn't have disliked them that much. After all, they were simply desperate refugees trying to survive. They weren't like the barbarian tribes from the grasslands. The bandits were still people, and ultimately the product of internal conflict. The fortress at the crossroads was entirely designed and constructed by Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun said, "The foundation of the fortress has been laid. The fortress will be built in a dispersed manner, with the triangular forts being constructed first. As long as we construct 2 triangular forts, we will have the ability to defend ourselves. The walls between the triangular forts will have reserved interfaces, which can be gradually completed later. The cannons produced by the iron factory will be prioritized to be set up here. The market at the fortress will only open after the 3 forts are completed." Leopard hadn't seen Xiao Jian in a long time either. Every time Xiao Jian returned, it always coincided with him being away. After Zhang Chun finished, Leopard reported, "Drill Mountain Leopard from Black Cloud Mountain has contacted me several times. They can no longer survive on Black Cloud Mountain and hope that the young master will take them in." Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Chun and Lu Yingjier and asked, "What do you think? Once the diamond fortress at the crossroads is completed, it will be even more impossible to survive at Black Cloud Mountain. I also don't want to see bandits disrupting the official roads between Jinjiang City and Qingsha City." Lu Yingjie said, "I've made contact with Drill Mountain Leopard. He's a man who values loyalty. Why don't we just keep him?" Zhang Chun also agreed. "Isn't the bodyguard company lacking suitable people? Maybe he could join the bodyguard company. The bodyguard company needs to deal with people in the martial arts world anyway. He seems to fit." Since everyone agreed on accepting Drill Mountain Leopard, Xiao Jian said to Leopard, "Tell Drill Mountain Leopard what we are thinking and see if he is willing to join the Weiyuan bodyguard company as a head bodyguard. Also bring his men to the bodyguard company. If he agrees, have him come to Beishan New Village to meet everyone. If not, give them some food." Xiao Jian was still not very keen to integrate Drill Mountain Leopard into his military system. He would rather recruit new soldiers from refugees than have a bandit group become a part of his army. Since there was no war recently, the military meeting ended quickly. Next was discussion of spring farming. Steward Zhang, Chen Bihua, Uncle Zhang, and the military team members held a meeting together. Chen Bihua was the manager of the collective farm at Immortal Flat, so he had the most detailed understanding of the situation. Chen Bihua introduced, "The collective farm currently has over 5,000 former soldiers, divided into 5 militia battalions. These 5 battalion commanders were all soldiers who were injured in battle. Later, we gradually transferred over 7,000 people from the mines prisoners to supplement the farm, for a current total of over 12,000 people, managed by the militia battalions." Steward Zhang was most concerned about how the farming at Immortal Flat was going, so he asked, "How are the rice seedlings growing? Have the paddy fields all been prepared?" Uncle Zhang stood up, happily saying, "The rice seedlings and the seedling paddies have already been sown. They were sown using the methods taught by the young master. First, we soaked the seeds in warm water. After the rice grains sprouted, we scattered them into the seedling paddies and used the waste water from the saltpeter boiling process as fertilizer once. Currently, the seedlings are growing very well and are much thicker than the seedlings we grew in the past. Immortal Flat has too many paddy fields, so they haven't all been fully prepared. We have enough oxen though, so it shouldn't affect the rice planting." Uncle Zhang was like a technical consultant on the farm. Chen Bihua didn't understand farming, so it was Uncle Zhang who told Chen Bihua what to do each day. Chen Bihua would then arrange manpower, while Uncle Zhang provided guidance and quality checks. Uncle Zhang was a good farmer. He was excellent at tilling and planting, but he lacked management ability. If he were in charge of managing the farm, he would definitely make a mess of things. Steward Zhang asked in confusion, "We have over 1,000 oxen, right? The farm also has over 10,000 people, so we shouldn't be lacking manpower. Why haven't the paddy fields all been prepared? I remember in the past in Immortal Flat, the paddy fields were all prepared by this time of the year." Uncle Zhang laughed and explained, "Steward Zhang, you don't know yet. We are now preparing the paddy fields according to the young master's ideas. In the past, we would just burn the weeds and then flood the field before planting rice. Now, we first flood the field and do deep plowing. Then, we use the harrow to make the soil muddy and get rid of the weeds, making sure the paddy field is level. Paddy fields prepared this way are different from before. I tried it, and planting rice seedlings is much easier." Steward Zhang was already used to the young master coming up with new ideas. Since the young master had requested it, there must be a good reason. So, he didn't dwell on this. As long as it didn't delay the planting, he would let the young master do as he wished. Hearing about the rice planting, Xiao Jian thought of something else and said, Steward Zhang, set aside some paddy fields, let the water drain out, then scatter the rice seedlings directly into the paddy field. Once the seedlings take root, then flood the fields. This way it will be easier, and maybe the yields will even be higher. Steward Zhang stared at Xiao Jian, wondering if that was even possible. Xiao Jian looked at Steward Zhang and nodded affirmatively. In the end, Steward Zhang still couldn't beat the young master. Anyway, there were over 10,000 acres of paddy fields now, and using only a few hundred acres for experiments wouldn't affect the overall situation. If the young master wanted to try it, let him. Even in the worst case, they would still have a harvest, even if it was poor. Later, the topic of fertilizers was discussed. Beishan New Village had been boiling saltpeter constantly, and several large ponds were now full of wastewater. Xiao Jian instructed Steward Zhang to add a round of top-dressing fertilizer to the seedling paddies a few days before rice planting. This would allow the seedlings to absorb enough fertilizer in the seedling paddies before they were transplanted to the paddy fields. Once the seedlings had taken root in the paddy fields, they could then scatter all the wastewater into the paddy fields. Steward Zhang didn't have any objections to the method of fertilizer application that Xiao Jian suggested. The main thing was that in the past, fertilizer was rarely used in paddy fields, and he didn't know when the best time to apply fertilizer would be. The agricultural meeting ended there. The remaining personnel arrangements didn't need to be discussed here. Those who were supposed to come back had already returned. The rest were people who could not be moved. For example, the people at the iron factory, the research team, and the pharmaceutical factory couldn't be moved. Some of the miners from the mine would be transferred out later. Currently, there were over 2,000 miners. There was still a surplus of miners after providing the ore required by the iron factory. Chapter 183. The Production of Sulfuric Acid. After the agricultural meeting ended, Xiao Jian and Xiao Ling spent several days playing in the reservoir on a pleasure boat. Xiao Ling chased the ducks in the reservoir with a bamboo pole, causing them to squawk loudly. Later, the ducks would run away when they saw the pleasure boat. Spring farming had very little to do with Xiao Jian. Others were busy, but he was now much more relaxed. The construction of the pharmaceutical factory had come to a temporary end, and the research team members had each begun researching their own projects again. Early on, in order to supply steel balls for the wooden cannons, Lu Shan had produced a large number of steel balls. His research had always focused on steel balls. When Xiao Jian arrived at his room, he saw him and Chu Junyan rolling some steel balls between two iron plates. Chu Junyan and Lu Shan, having finished what they were doing, only then noticed Xiao Jian and Xiao Ling standing nearby. Xiao Jian picked up a steel ball and rubbed it a few times, then held it up to the sunlight. The surface of the steel ball had been polished very smooth, but the luster didn't seem sufficient. He said with a smile, "The roundness of the bearing ball has been solved, but the luster is still not enough, is it?" Lu Shan nodded and said, "I used 2 cast iron grinding discs to hold the steel balls for polishing, but no matter how much I polished, it couldn't achieve a mirror-like shine. Is it because I didn't polish enough, or is it because the grinding discs don't have enough luster?" Xiao Jian carefully inspected the grinding disc and felt the grooves of the grinding disc. The grooves of the grinding disc were smooth, but showed some wear. He stood up and said, "The smoothness of the grinding disc is important, but its hardness must also be high. Don't we have graphite? Use graphite to make crucibles, and then place high-purity wrought iron inside. Then, seal the opening and use high heat to calcine the graphite crucibles. The carbon in the graphite crucible will mix into the wrought iron, and we will get high-carbon steel. High-carbon steel is extremely hard and can be used to make grinding discs, and also for various tools, such as steel files, lathe tools, steel saws, drill bits, and so on." At this time, the other members of the research team, upon learning that Xiao Jian had come to the iron factory, all stopped what they were doing and came to find him. Xiao Jian took the teacup that Chu Junyan offered him, took a sip, and slowly said, "The luster of steel balls can't be achieved solely by polishing. We also need to add polishing liquid during the polishing process. Polishing liquid involves chemistry, a topic I haven't talked much about. Today, I'll teach you some chemistry and show you how to make polishing liquid." Making polishing liquid required the use of sulfuric acid. Currently, the easiest way to make sulfuric acid was to decompose green vitriol. When he first went to Jinjiang City, Xiao Jian had bought green vitriol and later bought more of it. Zhang Chun had also gotten a lot of green vitriol from his many trades with the bandits. They weren't short of these materials now. Decomposing green vitriol required some tools. In the glass factory's warehouse, he found several S-shaped glass delivery tubes and several tall glass bottles with small openings to use as collection bottles. There were many containers in the warehouse that could be used as beakers, but the openings were all too large. He found a glass worker and asked him to make a glass lid for the beaker, with a hole in the center just big enough to insert a glass tube. The glass workers had been working at the glass factory for several months, so making these items was second nature to them. He inspected the glass lid and beaker and found that there were basically no gaps. Although there were gaps between the glass tube and the hole in the lid, these could be blocked by inserting some paper. Since the construction of the pharmaceutical factory in Julong Mountain, the glass factory had developed rapidly. Currently, every kind of glass product was available, including glass containers and glass tubes of various shapes. Now that the beakers, collection bottles, and delivery tubes were all ready, they needed an adjustable stand to connect them together. He went to the iron factory's foundry to find an old blacksmith and asked him to forge an adjustable stand. Back at the lab, Xiao Jin clamped the beaker onto the adjustable stand. He put the green vitriol into the beaker and covered it with the lid. He inserted the bent glass tube into the hole in the lid and sealed the gaps. The outlet of the glass tube was inserted into the mouth of the inverted collection bottle, which was full of distilled water. The opening of the inverted collection bottle was submerged in a basin of water. Due to atmospheric pressure, the water in the collection bottle would not flow out. He used an alcohol lamp to heat the beaker. The green vitriol slowly turned red. The gas produced was passed through the tube to the opening of the collection bottle. Bubbles began to emerge from the opening and moved toward the top of the collection bottle. But a magical thing happened. These bubbles got smaller and smaller as they moved upwards. The bubbles disappeared before they reached the top of the collection bottle. The research team members present were astonished and curious as to how the bubbles could have disappeared. Seeing everyone looking like curious children, Xiao Jian explained, heating green vitriol will decompose it into sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide gas. When the sulfur gases bubble in the water, they react with the water to form sulfurous acid and sulfuric acid solutions. That's why these bubbles disappear. At this time, the green vitriol had completely turned red, and Xiao Jian stopped heating the beaker. He carefully removed the collection bottle and said, "Now, the liquid in the collection bottle is dilute sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is an important raw material. You can design a device to decompose green vitriol according to the experiment we just did and produce sulfuric acid in large quantities." He clamped the collection bottle onto the stand, lit the alcohol lamp, and heated the collection bottle while saying, "Heating dilute sulfuric acid will remove the water from it, giving you concentrated sulfuric acid. Concentrated sulfuric acid is dangerous and must be stored carefully in glass bottles. If it gets on the skin, rinse it immediately with clean water." After saying that, Xiao Jian took some saltpeter and added it to the concentrated sulfuric acid. He said, "Adding saltpeter to concentrated sulfuric acid gives you nitric acid." While speaking, Xiao Jian took a small amount of cotton wool and soaked it in nitric acid. He continued, "Nitric acid is also an important raw material. Adding cotton to nitric acid gives you nitrocellulose." After a while, he took the yellowed cotton from the nitric acid and put it on a clean rock. Then, he found a burning branch and touched it to the nitrocellulose. With a whoosh, the nitrocellulose burst into flames, burning completely in an instant. He threw away the branch, pointed to the rock with nothing left on it, and said, "Nitrocellulose is an advanced explosive. Its biggest feature is that it is smokeless. It's the future direction of gunpowder development." Zhao Wenshuan and the others who were gathered around watched this magical scene with wide eyes, not even daring to breathe, afraid of disturbing Xiao Jian's experiment. After completing the nitrocellulose experiment, Xiao Jian added silver powder to nitric acid again. After the silver powder reacted with the nitric acid, he said, "Nitric acid reacts with silver powder to produce silver nitrate. Silver nitrate is the polishing liquid I'm talking about." While saying this, he washed the dirt from his hands in the basin of water and said, "Silver nitrate can not only be used as a polishing liquid, it can also be used to make glass mirrors. Glass mirrors are clearer than bronze mirrors and are a product that can make a lot of money." After he finished, Xiao Jian told Lu Shan to pour the polishing liquid into the grinding disc and polish the steel balls again. In less than half an hour, the steel balls were polished to a mirror-like shine. For technology, Xiao Jian would always just show the simplest way to do it once. The process improvements would be done by the research team, so he didn't need to worry too much about it. Ammonia was also one of the necessary raw materials. Currently, they didn't have the conditions to make ammonia using the pressure method, but it was possible to obtain ammonia water by decomposing ammonium chloride. Xiao Jian called over Chu Junyan and asked, "You're a doctor. You should know about sal ammoniac, right?" Sal ammoniac is a common medicine. It comes in white and purple, and also has a few other names: purple sal ammoniac, white sal ammoniac, air sand, and salt sal ammoniac. Its main production area is in the north, so it's also called northern quartz sand. Chapter 184. The application of electricity. Sal ammoniac was a traditional Chinese medicine that had been in use for a long time and could be found in most pharmacies. Taoists also used sal ammoniac frequently in their alchemy, so it could be found in some general stores as well. The main production area of sal ammoniac was in the north, with some production in the south as well. Chu Junyan, being familiar with medicinal herbs, said, "I saw some white sal ammoniac in the warehouse last time. I also took some to put in the pharmacy. Is this the medicinal herb that Master wants? I'll go get some right away." When Xiao Jian was in Qingsha City, he had purchased several carts of medicinal herbs. Beishan New Village now had a pharmacy, but the herbs were not yet complete. Chu Junyan brought the white sal ammoniac, and Xiao Jian mixed it with slaked lime, then placed it in a beaker. What followed was basically the same as making sulfuric acid. He heated the white sal ammoniac in the beaker, which released ammonia gas. The gas was then sent through a glass tube to a collection bottle filled with water, where the ammonia gas dissolved in the water. As Xiao Jian conducted the experiment, he said, "The main component of white sal ammoniac is ammonium chloride. When ammonium chloride is heated to 500 degrees Celsius, it decomposes into ammonia gas and chlorine gas. The chlorine gas reacts with slaked lime to produce calcium chloride, calcium hypochlorite, and water. The ammonia gas, on the other hand, is sent through a tube to the collection bottle. Ammonia gas is very soluble in water. In the previous experiment to produce sulfuric acid, the sulfur trioxide and sulfur dioxide gases reacted with the water as they bubbled through it, creating sulfurous and sulfuric acid solutions. However, in the experiment to produce ammonia water, the ammonia gas simply dissolves in the water, and the substances do not undergo any chemical change." After he finished speaking, quite a bit of water had accumulated at the bottom of the beaker. Xiao Jian had no choice but to stop heating the beaker. He spread his hands and said, "This beaker needs to be redesigned so that the water inside the beaker can be drained out." He removed the collection bottle and shook it, saying, "This is the ammonia water we need. But the concentration of ammonia is too low. We need to use low-temperature distillation to increase the concentration. Ammonia is more volatile than water. Add a little heat, and it will evaporate. We can use tubes to collect the ammonia gas and absorb it in water again. After several distillations, we can obtain highly concentrated ammonia water. Ammonia water will have many uses in the future. You can produce it in large quantities. For the necessary materials, you can directly ask Steward Zhang and Zhang Chun to purchase them from outside. When making ammonia water, please be careful not to let chlorine gas leak out when heating the white sal ammoniac. Chlorine gas is a deadly poison. You must not poison yourselves." He poured out the substance in the beaker, pointing at a pile of white material, and said, "The calcium hypochlorite is obtained after the lime reacts with chlorine. Calcium hypochlorite is very useful. It can be used as bleaching powder. For example, when making paper, adding bleaching powder will make the paper snow white. Don't waste it." With the problem of Lu Shan's polishing liquid salt, Xiao Jian then went to Chen Wenxuan's room to see what he was researching. Upon entering the room, he saw a huge rectangular object. Chen Wenxuan explained, "Young master, the generator we made at Golden Rooster Ridge was damaged, so I'm making a larger generator now." Xiao Jian opened the casing of the generator. The internal structure was still the same as the one he had made initially. The coils were installed on the stator, and magnets were installed on the rotor. He said, "We will need to use electricity soon. Before using electricity, you must figure out how to make two instruments. One is a voltmeter, and the other is an ammeter. Without these two instruments, we will be like blind people feeling an elephant." Back at Golden Rooster Ridge, Chu Junyan had shown great interest in electricity. This time he saw a good opportunity. He asked, "Master, we still don't really understand electricity. We've been researching generators every day, but we still don't understand how generators produce electricity. Therefore, we have not been able to find ways to improve the generator. And we have even less of an idea about those two instruments you mentioned." Xiao Jian found a chair and sat down. Since the topic had come up, he might as well teach them the principles of electricity again. All the substances we see are made up of molecules. Molecules are the smallest particles that maintain the chemical properties of a substance. Electrons are like small magnets. When an external magnetic field changes and acts on the electron, it's like two magnets. Although they are not touching each other, they will still attract and move the other magnet. As he said that, he picked up two magnets, placed one under a piece of cardboard and the other on top of the cardboard. He then moved the magnet under the cardboard, and the magnet on top of the cardboard followed along. Next, Xiao Jin explained in detail the relationship between voltage, current, and resistance. After teaching them about electrons, everyone put away their notes. Chu Junyan, is your younger sister still in Jinjiang City? Xiao Jian also put away his materials and asked casually. Chu Junyan respectfully said, Master, my sister has finished her courses at the Jinjiang Academy. She wants to stay at Immortal Flat to study Master's immortal teachings. Please allow it, Master. In the research team, they all called Xiao Jian's knowledge immortal teachings. Whenever Xiao Jian returned, they would all gather around him, not wanting to miss any opportunity to learn. The Jinjiang Science and Technology Academy had already been in session for more than half a year, and many students had completed the basic courses. Staying at the Jinjiang Academy any longer would have been a waste of time. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and said, The Academy's students are all in the new village right now. Your research team can give an exam to these students and select the best ones to form a middle school in Immortal Flat. From the boys over the age of 13, pick the 160 with the worst grades to supplement the guard company. The Immortal Flat Middle School will be temporarily guided by your research team members. Chen Wenxuan and Lu Shan should focus more on research. Chu Junyan should be in charge of the school. Chu Junyan bowed again respectfully and said, Thank you for your trust, Master. This student will definitely work hard to make the school a success. He then bowed to the other members, senior and junior brothers, Please provide me with assistance. Lu Shan stood up and bowed in return, saying, The knowledge taught at the Immortal Flat Middle School is already very advanced. This knowledge is not suitable for dissemination, so I suggest that the school be built here at Jilong Mountain. Jilong Mountain was safer than Beishan New Village, the entry and exit of personnel was easier to control, and the pharmaceutical factory and iron factory were both here, so the practical conditions were also better than Beishan New Village. Xiao Jian agreed with this suggestion. Chen Wenxuan also stood up and said, Most of our knowledge is combined with practice. I think the school should also combine theory with practice. This will not only improve their understanding of knowledge, but also strengthen the power of our research team. Xiao Jian thought that what Chen Wenxuan had said was correct, and said, All of you on the research team can choose 2 assistants from the school. They can study and participate in research projects alongside you. He then looked at Chu Junyan and said, Research labs must also be established in the school to organize students to research projects. Chu Junyan, being the scholar that he was, bowed and said, I will obey Master's orders. Chapter 185, Li Changhong's Visit. Just as Xiao Jian was talking to everyone, a guard walked in, saluted Xiao Jian, and said, Young Master, Director Li has come to Jilong Mountain. Xiao Jian paused for a moment, and then quickly realized that Director Li was Li Changhong, the Director of Logistics at Zhejiang Academy. He didn't expect Li Changhong to have come to Jilong Mountain, and that the guard unit had stopped him at the first-line sky. Xiao Jian quickly rode his horse to the first-line sky. He found Li Changhong sitting in the defense fortress, sipping tea leisurely. Xiao Jian walked into the fortress, laughed heartily, and bowed with his hands clasped. Brother Li, you have honored me with your presence. I apologize for my belated welcome. Li Changhong also stood up and bowed, saying, Brother Xiao is a very busy man. I am afraid that my uninvited visit might interfere with your plans for spring farming? Xiao Jian went to the coffee table and sat down, saying, Haha, what could I possibly be busy with? The farm planting is being managed by the steward and the others. There is no need for me to be around directing them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Jian took him on a tour of the fortress, and then discussed the plague situation. The plague in Qingsha City was now under control. There had also been a few cases in Jinjiang City, but these had been suppressed. After finishing the discussion on the plague, Li Changhong asked for a hand grenade. He lit the fuse and threw it out. With a loud bang, it blasted a large crater into the hard ground. He said with envy, The technology of Immortal Flat is truly remarkable. This cement is as hard as rock. The penicillin has saved countless people, and these iron grenades are so powerful. Compared with the pottery grenades made by the Ministry of Works, they are worlds apart. Brother Xiao, you have to get me some of these. The impact-activated fuse for hand grenades had already been researched and developed. The latest hand grenades were all impact-activated. However, they couldn't waste the stockpile of fuse-activated hand grenades. The guard unit was still using the previous stock, and the impact-activated hand grenades had not been distributed yet. Xiao Jin laughed and said, "If Brother Hong likes them, then just take some. You're not leading troops into battle. What do you need them for? Your guards won't be using them, will they?" "Ah, who says I'm not leading troops into battle?" Li Changhong sighed rarely, saying, "Brother Xiao, something has happened in the south. The foreign tribes attacked Guang City. The more than 10,000 soldiers in Guang City were defeated and routed. They use firearms and cannons that are more advanced than our own. The imperial court has sent me to retake Guang City. Brother, you have to help me." The more than 10,000 troops in Guang City were defeated. The army sent by the imperial court would be no less than 50,000 men. The foreign tribes would also have reinforcements in Guang City. And this was a city siege battle, so Xiao Jin was not too optimistic about Li Changhong's campaign. He couldn't help much with a large-scale war like this. At most, he could give him some hand grenades. Xiao Jin said, "If there's anything I can help with, just tell me. Currently, I only have a little more than 1,000 guards, and the only weapons that I can offer are hand grenades. The muskets and cannons are all in the experimental stage and have not yet begun production. If Brother Hong thinks hand grenades would be useful, I can support you with a few thousand. The cost of hand grenades is very high, and the manufacturing process is also very complex, so if you need more, I'll need a reservation." After the iron factory was built, the production of hand grenades had been expanded. If they were to make them at full capacity, they could produce tens of thousands of them in a month. Li Changhong bowed with a smile and said, "To be honest, I came here for hand grenades. Brother Xiao is very righteous. The imperial court will naturally not take them for nothing. Whether you want silver or goods, Brother Xiao, just say the word. I can make the decision on this." He knew Xiao Jin's situation well. The so-called guard unit was actually just some refugees, and he really didn't think much of them. Hand grenades require a lot of gunpowder and steel, and the manufacturing process is also very complex. For Brother Hong's sake, I'll give them to you at the cost price of 3 taels of silver per grenade, but the payment must be settled with goods. Steel is not a big problem, but my sulfur supply is seriously insufficient. At least half of the settlement goods must be sulfur, and the rest can be settled with copper or other goods. Since it was the imperial court purchasing them, Xiao Jin was not going to be polite. He was going to take this opportunity to get some sulfur from them. The amount of sulfur used in gunpowder was very large, so it was reasonable to ask for payment in sulfur. "No problem. Brother Xiao, give me a list of the goods you need. But let me state first that grain is definitely not possible. You know that, no? Grain can be transferred out of Changsha City or Jinjiang City. Other supplies are fine. As long as they are available, I can get them for you." As he said that, he thought for a moment. Guang City was thousands of kilometers away, so he thought that it would be safer to bring more hand grenades. Even if they were not all used, it was not a bad thing to keep them in the troops. So he said, "However, I will need 50,000 hand grenades. Brother Xiao, how long will it take you to prepare them?" The new hand grenades in the warehouse were all impact-activated. Xiao Jin himself had not even been equipped with them yet, so these could not be given to him for the time being. However, the casings and fuse-activated hand grenades were compatible. If they were to produce them day and night, they could complete the 50,000 hand grenades in about a month. However, he didn't want the imperial court to know all his details. "I have some empty shells in my warehouse. If we produce the rest day and night, I should be able to prepare them in a month." Li Changhong patted Xiao Jin on the shoulder and said happily, "The time is sufficient. Let's calculate it at 40 days. Aren't you building a defensive fortress at the crossroads of the official roads? I will deliver the goods to the crossroads fortress then, and you can deliver the hand grenades there to me." The goods that the government used for trading were not all unloaded at Jinjiang City. They would definitely need to prepare some at Changsha City as well. Zhulong Mountain was the location of the penicillin pharmaceutical factory, so people couldn't just enter it at will. The crossroads of the official roads was a good place for trading. Xiao Jin listed the goods he needed. The main things were still sulfur, orpiment, copper, etc. This time he also specifically mentioned that he needed a large amount of sal ammoniac and green vitriol, and that he wanted as much as they could supply. After handing the list to Li Changhong, he remembered that they also urgently needed piglets and chicks. The current food structure was too simple, especially for the guard unit. Without a reasonable food structure, their bodies could not keep up and they could not improve their fighting power. Xiao Jin decided to build a breeding farm, specializing in raising meat pigs and chickens, but he only had a few piglets and chickens at home. He then said, "Brother Hong, could you also help me get some eggs and piglets?" I have a lot of idle people during the slack farming season, and I would like to set up a breeding farm to improve our living standards. Li Changheng asked curiously, piglets are no problem, but are you sure you want eggs instead of chicks? I can help you get both of these. I won't count it in the trade. I'll give it to you as a gift. Anyway, they aren't worth much silver. Xiao Jian said confidently, it is hard to buy many chicks. I have the technology to emulsify chicks here. No matter how many eggs there are, they can be emulsified into chicks. Brother Hong, just help me get them. Li Changheng looked at Xiao Jian as if he were looking at a monster and said, chicks are indeed hard to find, but getting tens of thousands of caddies of eggs is no problem. You can rest assured about this. I'll get it done for you. Brother Xiao, you really have the ability to turn the ordinary into the magical. Eggs can even be emulsified. You will have to teach me this technique in the future, Brother Xiao. This is a good thing for the country and the people. Xiao Jian said that this technique was not worth much, and that after he returned from the expedition, he would understand it at first glance. After the two had negotiated the hand grenade purchase, Xiao Jian then mentioned the establishment of a middle school in Jilong Mountain. Some students have completed the primary courses. Jilong Mountain has various factories and many opportunities for practice. It is also safe here. Therefore, I am preparing to build a middle school in Jilong Mountain. Chapter 186, Li Changheng's Hand Grenade Deal. Li Changheng was becoming increasingly interested in technology. Penicillin and hand grenades were all related to technology. When he heard that they were planning to build a middle school, he was very excited. He said, why don't you just build a primary school as well? There are still too many students in Jinjiang City. After the primary school here is completed, the high-achieving students can be transferred here. The cost of building the school will all be borne by me. Brother Xiao, don't fight with me over this. Funding for the school didn't actually require that much money, so Xiao Jian said with a smile, since Brother Hong is willing to bear it, I will thank you on behalf of the students. This is an opportunity to make a name for yourself. I plan to write the names of the funders in the school magazine, so that every student will know who gave them the opportunity to study. Li Changheng laughed loudly and said, haha, even geese leave a cry when they fly by, and people leave a name when they pass by. The Science and Technology Academy will certainly become famous. I am the second funder, so it is very likely that I will also become famous. To avoid being looked down upon, I've decided to contribute 100,000 taels of silver to build these two schools into the biggest science and technology academy. Haha. Xiao Jian was shocked by the 100,000 taels of silver. The two schools couldn't possibly cost that much. He said, Brother Hong, that's too much, isn't it? Li Changheng waved his hand and said grandly, the school that Li Changheng funds can't be shabby. It doesn't matter how Brother Xiao designs and builds it. You must spend all this silver. Don't leave a single tael of silver. Xiao Jian could only agree with a wry smile. Spending 100,000 taels of silver on a school really did require some effort. When they bought 2 houses for the school in Jinjiang City, they only spent a little over 2,000 taels, including the renovations. Xiao Jian invited Li Changheng to visit the iron factory and the pharmaceutical factory, but Li Changheng shook his head, saying that he would definitely take a good look next time. Xiao Jian returned to the iron factory and gathered Zhang Chun and the members of the research team together to discuss and design what kind of school would allow them to spend the 100,000 taels of silver. Zhang Chun said, this is indeed a good thing. Since it is a science and technology academy, it must show the power of technology. I suggest using new style building materials such as reinforced concrete and glass to build the school. Xiao Jian nodded in approval and said, what Zhang Chun said is very good. The design and planning of the school will be led by you, and it will be jointly completed with the research team. We must build an epic-making school, so that everyone will understand that technology will create a brand new world. In the planning of the school, you must consider technologies that can be achieved in the future, such as electricity, running water, and elevators. Once the technology is mature, it can be applied in the school first. Zhang Chun had led the construction of the Jilong Mountain Defense System and the Diamond Fortress at the crossroads of the official road. He was also familiar with the production technology of Jilong Mountain. It was only right that he should lead the design of the Science and Technology Academy. The school could only begin construction after the design was completed, which meant it would have to be postponed until after the spring plowing. Li Changheng's order for hand grenades, however, was an imminent matter. Xiao Jian then said to Zhang Chun, Li Changheng came to Jilong Mountain for hand grenades this time. I've already agreed to his request. Zhang Chun, are there any problems on your end? Zhang Chun took a piece of paper and a pen and did a careful calculation. Then he said, the currently produced casings have all been fitted with impact-activated fuses. We have more than 20,000 hand grenades in stock, but they are all impact activated. If we want fuse-activated hand grenades, we will have to rely on production. The new ceramic kiln that was built in Julong Mountain has also expanded its scale and can fire over 10,000 ceramic molds at once. After the shell casting process was improved, it can cast several hundred shells at a time, which is very fast. As long as we have steel, we can make as many shells as we want. The fuse-activated ignition device is currently the biggest bottleneck. After the impact-activated ignition device was successfully researched and developed, the steel molds for fuse-activated ignition devices were no longer produced. The assembly of hand grenades is done manually. One person can assemble more than 100 hand grenades a day. To produce 50,000 in a month, we only need about 20 people to keep up with the pace. The problem with the fuse-activated ignition device is also easy to solve. After all, there is still a month left. I will notify the iron factory to quickly make a batch of steel molds for fuse-activated ignition devices. With enough steel molds, the speed of producing ignition devices will be very fast and will not delay anything. Xiao Jian asked, "Is there enough gunpowder?" Since the bandits attacked Beishan New Village last time, the gunpowder factory had been moved to Julong Mountain. Only the alkali factory, saltpeter boiling factory, and soap factory remained in Beishan New Village. Zhang Chun replied, "The gunpowder factory was built on an independent hill. Because the underground gunpowder warehouse is being expanded, the gunpowder is not being produced at full capacity. Currently, there are still tens of thousands of caddies of gunpowder in storage. If we were to produce at full capacity, we could produce more than 100,000 caddies of gunpowder per month. The sulfur reserves are enough to meet this order and still have a surplus. The production of saltpeter has also been increasing. Currently, we can produce nearly 30,000 caddies per month. And we still have tens of thousands of caddies in stock. We have never been short of saltpeter." The construction of the factories here at Julong Mountain was all led by Zhang Chun, with the assistance of the research team. He was very familiar with the production situation of each factory. The steel balls were basically up to standard, and the manufacturing of bearings could now begin. The pressing dies for the graphite crucibles had already been manufactured. Xiao Jian first mixed aged clay and graphite powder, and then used the pressing die to shape them. He then put them into a ceramic kiln for low-temperature drying. After the crucibles were dry, he slowly increased the temperature to more than 1,200 degrees. The graphite crucibles were then fired. He placed the high-purity wrought iron that had been refined in the converter into the graphite crucible, covered it, and sent it to the experimental steelmaking furnace for calcination, obtaining high-carbon steel. The steel ball grinding discs made with high-carbon steel were much harder than grinding discs made with ordinary steel. Xiao Jian demonstrated the high-carbon steel refining process, and then said to Lu Shan, "The longer the crucible is calcined in the blast furnace, the higher the carbon content in the molten iron will be. If the carbon content is too high, the steel will be too brittle. If the carbon content is too low, the steel will be too soft. You need to experiment to find the correct balance." In order to make it easier for the research team to conduct experiments, he had specially built several experimental steelmaking furnaces. Lu Shan could use several steelmaking furnaces at the same time to experiment on the optimal calcination time for graphite crucible steelmaking. After handing the matter of the graphite crucible over to Lu Shan, Xiao Jian went to Chen Wenxuan's room again. Chen Wenxuan and Chu Junyan were researching the manufacturing of voltmeters and ammeters. The wire drawing workshop of the iron factory had already produced iron and copper wires of various thicknesses. However, it was very difficult to wrap silk around very thin copper wires. The electromagnets that they had manufactured were thicker than a bucket. They could only use these to experiment with the electromagnetic effect. Using them to make voltmeters and ammeters was definitely not possible. To manufacture enameled wire, they needed insulating varnish. The varnish of this era was lacquer that was extracted from lacquer trees. The raw lacquer was dried and dehydrated and then boiled with tung oil to form cooked lacquer. Xiao Jian then added shellac, rosin, mica powder, fish glue, etc. to the cooked lacquer to make insulating varnish. Raw lacquer had a very high viscosity and could withstand temperatures of up to several hundred degrees Celsius. After adding materials such as mica, it could withstand temperatures of over 500 degrees Celsius. Once they had insulating varnish, manufacturing insulated copper wire became simple. After several days of work, they finally produced enameled wire as thin as a hair. By winding the enameled wire into a coil and then placing it in a magnetic ring, they had created simple voltmeters and ammeters. The values for voltage, current, and resistance could only be defined by themselves. The accuracy was also very poor, but it was enough to know the relative size. Chapter 187, Fifth Entry into the Unknown Space. The manufacturing of enameled wire was relatively easy, but the manufacturing of outdoor wiring was much more troublesome. The main problem was the insulation of the copper wire. They couldn't find any rubber at the moment. They could only wrap the copper wire in silk, then coat it with insulating varnish, and then wrap it with cotton thread. Finally, they would coat the cotton thread with insulating varnish again. The insulation effect was not bad. Xiao Jian took the finished wire and put it over the fire, but it quickly burned away. He shook his head and said, "Silk can't withstand high temperatures. Do you know of any fabrics that are heat-resistant?" Chen Wenxuan said, "The clothes that the iron factory furnace workers wear don't burn even when sparks land on them. They say that they are made from a kind of Huahuan fabric. I'll go get some and try it." When Xiao Jian heard Huahuan fabric, he understood that it was asbestos cloth. Asbestos was a fibrous mineral that was indeed heat-resistant. Clothes made of Huahuan didn't need to be washed. When they were dirty, they could be cleaned by burning them in a fire. This kind of fabric was used a lot in the iron factory. All the workers who worked near the iron smelting furnaces had a set of clothes made of Huahuan fabric. Xiao Jian had seen it before, but he just hadn't thought of it for the moment. The Huahuan fabric that Chen Wenxuan brought was very thick. Xiao Jian wrapped the copper wire with a layer, and then used asbestos thread instead of cotton thread to wrap it, and then coated it with insulating varnish. The power transmission line that they had produced in this way met the requirements completely, but it was troublesome to manufacture and the cost was relatively high. Xiao Jian told Chen Wenxuan that there was still a lot of room for improvement in the viscosity and temperature resistance of insulating varnish, and asked him to organize the craftsmen who understood varnish to specialize in tackling the problem of high-temperature resistant varnish. Xiao Jian had reviewed all the problems that the research team needed to solve, and the rest was up to them to slowly research and optimize. At this time, spring farming was already over, and it was time to enter the unknown space again. In his mind, the progress bar for the teleportation time appeared. Xiao Jian had long expected this. This time, he had made ample preparations for entering the unknown space. Not only had he brought hand grenades, but he had also brought a lot of seeds. He didn't know which seeds could be planted in the unknown space, so he brought some of each type. He didn't know why, but the carrying capacity of the pendant space had doubled compared to last time, but it was still not possible to carry too many things. Apart from seeds, hand grenades, and some daily necessities, he also brought sinew for making bows and arrows, as well as gold, silver, and copper. He wanted to see the recycling prices of these three metals in the base. Xiao Jian woke up at the base on the green island. He brushed a strand of hair that was covering his eyes. He suddenly froze. He had cut his long hair at the Zhao family village in Qingsha City, but here, the long hair on his head was still the same as when he had returned. Sure enough, his previous judgment was correct. The physical body here in the unknown space was not his real body at all. The soul in this physical body was still his own soul, and the so-called soul was a kind of information carrier. All the information in the body was stored in the soul. Xiao Jian got up and walked around the base. Little Tuanzi and its brother, Ugly Horse, were not in the base. The base on this small island was not Xiao Jian's own base, but rather the second base that was bound to the main base. His main base was still over at the planting area. When he returned, the main base would shrink into a ring and return with him. Once he returned to the unknown space, it would automatically be released in place again. Unclaimed bases and bound bases were different from the main base. These two types of bases, once released into the unknown space, would not be retrieved. The base on the small island was the one that Xiao Jian had obtained from the attacker after he had killed him at the planting area. Before returning, he had bound the base to his main base. After he returned, this base had been left on the small island. Xiao Jian walked out of the base. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. A large amount of upland rice had been planted on the island. The upland rice was already over a foot tall, and everywhere was a sea of green. A lot of saplings had been planted behind the base. These saplings were exactly the same as the fruit saplings in the planting area. The seeds that he had purchased were all stored in the base. These seeds were probably brought over from the base by Little Tuanzi. Xiao Jian walked around the island. The island's wall was not yet finished. Ugly Horse had only built it to a height of about 5 feet. For ordinary wild beasts, this was already a barrier. There was no wall at the front of the base. Xiao Jian planned to install a large gate here. Standing in front of the base, he could see the edge of the pool. At this moment, a dugout canoe was paddling over from the edge of the pool and docked at the shore of the island. There was a wooden bridge made of tree trunks extending out into the pool. As soon as the dugout canoe reached the wooden bridge, little Tuanzi leaped onto the shore and ran towards the base, jumping up and down. Gagaga, gagaga. He could hear her cheerful cries from afar. Xiao Jian quickly went to greet her. Little Tuanzi pushed off with her legs and jumped onto his shoulder, hugged his face, gave him a pop kiss, and laughed, haha. Xiao Jian lifted little Tuanzi up and spun her around. He then realized that she had grown taller, her legs were longer, and her body was much more slender. Was she actually developing towards a human appearance? Her mother had seen humans, and that was why little Tuanzi had grown a human face. But her figure was still very different from humans. The appearances of mutant sprites would change later on. Little Tuanzi was often in contact with Xiao Jian, so her body would continue to develop towards human form. Xiao Jian, carrying little Tuanzi, pointed to the surrounding upland rice and fruit trees and asked, Tuanzi, did you plant all of these? Little Tuanzi nodded repeatedly and pointed at Ugly Horse, who was coming out of the dugout canoe, and said, Gagaga, gagaga, plant mau together. Then, her expression changed. She spread her hands out, looking pitiful, and said, Gagaga, Tuanchuan no Chiochio. As she said this, her eyes started to glow, and tears were about to spill out. She looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. The Chiochio she was talking about were the spherical seeds. The spherical seeds needed green grass or root and stem sap in order to sprout. Xiao Jian thought that little Tuanzi didn't have any green grass root and stem sap, which was why she hadn't planted the spherical seeds. He quickly comforted her. Tuanzi, don't cry. When I return to the base, I will teleport the root and stem sap to you, okay? All of Xiao Jian's belongings were kept in his main base, and the main base was still over at the swamp planting area. Chiochio want Chiochio. After hearing what Xiao Jian said, little Tuanzi immediately stopped crying and clamored for Xiao Jian to give her spherical seeds. Xiao Jian scratched little Tuanzi's little nose and said with a smile, Okay, we'll give Tuanzi Chiochio. As he said this, he carried little Tuanzi to the wooden bridge. Ugly Horse was attaching the dugout canoe to a tree stump. When he saw Xiao Jian, he immediately stood up and went to greet him. Chapter 188. Someone wants to recruit miners. Ugly Horse had changed quite a bit. His claws were becoming more and more like eagle claws, and his fur had become emerald green and translucent. When he stood up and walked on two legs, his upper limbs could swing back and forth, but his body always leaned forward. No matter how Xiao Jian looked at him, he found it awkward. Just standing in front of Xiao Jian like that made Xiao Jian feel very tired. Ugly Horse, I think that you're better off on all fours. Ugly Horse looked blankly at Xiao Jian, and then turned to look at little Tuanzi. He didn't understand what Xiao Jian was saying at all. Little Tuanzi also couldn't use language that Xiao Jian could understand to express this complicated problem. She chattered away at the terminal box. After opening the terminal box, he saw that little Tuanzi was saying that her brother only walked on all fours when he was running away. He was always like this usually. Xiao Jian shook his head helplessly and thought to himself that next time he came back, he must get a set of clothes made for Ugly Horse to wear. When he was dirty all over, it didn't feel that way. Now that he was clean and his fur was smooth, he was even more of an eyesore. Beep, beep, beep. Just as they returned to the hall of the base, the terminal box beeped a few times. Xiao Jian opened the terminal box and saw that it was a private message from Please Call Me Trash King. Bro, quickly go look at the chat channel. Someone is actually recruiting people to mine. Xiao Jian was a little surprised. He quickly opened the chat channel. There, a pinned message caught his eye. Open Energy Mine. Recruiting miners, daily income no less than 8,000. Those who are interested, please send a private message. His brow furrowed. The soul-eating evil spirit incident had only just passed, and this person was starting this up again. Did he not want any peace? Trash King, what's this guy up to? Xiao Jian's tone was tinged with anger. He didn't care if this person was openly advertising their coordinates for death, but recruiting people to mine. Was he not afraid of killing these people? Trash King immediately replied, Hee hee. This guy either has ulterior motives, or he's blinded by money, or this is a trap set by the soul-eating evil spirit. Xiao Jian rubbed his temples and lowered his head in thought. What exactly did the soul-eating evil spirit want to do? Did they want to gather all the people here and then wipe them all out? He quickly rejected his own idea. The soul-eating evil spirits were not that many in number. They might be able to kill a few people at a time, but they didn't have the strength to wipe them all out. This didn't seem like something the soul-eating evil spirits would do. The energy mine was very important to the system, So why would they be so kind as to have a large-scale excavation unless they had a bigger conspiracy? Weren't they just trying to disrupt development here? To kill all the people here seemed rather unrealistic, as their numbers were limited. Destroy the system here? Xiao Jian's heart suddenly tightened. If they were to really destroy the system here, it would not only affect them, but even the Guardians would be fatally struck. He quickly smiled bitterly and shook his head. Was he being too nervous? The system that managed the base was invisible and intangible. He couldn't think of any way the soul-eating evil spirit could destroy it. Even though he thought this, Xiao Jian still felt uneasy in his heart. He sent a message to Trash King. It shouldn't be the soul-eating evil spirit, right? Would they be so kind as to mine for the system? Trash King, I don't know if you've noticed, but every time there's a large amount of energy or recovered, the system upgrades. Trash King replied quickly, are you saying that every time the system changes, it's after large amounts of energy or have been recovered? He wasn't aware of this. The system had changed several times after Xiao Jian had recovered energy or. The first time the system had changed was after Xiao Jian had recovered a large energy or from the industrial ruins. This time many new functions had been added to the system, and it was after he had recovered a large amount of energy or from the mines. There was no need to hide the fact that he had recovered energy or from Trash King. Many people had picked up energy or before. It wasn't any secret. As long as he didn't reveal the existence of the mines, it would be fine. That's right. This time the system was upgraded after my base was upgraded. I have a feeling that the system is not only short on resources, but even more so on energy. Xiao Jian spoke a little vaguely, and did not directly say that he had recovered a large amount of energy, or that allowed his base to be upgraded to level 4. Even if he didn't say it, Trash King would probably be able to figure out that a level 4 base required 100,000 contribution points. Without recovering energy or, it would be difficult to collect that many by just recovering robot wreckage. Trash King was silent for a moment before sending a message. I see. No wonder the dried biscuits in the auction house had become in short supply before, and later there was no water at all. Trash King understood very quickly. Previously, everyone had been recovering robot wreckage and very little energy or. The system canceling the supply of items was probably to reduce energy consumption. Before Xiao Jian could reply, Trash King sent another message. Bro, if that's the case, then this matter of recruiting miners doesn't seem like something the soul-eating evil spirit would do. Perhaps they really just want to earn contribution points. What Trash King said was exactly what Xiao Jian was puzzled about. Could it be that he had overthought it, and that this mining matter had nothing to do with the soul-eating evil spirit? Yeah, I also hope that this isn't some trick by the soul-eating evil spirit. If they wanted to upgrade their base, they could just do that by seizing someone else's base. In Xiao Jian's reply, there was a clear trace of worry. Trash King noticed this and immediately asked, Bro, you seem very worried? Due to his perceptive ability, when something bad happened, Xiao Jian always had a strange feeling. Perhaps this was the so-called sixth sense. I can't really explain it. I just feel that this matter is not as simple as it looks. We can only take things as they come. I hope that my premonition is wrong. Trash King didn't understand what Xiao Jian meant. He thought that Xiao Jian was worried about the soul-eating evil spirit seizing other people's bases in order to upgrade their own base. What you say is true. Why did the system have to set a reward for recovering bases? Wouldn't that encourage everyone to fight each other? And it gives the soul-eating evil spirit an opportunity. Xiao Jian's strange premonition was so random that even he himself couldn't understand it, let alone Trash King. He simply put the question aside and replied to Trash King's query. I have thought about this question. The system should be recovering bases in order to awaken the people who had been eliminated. Xiao Jian had already confirmed through the pendant space that those who came to the unknown space were not their real bodies. They were probably physical bodies created by copying their souls. Otherwise, if their souls couldn't return to their own world, their physical body in their own world would not be awakened. Trash King still seemed a bit confused and sent another message asking, if that's the case, wouldn't the soul-eating evil spirit recovering a base also awaken those who were harmed by them? This question wasn't difficult to understand, and Xiao Jian replied, the soul-eating evil spirits devour the souls of their victims. The system is only recovering a blank base. The victims still cannot be awakened. This time Trash King finally understood and spat out a complaint. Chapter 189. Ugly Horse's Continuous Transformation. After hearing Xiao Jian's explanation, Trash King finally understood and couldn't help but complain. Damn, this system is really full of loopholes. I guess the Guardians didn't expect that the soul-eating evil spirits would sneak in when they opened this place. Xiao Jin replied, "It's not the Guardians' fault. This place has been around for a long time. How could they have considered this? In the beginning, the base couldn't even block their souls." What he was saying was, of course, based on evidence. Little Tuanzi's grandfather, the elder mutated sprite, had said that they had been sent here long ago. And then there was Han Xiao. At the time, it was because the base's outer walls couldn't block the soul-eating evil spirit souls that he had been harmed by them. After Han Xiao's accident, the base upgraded its outer walls. Now, unless you were willing to let someone enter, even if you left the door of the base open, outsiders couldn't come in. As the two were chatting, they had unknowingly deviated from the topic. They had originally been discussing the matter of someone recruiting minors, but ended up talking about the base's management system. Xiao Jian still felt uneasy about the matter of recruiting minors. Even if this wasn't something that the soul-eating evil spirits were doing, they wouldn't pass up this rare opportunity. If the soul-eating evil spirits were to seize the miners' bases in the mining area and then upgrade their bases to level 5, there would probably be chaos in the unknown space. They could use the advanced weapons in the level 5 base to sweep through the unknown space. As soon as the people left their bases, they would be vulnerable to attack by the soul-eating evil spirits. Trash King, have you contacted the person recruiting miners? What's their plan? Xiao Jian brought the conversation back to the topic at hand. Yeah, I've contacted them. At his place, the miners would get 70% of the earnings, with 30% going to the recruiters. They've been saying that it's not a problem to earn over 10,000 contribution points a day. When Xiao Jian saw the message from Trash King, he felt even more uneasy. This was basically putting the miners naked out in the open. Xiao Jian replied, "The temptation is not small. There will probably be a lot of people going there. This person is also way too daring. Isn't he afraid that the soul-eating evil spirits will cause trouble?" Trash King replied, "They have organized a guard team and they confidently guarantee that they have the ability to protect themselves." Xiao Jian was speechless. These people probably didn't understand the soul-eating evil spirits at all. Did they think that they could fight against them by relying on a few ordinary people? It was an absolute joke. At this time, "Please call me Trash King" sent another message. "Bro, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible." As soon as Xiao Jian saw his message, he knew what he wanted to say. The soul-eating evil spirits were looking for them, but why wouldn't he want to look for the soul-eating evil spirits? He had certain advantages now. The biggest threat of the soul-eating evil spirits was possession, but they could only possess humans, not other species. Mutated sprites were not human. With Ugly Horse, whom they couldn't possess, as his fighter, he could launch ranged attacks while Ugly Horse would engage in close-quarters combat. This meant that he was at an advantage. Xiao Jin chuckled and replied, "Hee, Trash King. I think we're on the same wavelength. Don't worry, I can identify the real form of the soul-eating evil spirits." He had perceptive abilities. The soul-eating evil spirits could not hide themselves in his perceptive vision. Trash King replied very quickly, his tone somewhat exaggerated. "Wow, bro, you have this ability? No wonder they ended up losing to you. Then there's no problem. I'll sign up to go to the mining area, and we can meet up there." Xiao Jin nodded and replied, "Okay, you make the arrangements, and have Little Sprite go too. Everyone can get to know each other. By the way, do you still have any wooden bows?" Trash King replied, "Sorry, I haven't started selling the wooden bows yet. The main thing is, I don't have people I trust." Xiao Jin understood that he was worried about the wooden bows falling into the hands of the evil spirits. On the chat channel, how could they know who was a soul-eating evil spirit? Xiao Jin replied, Since you haven't sold them, then don't sell them. I have 5 wooden bows here. I'll bring them with me as well." He thought that once he arrived at the mining area, he could identify the real form of the soul-eating evil spirits. Then he could decide whether or not to sell the bows. Soon, Trash King sent the coordinates of the mine. Xiao Jin saw on the map that the mine was located at the end of the Greenland mountain range. The mountain range where Greenland was located ran in a southeast direction. Nobody knew how large the entire mountain range was. It contained countless high mountains and dangerous peaks. The location of Greenland was still just at the edge of the mountain range. The coordinates that Trash King had sent were in the southwest direction of Greenland. Along the way, there were only high mountains and perilous valleys. At Xiao Jin's speed, it would probably take him at least 10 days to get there. This journey was going to be long, and he didn't know when he would return. He had to go to the swamp planting area first. His main base was still there. From the swamp planting area, he could also go to the mine, and both were on flatland. Although it was a little roundabout, it was better than having to cross mountains and valleys. The shortest way back to the swamp planting area was through the rock cave in the cliff. The last time he came here from the mutated sprite's residence, Ugly Horse had led the way through this cave. Before leaving, Xiao Jian tied the 5 wooden bows, 2 steel pipe bows, and a few dozen arrows together. He then had Ugly Horse carry it on his shoulder, and only left 1 wooden bow for little Tuanzi. They paddled a dugout canoe to the shore. Ugly Horse walked ahead, while little Tuanzi, after jumping out of the dugout canoe, followed closely by Xiao Jian's side, pulling at the hem of his clothes, unwilling to let him go. Standing at the foot of the cliff, Ugly Horse looked up at the cave entrance halfway up the mountain, and then looked at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian nodded, signaling it to go up first. Ugly Horse, on all fours, suddenly exerted force. Its bulky body seemed to take flight like a bird as it rushed towards the cave. Seeing that its upward momentum was slowing, it lightly tugged at a hanging vine with its front paw. Its body accelerated again, landing steadily on the edge of the cave entrance. Xiao Jian's mouth was agape, and his eyes were wide open as he stared blankly at Ugly Horse on the edge of the cave, his breath stolen by its actions. How the hell did this guy do that? Xiao Jian couldn't understand it anymore. When he had returned last time, he just felt that it was very agile. Now, it seemed like it could actually fly. Was its stout body just full of air? It felt as if it had no weight at all. At this time, the hem of Xiao Jian's clothes was tugged. Only then did he regain his senses. Ga-ga-ga, woo-woo, Tuanchuan wanna go. Xiao Jian lowered his head. Little Tuanzi was pouting, her eyes full of tears. She was staring at him expectantly. Xiao Jian squatted down, cupped her little face, and said, Tuanzi has to stay home and take care of the place, and not let bad people trample on our saplings. Brother will go back and teleport the root and stem sap for you, okay? Little Tuanzi really liked to plant. When she heard that someone might trample on her crops and saplings, she showed a hesitant look. She hadn't planted any spherical seeds on the island. She probably hadn't brought any root and stem sap here. The spherical seeds needed to be mixed with root and stem sap to sprout. Chapter 190. Discovering Spiritual Energy in the Planting Area. When Xiao Jian said that he would give her root and stem sap, little Tuanzi finally wavered. She then wanted Xiao Jian to give her spherical seeds as well. Xiao Jian held up 2 fingers and said, 2 packs of spherical seeds. Little Tuanzi grabbed Xiao Jian's palm and pried open another one of his fingers. Okay, 3 packs of spherical seeds. Xiao Jian readily agreed. They would definitely need to stay here on the small island long term, so planting more trees would make the environment better. Only then did little Tuanzi turn from sadness to joy. She nodded repeatedly and stopped insisting on going out with him. After passing through the cave in the cliff and coming out of Greenland, no matter how much Xiao Jian tried to increase his speed, he still couldn't keep up with Ugly Horse. Its claws would just press lightly, and its body would then take flight, before it would then land lightly, like a bird. And this wasn't even Ugly Horse's top speed. It had to stop and wait for Xiao Jian to catch up every so often. By this time, Xiao Jian was already panting heavily, and so tired that he couldn't even speak. He supported himself on a rock and weakly waved his hand at Ugly Horse. Ugly Horse looked at Xiao Jian, and then, ding ding ding, ran back and squatted down in front of Xiao Jian. It then patted its own back and said, Gaga, sit, sit. When Xiao Jian heard Ugly Horse call him Gidge, elder brother, he immediately got goosebumps. Was this what he had learned from little Tuanzi? Call me boss. Xiao Jian immediately corrected it. Ugly Horse seemed to have understood what Xiao Jian had said. His eyes dropped, he immediately lost all his energy, and his face was full of dejection. He stammered, Lao, Lao Lao sit. Xiao Jian was speechless. Ugly Horse was just like a toddler. It could only say single syllables. This Lao Lao was not as pleasant to hear as Gaga. Never mind, just call me Gaga then. From what Ugly Horse was indicating, it was dissatisfied with the fact that he was running too slow and wanted to carry him, but Xiao Jian still couldn't bring himself to get on his back. In his heart, little Tuanzi and Ugly Horse were both intelligent beings who were equal to him. They were not his mounts. Gaga, Gaga, sit, sit. Ugly Horse immediately became happy again. An indescribable smile appeared on its face. It then bent over onto all fours and kept urging Xiao Jian to get on. Perhaps in its heart, it thought that Xiao Jian agreeing to let it call him Gaga meant that it was the same status as little Tuanzi. However, after Ugly Horse got onto all fours, it did look somewhat like a wild horse. This made Xiao Jian feel less guilty. Without Xiao Jian holding him back, Even when Ugly Horse was carrying him, its speed was many times faster than before. The journey that had previously taken more than 2 days was completed in just half a day. Xiao Jian opened the door of the base and was immediately dumbfounded. The control hall of the base was piled full of mining robots, and even the passage was completely full. The manufacturing machine that he had recovered in the underground hall was also buried under the pile of robots. There was only this one entrance to the base. The top of the base was a hemispherical transparent dome. The walls and floor were all made of a smooth, hard metal. The center of the base was an open area. On the 2 sides were over a dozen rooms of various sizes, and at the end was a large warehouse. The place where Xiao Jian was now standing was at the front of the base, and was also the only entrance to the base. Upon entering the base through this entrance, one would find the control hall. Without removing the robots from the control hall, he couldn't even get in. He could only contact little Tuanzi and have her transfer the mining robots to the base on the small island. These mining robots would eventually have to go into the mine to mine energy ore. He also transferred the robots' charging equipment, along with several pieces of energy ore, to her. After the robots were all removed, the manufacturing machine, which lay in the center of the hall, was still taking up most of the space in the hall. He walked around the base. In the end, he stood in the open area at the center of the base. This was the highest part of the base and the largest space. The manufacturing machine was only suitable to be placed here. After all the hustle and bustle of cleaning up the hall, he then sent 3 bottles of root and stem sap and 3 packs of spherical seeds to little Tuanzi before putting away the base. In the unknown space, at least one base had to be deployed. Otherwise, if a base was not deployed for a certain period, the body would be damaged. Now that Xiao Jian had 2 bases, as long as the base on the small island was always deployed, his main base could be stored and carried with him. When he arrived at the planting area, Han Zhao's base was still standing on the side. When he had released it here, it was so that little Tuanzi would have a place to stay after he returned. This base was still a masterless base, and anyone could use their terminal box to take it. Releasing this type of masterless base outside was extremely unsafe. Now that they had a second base on the small island, there was no longer any need for Han Zhao's base, so Xiao Jian stored it away. In the planting area, the fruit trees had already grown taller than a person, and there were a few fruit trees with a few fist-sized fruits hanging on them. The fruits had already begun to turn yellow and were emitting a faint fruity fragrance. It wouldn't be long before these fruits were ripe. The saplings of the spherical seeds had also grown to waist height. The lush foliage was like a green umbrella, casting a shadow on the ground. Xiao Jian sat in the shade, drinking water comfortably. His mood was exceptionally relaxed, as if he were in a hot spring. Every cell in his body was completely relaxed. What Xiao Jian hadn't expected was that the cultivation technique in his body had started to circulate, unconsciously. A wisp of a strange aura drilled into his body from all parts, gathering into the circulating airflow. Spiritual energy. There is actually spiritual energy here. Xiao Jian was surprised and delighted. Spiritual energy. How long has it been? His cultivation had been stagnant because he couldn't feel spiritual energy. He immediately closed his eyes slightly and calmed his mind to circulate his cultivation technique. At this time, a faint wisp of aura broke through the meridians in his neck and entered the depths of his mind. This wisp of aura was completely different from the aura circulating in his body. The aura circulating in his body was a murky gray-white color, but the wisp of aura that had entered his mind was a pure golden color, without a trace of any other color, and almost completely transparent. This kind of golden aura seemed to be very rare in spiritual energy. Of the spiritual energy that entered the circulation, there was only 1 unit of golden aura out of 1,000 units that entered his mind. The murky aura in his body was still the same as when he had first obtained his cultivation technique, running along the original meridians and acupoints, with no signs of impacting a new acupoint. The technique explained that in order to improve one's cultivation, one had to impact acupoints and bring out the genes hidden within them to optimize and transform one's body. Only then would one's cultivation improve. And this acupoint that provided the gene would also become a node in the meridian, allowing the circulating aura to pass through. Those with a pure spiritual root only needed to impact 1 acupoint to possibly obtain a complete gene. Of course, not every acupoint had a gene hidden within it. People with mixed spiritual roots like Xiao Jian had to impact at least 5 acupoints and obtain 5 gene fragments before they could put together a complete gene. Moreover, the sequence of breaking through the acupoints couldn't be wrong. Otherwise, one would have to start cultivating again and try to break through the acupoint again. Therefore, The cultivation difficulty for mixed spiritual roots was dozens of times that of pure spiritual roots. Chapter 191. Insight ability finally upgraded. Seeing that his internal energy was failing to break through his acupoints, Xiao Jian focused his attention on his mind, as leveling up his insight ability was crucial to him. Deep within his mind, golden energy continuously flowed through the small hole that Shuaying had pierced with her light cone. When the concentration of this golden energy reached a certain point, it began to arrange itself, gradually forming a golden balloon. Xiao Jian's consciousness was entirely focused on the balloon's changes. Suddenly, a force pulled his consciousness into the balloon's interior. Inside the balloon, Xiao Jian was transformed into a tiny infant. He felt as if he were in a mottled and bizarre space. The space was spherical, and he couldn't determine its size, only that it was much larger than the area in his mind where insight images had previously appeared. The space was bounded by a layer of transparent, soft light membrane. Various colors of light spots slowly rotated, twisted, and transformed on the membrane, creating a mysterious and psychedelic scene. This fantastical sight made Xiao Jian feel like he was in a surreal world. Xiao Jian felt that he was the master of this space. His body could freely change into any shape, and he could instantly move to any location he desired. Had his insight ability finally upgraded? He thought. The insight images generated by the insight ability should be displayed in this three-dimensional space now. He was somewhat disappointed. This huge upgrade of his insight ability seemed to have just carved out a dedicated space for it, using a golden light membrane. Of course, this upgrade wasn't entirely meaningless. This insight space was significantly larger than the capacity of his mind. Its spatial location was certainly not within his brain. The sphere in his mind was simply the entrance to the insight space. It was somewhat similar to the pendant space, only much smaller. The size of the insight space would likely expand with future upgrades, and whether this space had other uses, Xiao Jian didn't know yet. He could only explore it slowly. At that moment, Xiao Jian felt the spiritual energy entering his body gradually weaken until it completely disappeared. Xiao Jian exited the insight space, opened his eyes, and looked around in confusion. Why had the spiritual energy vanished? He searched the plantation, confirming that no spiritual energy remained. The mining area coordinates sent by Garbage King were at the end of the Green Mountains, southwest of the base. The southwest of the base was a vast plain, where the soil was fertile. However, like other places, there wasn't a single trace of green. Crossing the plain, a mountain ridge blocked the way, and the coordinates Garbage King had given him were on the south side of that ridge. This mountain ridge was lower than the mountain where the mutated sprites lived, and its terrain was gentler, without any cliffs or precipices. As Xiao Jian hesitated whether to detour, Ugly Horse charged straight toward the mountain ridge without slowing down. It scaled mountains and crossed valleys as if it was walking on flat ground. The planet's gravity seemed to have no effect on it. Ugly Horse, each of you mutated sprites has a different unique ability. Could yours be defying gravity? Xiao Jian was curious. Little Ball's unique ability was healing magic. What was Ugly Horse's? Gaga. UN %** hashtag and at hashtag. Xiao Jian looked at Ugly Horse and shook his head with a wry smile. Okay, you're speaking a foreign language I don't understand. Standing on the mountain ridge, he could see a towering mountain peak in the distance. The mountain's rocks were exposed, with a gray-brown texture, looking as if it was formed from a pile of huge ruins. The marks of time were etched deeply into the rocks, making him sigh at the ruthless passage of time. A breeze blew past, creating an odd whistling sound, like someone weeping, making him feel lonely and desolate. This sound seemed to be the only note in this desolate land, making him feel like he was having a solitary conversation with nature. Xiao Jian looked at the map on his terminal box. The mine's coordinates were at the foot of this mountain peak, in a valley. Near the top of the valley was a wall built of stone. Standing on the ridge, he could vaguely see a bustling crowd within the wall, wielding tools and excavating the sides of the mountain. Several mine shafts had already been dug. Outside the wall, to the east of the valley, there was a flat area, cluttered with about dozens of bases. East of the flat area, where the bases were placed, was a cliff extending from the peak, like a high city wall cutting off all paths to the east. On the west side of the valley was a hill, where 5 bases had been placed, crowding the entire hilltop. Several bases were also placed at the entrance to the valley, and this was the first checkpoint for entering the mining area. Ugly Horse, you stay here and wait for me to return. Ugly Horse's appearance was too eye-catching to bring it to the mining area. After he finished speaking, Xiao Jian realized that Ugly Horse couldn't understand him at all. Xiao Jian then used a series of gestures and hand movements. Looking at Ugly Horse, it sat on the ground, watching his performance with great interest. Damn, it's watching my acting, Xiao Jian thought. He stopped paying attention to it and started walking down the mountain on his own. Ugly Horse didn't follow him, but even showed a smile, waving a hand at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian stumbled, nearly falling. So this guy had understood what I meant all along, and didn't say anything, making me hop and jump around to signal it not to leave? Even if Ugly Horse had spoken, he wouldn't have understood either. Damn it, it's like talking to a brick wall, or rather, there's no way to communicate. Going down from the mountain ridge, he reached the right side of the valley, at the foot of the peak. A howling cold wind came from the direction of the mountain. That strange sound became clearer, like a chilling screech from hell, making him shudder involuntarily. He looked at the mountain in confusion, and realized that there were several caves in the rock face. The cold wind was blowing from these caves. He frowned, feeling utterly strange. This continuous cold wind, even creating terrifying sounds in the caves. Where was it coming from? Xiao Jian tightened his clothes and quickened his pace toward the valley. At the entrance to the valley, a large man wielding a machete came out of a base and stopped Xiao Jian. He pointed to the east of the valley and said a few words that Xiao Jian didn't understand. Following the direction he pointed, it was the flat area where many bases were placed. This big guy is telling me to deploy my base in the flat area. Xiao Jian nodded in agreement. This was expected, as most people didn't have a terminal box. They could only communicate after deploying their bases. He wasn't worried about any problems with the base. As long as a base was owned, no one could open its door or retrieve it. Chapter 192. Re-encountering the weak, soul-devouring wraith. Xiao Jian followed the big man to the flat area. After deploying his base, the man took out a terminal box and scanned the base. The terminal box he used was much smaller than the one Xiao Jian used. It was a common version purchased at the auction house, without a transmission function. The big man carefully put away his terminal box and handed Xiao Jian a metal token before returning to the entrance of the valley. Xiao Jian took the metal token and went to the wall at the back of the valley. There was a small door, with a base deployed next to it. 2 gatekeepers sat inside. Entering this door in the wall led to the mining area. At this moment, 2 miners came out of the mining area, one after the other. The gatekeeper got up from the base and held out his palm to the miners. The miners handed him their metal tokens. The gatekeeper took the tokens, scanned them on a terminal box, and said a few words that Xiao Jian couldn't understand. The terminal box immediately projected a 3-dimensional image, showing a strange text. Xiao Jian glanced at his own terminal box. It had translated the gatekeeper's words, "You have only been mining for 1 day. You can't leave until 3 days are up." The miner said to the gatekeeper's terminal box, "I'm thirsty. I want to go out to drink water." The gatekeeper took out a bottle of water and handed it to the miner, saying, 500 contribution points. The miner shook his head helplessly, took the water bottle, complained a few times, and turned back to the mining area. The person behind him stepped forward, placed down a metal bucket, and proactively handed his metal token to the gatekeeper. After scanning the token, the gatekeeper dumped all the ore from the bucket onto the ground. Then, he scanned the ore with a terminal box, confirmed the quantity, and took half of it into a cloth bag. A pile of such cloth bags was already stacked on an open space next to the base. Xiao Jian found it strange. Aren't they doing extra work here? Why not recycle the ore and then settle with contribution points? At this point, the gatekeeper seemed to notice Xiao Jian standing by the door. He held out his palm to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian handed him the metal token. The gatekeeper took the token, scanned it, and said a few words to the terminal box. This time, the 3-dimensional image displayed characters Xiao Jian recognized. "Leave all your belongings. No items are allowed in the mining area. Do you want to go in now?" The gatekeeper finished speaking and pointed his terminal box at Xiao Jian, signaling him to reply. Xiao Jian spoke into his terminal box. "Can I bring dry biscuits and water bottles?" The gatekeeper shook his head impatiently, saying, "No, we will provide food and water here. The required fees will be deducted from your ore." This mine owner is really greedy, forcing miners to buy his overpriced food, Xiao Jian thought. Xiao Jian waved his hand and stepped aside. The gatekeeper didn't make things difficult and returned to the base to sit down. Xiao Jian stood to one side, activating his insight ability to carefully scan the entire valley. As expected, the insight images were displayed in the spherical insight space. Xiao Jian's consciousness entered the insight space, transformed into a small figure, and began searching within the inside images. If the soul-devouring wraiths intend to cause trouble, they should be hiding in the shadows, watching. From the opposite ridge, the valley seemed small, but once he entered it, he discovered it was actually very wide. Xiao Jian searched the inside images for more than an hour, but still hadn't scanned the entire valley. By this point, his insight ability had exhausted its energy and automatically withdrew. Having found no soul-devouring wraiths in the valley, he glanced at the opposite ridge and turned towards his base. Ugly Horse was still guarding the opposite mountain. He decided to reunite with Ugly Horse, then monitor the entrance of the valley from the ridge while waiting for Garbage King to arrive. Just as he was packing up his base, a commotion came from outside the valley. Xiao Jian turned to look and saw a group of more than a dozen people walking towards the valley. He scanned the crowd, his face suddenly turning grim. A weak figure had caught his attention. It was the soul-devouring wraith that had escaped from the plantation. At the time, 2 soul-devouring wraiths had been destroying crops at the plantation. After Little Ball had discovered them, she tried to drive them away. The soul-devouring wraiths mistakenly thought Little Ball was human and tried to possess her body. While its soul was out of its body, Xiao Jian took out the crystal core from its physical body, successfully killing it. The other weak soul-devouring wraith had fled immediately, seeing the situation was bad. The weak man at the exit was the escaped soul-devouring wraith. Xiao Jian's insight ability had just exhausted its energy, and it couldn't be activated now. He couldn't wait until his insight ability recovered. Once the soul-devouring wraith entered the mining area, many people inside might die. Without the help of his insight ability, Xiao Jian's archery skills were only average. He could only try to get closer to the crowd to improve his accuracy. There were many rocks where he could take cover between the flat area and the entrance of the valley. Xiao Jian carefully moved through the rocks. When he was still a few hundred steps away from the crowd, the soul-devouring wraith hiding in the crowd suddenly turned its head and looked in Xiao Jian's direction. Soul-devouring wraiths had a sense of awareness. Within their sensing range, whether Xiao Jian was hiding or not made little difference. At that moment, Xiao Jian was crossing an open area. The soul-devouring wraith saw him at once. Without any hesitation, it turned and ran away. It recognized Xiao Jian. At the swamp plantation, its companion had died at the hands of this person. Knowing he'd been exposed, Xiao Jian immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow at the weak soul-devouring wraith's head. He was currently using a wooden bow, and his arrows were no longer thin steel pipes, but hard wooden shafts. Their accuracy was much better than the steel pipe bow. If he had used the steel pipe bow, he might not have even fired an arrow at this distance. Without the help of his insight ability, it was impossible to hit the target with the steel pipe bow. Swoosh! The arrow shot through the air. Ah! The soul-devouring wraith staggered. The arrow had entered through its back, passed through its body, and the arrowhead had emerged from its chest. The weak soul-devouring wraith grabbed the arrowhead and pulled the arrow out of its chest. Immediately, a stream of blood spurted out of its chest. It threw the arrow away and, without stopping, turned its body towards the mountain and ran along the rock face. When Xiao Jian reached the rock face, the soul-devouring wraith was gone. He picked up his arrow and followed the blood trail on the ground. When he reached the right side of the valley, the blood trail had disappeared. The soul-devouring wraith's recovery ability was too strong. In this short distance, the wound on its chest, where blood had been spurting, had already healed. Xiao Jian looked around. The area was flat, without any places to hide. Even if the soul-devouring wraith was fast, it was impossible for it to have left this flat area already. To his left was the rock face with many caves. The caves were still blowing out gusts of cold wind. The strange howling sounds came from the caves, sometimes like the laughter of a demon, and sometimes like a mournful scream. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment, but went towards the caves. He was certain that the soul-devouring wraith was hiding in these caves. As soon as he entered the cave, he felt a strange sensation. It seemed as if something was affecting his brain, making him somewhat disoriented. The howling cold wind blew on him, making him feel like he was in an ice cellar, chilling him to the bone. The inside of the cave wasn't bright, but it wasn't as dark as a normal cave. Xiao Jian scanned the area. The walls of the cave were smooth and regular, like a tunnel made by hand, extending straight ahead. He walked for about 4 or 5 li before paths started to fork. The further in he went, the more forks there were, like a complex maze. Chapter 193, Terminal Box Malfunction. A gust of cold wind blew into his face, causing Xiao Jian to stumble and stagger several steps back. The cold wind howled through the cave, with the sounds of wailing and crying, as if he were in hell. Just as that gust of wind passed, before Xiao Jian could steady himself, a sudden gale blew from behind him, making his clothes rustle loudly. Xiao Jian reached out and braced himself against the cave wall to steady himself, preventing the gust from blowing him down. He frowned in confusion. The wind in this cave is swirling around and randomly changing direction. Suddenly, at a fork in the path ahead, a shadow flashed by. Xiao Jian immediately went after it, but when he reached the fork, it was gone. Xiao Jian looked left and right. There were no other exits here. He rubbed his eyes. Did I just see things? Ha 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 ha. A piercingly strange laugh came from behind him. The laughter seemed to be far away, and also nearby. He turned around sharply, but behind him was empty. The laughter stopped suddenly. There were 5 forks in the path. Xiao Jian searched all 5 as quickly as possible, but still found nothing. Xiao Jian felt the cave was very strange. Searching for the soul-devouring wraith in it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and he was very vulnerable to attacks. Just as he was about to retreat, at the fork on the left, a spot of light appeared, flying toward the depths of the cave. It was like a drunk firefly, fluttering up, down, left, and right. Xiao Jian knocked an arrow and followed. The light spot kept wobbling, but its speed was no slower than Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian followed closely behind, passing through several forks. When he turned into a narrow passageway, he released an arrow. The arrow instantly hit the light spot, and a shower of sparks exploded. In the dim cave, it was exceptionally bright. Xiao Jian reached the narrow passage, and his arrow was firmly embedded in the cave wall. However, no suspicious traces were left on the wall or the ground. He searched carefully. The passage was very low. He could touch the ceiling with his hand. There were no forks in the passage. Its end was a dilapidated small door. How could there be such a thing in this cave? The small door seemed to be made from a single piece of wood, shorter than a normal room door, but much wider. What could be behind this door? A sense of curiosity arose in Xiao Jian. He slung his bow over his shoulder, drew his sword, and carefully approached the doorway. The wooden door was only partially closed, and the ground was covered in a lot of dust, indicating that someone had opened this wooden door. Looking through the crack in the door, it was dim inside, but he could still make out that it was a room. In the corner of the room was a pile of rocks and nothing else. Xiao Jian pushed the door open and walked in. The room was about half the size of a threshing floor. Besides the wooden door he had entered, there were no other exits. He went to the corner and picked up a rock. Looking at it closely, his eyes widened in shock. This is energy ore. He squatted down to examine the pile of energy ore carefully. The ore seemed a little damp and felt sticky and slippery on the surface, but there was no accumulation of dust. This energy ore has not been placed here long. Moving a few of the larger ore stones, he discovered a piece of torn cloth underneath. His face froze. He looked at the piece of cloth in disbelief. He had seen this cloth before. The cloth bags that the gatekeepers at the exit of the mining area used to load the ore were made of this kind of material. This energy ore is very likely from the owner of the mine. He doesn't recycle the energy ore but hides it in this cave. What is the purpose? Xiao Jian's face became more serious. This mine owner isn't normal. Is he being controlled by a soul-devouring wraith behind the scenes? Looking at the quantity of energy ore here, if the owner had never recycled it, there should be far more than this. There must be other storage points in the cave. Xiao Jian immediately took out his terminal box to take away the ore, but then realized that his base hadn't been deployed. He didn't want to recycle this energy ore. At the moment, contribution points weren't important for him. Energy ore was what he needed more. If he opened the mine in the ruins, it would likely take a lot of energy ore to activate the equipment in the mine. Xiao Jian immediately contacted Little Ball and sent it a private message. Ball, I will transmit ore to you. Store it in the warehouse. Little Ball replied quickly. After it was ready, Xiao Jian aimed his terminal box at the ore pile and started transmitting the ore. Just as he had transmitted a small portion, he felt the terminal box getting warm. Xiao Jian looked at the terminal box in confusion, but there were no other anomalies. After most of the energy ore had been transmitted, the transfer speed began to noticeably drop. At this time, the terminal box was hot enough to burn his hand. Moreover, the transmission control image of the terminal box was twisting and distorting. A few of the characters were turning into jumbled codes that were jumping around the image like worms. The temperature inside the cave was much lower than outside. So why was the terminal box getting hot? Why were the characters in the image turning into this? Could there be a problem on Little Ball's side? Xiao Jian looked at the screen of the terminal box, his face full of confusion. He immediately sent a private message to Little Ball, asking, "Ball, is everything okay on your side?" "Brother, hot, box hot." Little Ball always called the terminal box box, which seemed to indicate that its situation was almost identical to his, and it was experiencing the same anomalies. Xiao Jian stopped transmitting energy or, he thought intently for a moment. He had never used two terminal boxes to transmit items over long distances. When he transmitted items to other people, at least one side used the base's transmission device. This would reduce the energy consumption of the terminal box. However, the two terminal boxes were now directly transmitting to each other, so all the energy consumption had to be borne by the terminal boxes themselves. Could it be that the distance of the transmission was too great, causing excessive energy consumption of the terminal box? Xiao Jian was worried that the terminal box would overheat and burn out. He sat on the ground and drank a few sips of water and rested for a while. After the terminal box had cooled down, he began transmitting the ore again. But unexpectedly, no matter what he did, the terminal box would display a pile of jumbled symbols, and he couldn't even open the chat channel. Xiao Jian felt a chill. His terminal box had burned out. He kicked the ore on the ground several times. He had lost his terminal box just for the sake of this energy ore. He had lost out today. Xiao Jian pounded and smacked the terminal box, but it was still unresponsive. This had left him feeling irritable. This Guardian is too unreliable. It's supposed to be an upgraded version, but it can't handle slightly longer transmission distances. What a piece of junk. He slammed the terminal box hard on the ground and continued to complain. I guess Little Ball's terminal box also burned out. But this wasn't a big deal. He would just have to ask Little Fairy to buy him 2 more. Chapter 194. Ugly Horse Captured by the Wraith. However, the thought of that Little Fairy made Xiao Jian's heart sink. She acted like she had a grudge against him, always giving him the cold shoulder and occasionally even being rude to him. Xiao Jian shook his head. If he really couldn't manage it, he would get Little Ball to ask her. Little Fairy seemed to like Little Ball quite a bit. After all, she had gifted Little Ball her terminal box for free. Having thought this through, his mood calmed down. There was still a lot of ore in the corner that he hadn't sent away. He took off his coat, wrapped the ore in his clothes, tied it up on his body, and walked out of the room. Back in the passage, he followed his memory of how he had come. After walking for a while, he stared with wide eyes at the narrow passage before him. At the end of the passage, the old wooden door was clearly visible. He had actually returned to where he started. Xiao Jian scratched the back of his head in confusion. Had he gotten lost? He quickly dropped the had he. He was truly lost. After wandering around for another half hour, the wooden door at the end of the narrow passage appeared before him again. Xiao Jian composed himself. He must have taken the wrong turn somewhere. This time, every time he passed a fork in the path, he would carve a mark on the cave wall. Finally, he no longer saw the narrow passage, but he also didn't know where he was, or where the exit was. The forks in the path here were interconnected, and the howling cold wind swirled around in the cave. By this point, he had lost all sense of direction. The cave was like a complex spider web. It would probably take half a year to walk through all the passages on foot. The cave was dim, and his terminal box was broken. Without any landmarks, he didn't know how long he had been inside. Only after his insight ability recovered did he stare at the cave in front of him and activate his insight ability. The light sphere deep within his mind immediately projected a 3-dimensional image of the cave. His consciousness entered the light sphere, transformed into an infant, and wandered around in the 3-dimensional image of the cave. Finally, he vaguely saw a glimmer of light ahead. His insight ability couldn't yet cover the entire cave area. He just discovered that at the end of one of the passages, there seemed to be a ray of light shining in. This ray of light became his guiding beacon. He passed through countless forks in the path, and the light grew brighter and brighter. He didn't know how much further he walked, but finally he walked out of the cave. But when he looked up, he realized this was a completely unfamiliar place. Xiao Jian was standing halfway up a cliff face. Above him and below him was smooth rock. He was truly stuck in the middle of nowhere. Looking up, he saw a snow-covered mountain in the distance, its peak out of sight. The white snow covering the mountain merged with the clouds in the sky, and it was difficult to distinguish which were the clouds and which was the snow-covered mountain. Below the cliff where Xiao Jian was standing, there was a hilly area. Large and small hills filled the region. A clear river meandered through the hills, flowing towards the southwest, disappearing at the foot of a high mountain. This high mountain was a north-south mountain range. It crossed the hilly area, with the northern end connecting to the Green Mountains, and the southern end connecting to the Snowy Mountains, forming a basin that surrounded the hilly region. Judging by the position of the sun, he had crossed the peak of the mountain near the mining area and had arrived on its south side. Xiao Jian looked back at the cave from which he had just emerged and couldn't help but shiver. He really didn't want to be tortured by it again. Even if he activated his insight ability, he wasn't sure that he could navigate this complex cave and return smoothly to the mining area in the north. The range of his insight images was limited. Once he entered the depths of the cave, there would be large blind spots where he couldn't see the exit. Most strangely of all, once he entered the cave, he seemed to lose his sense of direction and couldn't distinguish east, west, north, or south. The cold wind in the cave was also unpredictable, constantly changing direction. It couldn't be used as a basis for determining direction. Once he reached a blind spot where he couldn't see the light of the exit, he would probably lose his way again, and who knew where he'd end up. His terminal box was broken. Xiao Jian had lost contact with the outside world. The area within a 5-foot radius below his feet also didn't have any place to deploy a base. Lying flat on the edge of the cave and carefully observing the rock face below, the rock was smooth, with no handholds. If he climbed down, one wrong move could turn him into a meat pie. Did he really have to go back through the cave again? Xiao Jian hesitated and looked back into the cave. His heart suddenly tightened. He didn't know when, but the weak, soul-devouring wraith was standing in the cave, watching him with a playful expression. Xiao Jian immediately took the bow off his back and prepared to draw an arrow. The weak wraith waved its hand, jumped to one side, and hid behind a rock. At this moment, 2 more people appeared behind it. They carried an object and with a thud, threw it hard on the ground. Ugh, at #UN*%. When the object landed, it made a sound of pain, and then cursed loudly in a language he didn't understand, with anger in its tone. The light in the cave was dim, and Xiao Jian couldn't make out what was on the ground. But the voice sounded somewhat familiar. He stared at the wriggling object on the ground and suddenly cried out in shock, "Ugly horse, you! How did you fall into their hands?" Just as Xiao Jian was about to rush into the cave to save Ugly Horse, the 2 people dragged Ugly Horse back into the cave. The weak soul-devouring wraith came out from one side, blocking Xiao Jian's view. It held a terminal box and chattered on, the image on the terminal box displaying characters that Xiao Jian recognized. "Use the terminal box you're carrying to exchange for your friend, or I will kill it." Immediately after, Ugly Horse's miserable cries echoed in the cave, making Xiao Jian feel a chill. He immediately became anxious. If he didn't agree, Ugly Horse would definitely die. The situation in the cave was extremely complex, and he had no confidence in rescuing Ugly Horse. Seeing Xiao Jian hesitate, the weak, soul-devouring wraith said on the terminal box, "You won't exchange? You won't even get its body?" After it finished speaking, it retreated into the cave without any hesitation. At this moment, Ugly Horse let out another heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Jian's heart sank. If he didn't agree to the exchange now, Ugly Horse would probably be torn to pieces. The soul-devouring wraith would definitely not hesitate. "Wait!" Xiao Jian quickly shouted. Once the wraith left, without the terminal box as a translator, even if he shouted himself hoarse, it would be useless. The weak wraith glanced at the terminal box in its hand and turned back, saying to Xiao Jian, "Not the terminal box you bought, the terminal box you have on you." Xiao Jian understood that this guy was after the transmission function of his terminal box. The terminal boxes purchased at the auction house were all ordinary versions and couldn't transmit items. The soul-devouring race had long known that Xiao Jian's terminal box was different. They had even exposed it in the chat channel. Now everyone here knew that his terminal box had a transmission function. Xiao Jian laughed inwardly. This soul-devouring wraith probably would never have imagined that his terminal box was already broken. He couldn't let this incident get out of hand. If the soul-devouring wraith asked to check the goods, the fact that his terminal box was broken would be revealed. Chapter 195, Major Problem with the Base System. Ugly Horse absolutely couldn't be allowed to be hurt. Even if it was more than just a broken terminal box, he would have to exchange it. But he was also worried that the soul-devouring wraith wouldn't keep its word. "So," he said, "how do you guarantee that you'll let that ugly horse go after I give you the terminal box?" The weak wraith seemed to have been prepared. It tossed out a cloth bag with a rope attached to it. The other end of the rope went around a rock and was tied to Ugly Horse. That way, if Ugly Horse moved forward, it would drag the cloth bag into the cave. This weak soul-devouring wraith wasn't stupid. The original owner of the body it had possessed must have been a clever person. In reality, this soul-devouring wraith was even more afraid that Xiao Jian would be sneaky, afraid that he would rescue the ugly horse and then snatch the terminal box back. Seeing that the other side was so careful, Xiao Jian also gave up on any other ideas. As long as he could save Ugly Horse, that was all that mattered. A broken terminal box was no reason to complicate things. After the weak soul-devouring wraith had tied the rope properly, Xiao Jian also took the terminal box from his waist, put it in the cloth bag, and lifted the bag, shaking it at the other side a few times. Once both sides were ready, Xiao Jian put the cloth bag on the ground, and the weak wraith also released the rope around Ugly Horse. At this moment, Ugly Horse finally saw Xiao Jian at the entrance of the cave. It cried out, "Gaga, Gaga" twice, and flung out its claws to rush towards Xiao Jian. The rope tied to it tightened instantly, pulling the cloth bag to the rock. With a "ryup" sound, the bag was torn open by the rope, and the terminal box got caught in the cracks of the rock. The weak soul-devouring wraith picked up the terminal box. With a flash, it disappeared into the depths of the cave. Xiao Jian didn't go after the wraith. He quickly helped Ugly Horse to the edge of the rock and checked its injuries. Its two front legs were drooping. The soul-devouring wraiths had crushed them to pieces. Xiao Jian took out a water bottle and gave Ugly Horse a sip. He then retreated behind the rock, entered his pendant space, plucked 2 leaves from the small green tree, and also gathered a handful of green grass. Ugly Horse was leaning against the rock, groaning in pain. It calmed down after Xiao Jian fed it a handful of green grass. Xiao Jian untied the rope from Ugly Horse and looked at it. He didn't know where the soul-devouring wraith had found this rope, which was much thinner than a chopstick. A large coil of the rope was still in the cave. It was probably hundreds of feet long. It had a soft texture and a transparent color. Xiao Jian picked up a sharp rock and smashed it hard on the rope, wanting to cut off a piece to tie up Ugly Horse's broken legs. But not a single mark was left on the rope. Though he couldn't cut it, it didn't affect its use. Xiao Jian took out a few arrows and used the rope to tie them to Ugly Horse's broken legs, ensuring its bones wouldn't shift out of place. Ugly Horse's eyes were slightly closed, and it was still chewing the green grass, looking as if it was enjoying itself. After Xiao Jian finished everything, it didn't groan once. After tying its legs securely, Xiao Jian put the green leaves on its broken legs. The green leaves seemed to sense the scent of blood and immediately transformed into bright spots of light, like fireflies, fluttering up and down at its wounds. Ugly Horse's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Ugly Horse had finished the grass in its mouth, Xiao Jian had already untied the rope. It then realized that its broken legs were now freely movable. It looked at the rope on the ground in confusion, picked it up, and wrapped it around itself, tying it onto its body. It thought that the rope was the thing that had healed its injuries. Mutated sprites had seen many strange things like this. They didn't feel too surprised. Xiao Jian had wanted to ask Ugly Horse how it had been captured by the soul-devouring wraith, but when he thought about its terrible language skills, he stopped himself. Xiao Jian didn't need to guess. He knew that Ugly Horse must have seen him enter the cave from the mountain ridge, and after a long time had passed without him coming out, it had entered the cave, trying to find him. The interior of the cave was too complex. Ugly Horse couldn't use its speed. The soul-devouring wraith only needed a small trick to capture it. After Ugly Horse finished eating the green grass, it was instantly revitalized. It carried Xiao Jian and easily slid down the smooth rock face to the ground. Although he had saved Ugly Horse, Xiao Jian didn't seem very happy. He frowned, looking up at the cave on the rock face. He felt a sense of unease in his heart, but he didn't know where the problem was. Reaching an open space, he immediately deployed his base, opened the chat channel, and sent a message to Little Ball. "Ball, are you okay?" Xiao Jian was most worried about whether something had gone wrong on the Green Island. He wondered if anything unexpected might have happened to Little Ball, all alone there. Little Ball seemed to have been waiting for Xiao Jian's message. It replied quickly, "Gaga, woo-woo, box is broken woo-woo." Even though Xiao Jian couldn't see Little Ball, he could imagine that it was crying its heart out. The terminal box was its treasured possession, and it never left its side. Xiao Jian immediately felt relieved. As long as nothing serious had happened to Little Ball, other things were nothing to fear. He quickly comforted it, saying, "Ball, don't cry. In a little while, I'll find your fairy sister, and we'll just buy 2 new ones." Little Ball still hadn't stopped crying. It seemed as though it was crying even harder. "Woo-woo, Gaga, sister. Sister won't come out. Sister won't pay attention to Ball anymore. Woo-woo, sister, woo-woo." Xiao Jian glanced at the icon that pretended to be Little Fairy. She was indeed offline. He sent a private message to Little Fairy as well, but she didn't reply. He didn't know what this person was doing. She seemed to be offline frequently these days. Xiao Jian felt annoyed and cursed in his heart. But he still had to comfort little Ball. Ball, be good. Fairy sister is definitely busy. Once she's finished, she'll contact you. Xiao Jian glanced outside the base. It was already late. He couldn't leave today. He might as well rest here for a night and figure out how to return to the mining area tomorrow. Just as he finished comforting little Ball, he received a private message from Garbage King. Brother, something big has happened. Aren't you in the mining area? Seeing this message from Garbage King, Xiao Jian was alarmed. His sense of unease intensified. He immediately asked, Garbage King, have you arrived at the mining area? Has something happened there? Xiao Jian's first thought was that something had happened at the mining area. The piece of torn cloth he had found in the cave had been torn from a bag for carrying or in the mining area. After receiving the energy, the mining area didn't recycle it immediately. What were they using the energy for? From the perspective of the soul-devouring wraiths, recycling energy was like helping the guardian. This was definitely not what they wanted to do. Only they would hide in the cave. Xiao Jian was certain that the mining area was bait put out by the soul-devouring wraiths. He wasn't very surprised that something had happened at the mining area. It was within his expectations. However, Garbage King's reply was completely beyond Xiao Jian's expectations. Brother, it's not that something happened in the mining area. It's that something major happened with the base. The base's transmission function is paralyzed, and the control panel is full of jumbled code that keeps jumping around. Hearing about the jumbled code, Xiao Jian shivered. His terminal box had jumbled code. How did jumbled code appear in the base as well? Chapter 196, The Soul-Devouring Wraith's Plot. Xiao Jian was full of doubts. Had his one long-distance transmission destroyed all of the bases? But that didn't make sense. Even if it destroyed his base, it would only destroy his own. It couldn't possibly destroy other people's bases along with it. At this moment, the chat channel had gone crazy. Sleep until cooking time. Oh God, what are we going to do? The dry biscuits I bought can't be transmitted to me. Am I going to starve to death? Lowly flavored soft girl crisp. Woo-woo, me too. The water I bought can't be transmitted either. I'm about to die of thirst. I'm stubborn, but I need money. I still have a pile of energy what use is it now? You like the sea, but you actually like the waves. Damn. What the heck happened with this crappy base? Beast Style Head, I think that there's a problem with the base's management system. Xiao Jian seemed to remember this person. He had previously appeared in the chat channel and seemed quite level-headed. Clumsy, adorable, confused, big brother upstairs. Could you explain to me what the management system is? The person who sent this message was clearly a young woman. It was likely that she was indeed confused, as her nickname implied. Then came the reply from Beast Style Head, Little sister, where's your base? Would you like Big Brother to personally show you around? Xiao Jian shook his head. The Beast Style Head had such a thick skin, still trying to flirt at a time like this. Clumsy, adorable, confused, didn't seem to understand what Beast Style Head meant. She replied, Brother Head doesn't need to be so polite. I live very far away, you won't be able to find me. Just explain it here. I'm very smart. I'll be able to understand. Beast Style Head was just teasing her, and replied, Our base is just a terminal box with some special features. There's also another system that is responsible for managing the base's operations. The dimension where Beast Style Head was from probably had more advanced technology. What he said was different from what ordinary people knew. Scum is especially attractive. Damn it. Where did the Guardians go? Is no one going to manage this broken system? Beast Style Head, upstairs. Have you not figured it out yet? We are the Guardians. Scum is especially attractive. Then where are our superiors? Where is the person who brought us to this awful place? Beast Style Head, I don't know how you got here. What notified me was a mechanical voice. Thinking about it now, this mechanical voice was probably the system itself. Scum is especially attractive. Oh God, are you saying that all of the Guardians have died? This Scum is especially attractive person probably was a true scum, using foul language, even daring to curse the Guardians. Difficult to lose weight. What the head said is right. We've been here for a while now, right? Has anyone seen a real Guardian? If they're still here, wouldn't they come out to see us all? Xiao Jian was seeing the nickname, difficult to lose weight, for the first time in the chat channel. However, what he said made sense. Could it be that there were no Guardians left? So, Everything here is a pre-planned system. This system was automatically triggered because of some reason, not triggered by a person. This message was sent by Garbage King. Actually, after hearing their analysis, Xiao Jian felt the same way. B-style head, what you said upstairs is correct. I have a guess. It's very possible that the original Guardians suffered a catastrophic disaster, which triggered this plan. Perhaps, this plan hadn't even been perfected. Difficult to lose weight. I agree with the guess upstairs. I wonder if anyone has noticed that the system seems to be missing everything, even food and water. Affairs in the toilet. That's true. If the Guardians were still managing things here, it shouldn't be like this, right? This affairs in the toilet person was also sending messages in the channel for the first time. It seemed that this incident had alarmed many people who normally didn't make an appearance. Difficult to lose weight. I think that must be it. After the soul-devouring wraiths appeared, no one came out to organize a counterattack. Is that normal? Affairs in the toilet. Yes, what you said is right. Now that the system has had such a big problem, no one has come out to say a word. This is definitely not normal. Scum is especially attractive. Oh, damn it. It looks like we're just going to be left to fend for ourselves. Doofus calls for moron. What kind of guardians are they? Aren't they just screwing us over? Clumsy, adorable, confused, mommy woo-woo. I want to go home. Are we all abandoned kids? Doofus calls for moron. Everyone says that there is a problem with the management system of the bases. Does that mean we can't go back? B-style head, bro. What you said is what I'm worried about as well. Maybe that's really possible. As Xiao Jian was scrolling through the chat records, a private message suddenly popped up. It was from Little Fairy. Xiao Jian, did you do something again? How did the system have problems? Xiao Jian broke out in a cold sweat. He had a premonition that he was responsible for this. But even if he was responsible, he couldn't admit it so easily. What if Little Fairy was just trying to trick him? Me? What could I possibly do? Xiao Jian felt his words lacked conviction, but as soon as he finished speaking, it was sent automatically. He had no chance to correct it. Little Fairy's reply was as fast as always. Xiao Jian, you didn't lose your terminal box, did you? Xiao Jian felt like he had been struck by lightning when he saw this message. It was indeed as he had expected. He had fallen into the soul-devouring wraith's trap. At this moment, his mind was already a mess. He subconsciously said, How did you know? As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Had he just confessed everything without meaning to? As he expected, he was immediately met with a dressing down from Little Fairy. Xiao Jian, you're useless, a complete and utter piece of trash. I thought that you had changed. How could I have believed you? Little Fairy's reply was confusing. What did she mean by that? Did she know him? Even if he had been scolded, Xiao Jian still had to endure it. After all, she had sold him the upgraded terminal box, and he still needed to buy one from her. No, it's that terminal box. It's broken. Xiao Jian told Little Fairy everything that had happened in the cave. Little Fairy paused for a moment before she replied. You're an idiot. The ore in the cave must have contained an infection source. When you transmitted the ore, the infection source took the opportunity to infect the terminal box and attack the base system. This time, Little Fairy's reply seemed to be a bit gentler, but he could still sense a hint of anger between the lines. Chapter 197, Little Fairy Driven Crazy by Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was incredibly frustrated. When he was examining those ores, he had felt that they were sticky, and it turned out that was the source of the infection. But he still didn't understand what a source of infection was. Could it be that terminal boxes could be infected with viruses like people? Just as Xiao Jian was lost in thought, Little Fairy sent another message. The upgraded terminal box was not publicly sold at the auction house because it wasn't perfect. You actually gave it to the soul-devouring wraiths. At this point, Xiao Jian understood completely. The soul-devouring wraiths had used his upgraded terminal box to invade the system and paralyze the system's recycling function. The upgraded terminal box was a door to attack the system. In fact, when Xiao Jian transmitted the energy ore in the cave, his own terminal box had already been infected. The transmission function of the base must have been paralyzed at that time. Xiao Jian frowned and asked, Well, Little Fairy, they have already infected the system. Why did they still need to take away my terminal box? He was worried that the soul-devouring wraiths had some other major conspiracy, so he had to get this question of why they took his terminal box answered. Little Fairy was silent for a long time before sending a message. After the soul-devouring wraiths got the terminal box, they injected a new source of infection. Now, the base coordinate data has been stolen. Moreover, they are also attacking the database. Once the personal information in the database is destroyed, the system will collapse. At that time, none of the people here will ever be able to go back. After reading the information Little Fairy sent, Xiao Jian was stunned. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but he didn't even bother to wipe them away. He had really made a terrible mistake. This unknown space was probably going to be ruined because of him. The several hundred people inside might all die because of his mistake. The personal database must also have recorded each person's dimension and specific location in their dimension. If the soul-devouring wraiths learned about North Mountain New Village, it wouldn't be just him who would be finished. The people there, everything there, would probably be destroyed by them. Xiao Jian felt like he didn't even know how to speak. He replied haltingly, what should we do? Are you a guardian? You have to think of a solution. Xiao Jian felt that Little Fairy was incredibly powerful. She might be the real guardian. Xiao Jian treated her as a last hope. Me? Who am I? Who is a guardian? I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm so tired. My head hurts. Little Fairy's incoherent reply scared Xiao Jian so much that he immediately stood up. His question seemed to have stimulated some nerve of hers. She seemed to have lost her memory. Little Fairy, are you okay? Are you all right? Xiao Jian immediately sent a message asking. He waited for a long time, but he didn't receive any reply until the system popped up a message that Little Fairy had gone offline. Xiao Jian slumped to the ground. He had caused problems with the system, and now, it seemed like he had driven Little Fairy crazy as well. He slapped himself on the face. He was such a piece of trash. A good-for-nothing. How could he not have noticed such an obvious conspiracy by the soul-devouring wraiths? Having won several battles against the soul-devouring wraiths, he had underestimated them, and had actually dared to chase into the cave alone. Thinking back to the scene in the cave, the soul-devouring wraiths had clearly been luring him, step by step, into the trap they had set. An ugly horse had probably seen him enter the cave and not come out after a long time, and had then gone into the cave to find him. Everything, even this mining area, was a trap set by the soul-devouring wraiths for him. Their target was the upgraded terminal box in his hands. Xiao Jian sat slumped on the floor, constantly scratching his long hair. The base chat channel hadn't been closed. At this time, a private message from Little Ball woke Xiao Jian up. Gaga, is Gaga there? Sister still won't come out, woo-woo. Ball misses you. Come back? Little Fairy was having problems. She probably wouldn't be online in the short term. Little Ball had been waiting for her reply, and was starting to be sad again. Xiao Jian immediately got up. He couldn't be so dejected. Little Ball and others were here. In North Mountain New Village were Little Linger, Qin Bihua, and others. He couldn't admit defeat. He couldn't afford to lose. The soul-devouring wraiths had obtained the coordinate data, wanting to kill the people here. He would find a way to rescue them. The system database was highly classified data. It shouldn't be possible for them to hack it in a short time. He still had a chance. Even if they hacked the database, as long as he kept them all here, they wouldn't be able to hurt the people in his home. He immediately replied to Little Ball, Ball, your sister is busy, and brother is busy too. Ball, guard our home, and brother will come back to pick you up after he's done. Then, he sent a message to Garbage King. Garbage King, big trouble? The system problems are caused by the soul-devouring wraiths. They have obtained the base coordinate data. Garbage King was also shocked when he saw Xiao Jian's message. His reply was full of disbelief. What? Oh my god. How did the soul-devouring wraiths become so powerful? Xiao Jian didn't dare mention the terminal box. He could only say vaguely, it's very possible that their backers have made a move. They obtained the base coordinates by hacking the system. This was also Xiao Jian's true idea. With the soul-devouring wraith's technical level, they shouldn't be able to create a source of infection that could attack the system. Garbage King was also clearly flustered. He replied, what are we going to do? If they have the coordinate data, they can pick us off one by one. Brother, do you have a way to stop them? Xiao Jian explained his idea. Right now, the only way is to have everyone take down their bases and leave their current locations immediately. As long as the bases aren't deployed, the system won't update their coordinates. Garbage King immediately raised another question. But the bases have to be deployed every so often, otherwise it will harm the body. The problem that Garbage King raised was indeed a bit troublesome. As long as the bases were deployed, the soul-devouring wraiths would find them. Xiao Jian thought about it. Hiding all the time wasn't a solution. Besides, if these people didn't get food and water, they would eventually starve or die of thirst. Garbage King, why don't we just concentrate everyone in the mining area? That way, we won't be afraid of the soul-devouring wraiths. In fact, Xiao Jian had had this idea for a long time. It was just that he definitely couldn't manage so many people alone. Garbage King was a good helper. Garbage King replied, it's definitely doable to concentrate everyone together. But what about food and water? The water problem was easy to solve. There was water at his base, and in the water pool in the green area. Right now, he was right by the river. Chapter 198. Ugly Horse exhibits anomalies. But the food problem would probably be a bit difficult. The food he had stored wasn't even enough for these people to have a single meal. He could only take it one step at a time. He would take care of the most urgent issues first. He could think about the food problem later. Having thought this, Xiao Jian replied to Garbage King, I can't worry about that for now. If we don't concentrate them, the soul-devouring wraiths will kill them all. Garbage King couldn't think of a solution either, so he could only agree to Xiao Jian's suggestion. He replied, okay, I'll immediately notify everyone to move towards the mining area. Xiao Jian didn't say anything else. In fact, he still had some selfish motives. Choosing the gathering place in his plantation or the green area would be more suitable than the mining area. But the swamp plantation and the green island were both his important bases. He didn't want to reveal these two places to anyone. Garbage King quickly posted a pinned message. Emergency notice, your coordinates have been stolen by the soul-devouring wraiths. Everyone, take down your bases immediately and go to the mining area. Be careful on the way. The soul-devouring wraiths would definitely see this message. There was no helping it. Even if they sent private messages, they wouldn't know which nicknames belonged to the soul-devouring wraiths. After receiving this message, the soul-devouring wraiths would definitely intercept them on the way, or cause trouble in the mining area. He had to organize a force to fight against them. Garbage King, when you meet suitable people, gather them and distribute the bows and arrows to them. The mining area is bait for the soul-devouring wraiths. Be alert for them trying to cause trouble. Garbage King replied, the mining area is easy to handle. There are already dozens of people here. Even if we can't beat them, we can hide in the base, right? But what about the people outside? The soul-devouring wraiths will definitely intercept them on the way. Xiao Jian replied, we'll discuss that when I get back. If anyone is in danger, let them deploy their base and hide inside while waiting for rescue. The next day, just as the sky was starting to brighten, Xiao Jian woke up from a nightmare. He hadn't slept well all night. He kept dreaming that people were being killed by the soul-devouring wraiths. He had to get back to the mining area as soon as possible, organize a force, and be ready to carry out rescue operations at any time. He got up and walked out of the base. Looking at the towering mountain peak to the north, the howling cold wind poured into the cave. He could still hear the strange howls coming from the cave. The east side of this peak was connected to the continuous green mountains. The mining area was on the north side of this peak. The mountain was steep, and he didn't know what the situation was inside the mountain. If he tried to cross the mountain and encountered insurmountable dangers, it would only delay him even more. Going through the cave could also reach the north, but Xiao Jian didn't dare to try again. It would be more troublesome if he was trapped in the cave. The western side of the hilly basin was the north-south mountain range. After crossing this mountain range, it would be a flat plain. Turning east would lead him to the mining area. The north-south mountain range had a gentler terrain and was much lower than the peak in front of him. With Ugly Horse's stamina, it should be able to cross it easily. At this moment, Ugly Horse finished drinking water by the river and walked weakly to Xiao Jian. Its legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Ugly Horse had always been very lively. It had never been like this before, walking crookedly, looking as if it would fall over at any moment. Xiao Jian was shocked. It had been fine yesterday, right? Could it be that the soul-devouring wraiths had done something to it in the cave? He asked anxiously, Ugly Horse, what's wrong with you? Ugly Horse sat down abruptly on the ground. Its paws clasped over its abdomen. It seemed to be in a lot of pain. A faint sweat appeared on its head. Xiao Jian quickly went forward, helped it into the base, and sat it down on a chair in the hall. He got a water bottle and fed it a few sips of clear water. After resting for a moment, Ugly Horse seemed to have recovered a little. It said with difficulty, Gaga, hungry, hungry, grass, grass. Hearing that it was just hungry, Xiao Jian's heart finally settled back down. He felt strange. Before, after Ugly Horse ate the green grass, it wouldn't feel hungry for a long time. Only a day had passed. How was it hungry again, and so severely? Xiao Jian was still a bit worried and asked, Didn't you eat the green grass yesterday? How did you get hungry so quickly? Ugly Horse stretched out its paws again, rubbed its belly, and said innocently, "Gaga, hungry, hungry." Immediately after, its stomach even made a series of guru-guru sounds. It seemed like this guy was really hungry. Judging by Ugly Horse's appearance, it didn't know how it had suddenly become so hungry. Xiao Jian didn't mind giving Ugly Horse some green grass. The green grass in his pendant space was almost overflowing. If it liked to eat it, he would let it eat it. He walked into an inner room and entered his pendant space. He was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. The pendant space seemed to have expanded several times. At the edge of the space, a tall building had appeared. This building was very similar to the metal building in the ruins. The outer wall was also light-colored, and it also reflected a metallic luster. This building seemed to have only one entrance. A smooth path went through several hills covered in green grass, leading to the shore of the water pool. There was a circular stone arch bridge on the shore of the water pool, leading to the small island in the middle of the pool. Previously, every time Xiao Jian went to the small island, he had to wade through the pool. With this small bridge, it would be much more convenient to go to the island. Just as he was about to get up to take a look at the building, he remembered Ugly Horse outside. Looking at Ugly Horse's current condition, it might really have problems if he didn't give it some green grass to eat soon. If he went inside the building and couldn't get out for a while, Ugly Horse would have to suffer outside. Xiao Jian quickly gathered a large bundle of green grass from the surrounding area. Now, he no longer needed to go to the small island to gather green grass. The area around the water pool was covered in it. Green grass only grew once a year in the unknown space. The main reason was that it was ravaged by wild beasts, and they had to hide underground. In the pendant space, there were no animals eating them. They no longer needed to hide. They kept growing on the ground, so they were naturally growing fast. Xiao Jian left the pendant space and returned to the hall. Ugly Horse was slouched over, having slumped to the floor from the chair. Its paws were still pressing tightly on its abdomen. Xiao Jian quickly helped it back onto the chair and fed it a few strands of green grass. It immediately seemed to be revitalized, taking the green grass from Xiao Jian's hand and devouring it. The green grass Xiao Jian had brought out this time was more than 10 times the amount he usually gave it. He had originally intended to leave it for Ugly Horse to take on the road in case it got hungry, but Ugly Horse actually ate the large bundle of green grass clean in no time at all. After finishing the green grass, Ugly Horse gave Xiao Jian an awkward smile. Its eyelids were drooping, and it said to Xiao Jian, "Gaga, sleep?" Chapter 199. A virus attacking the system. Before Ugly Horse could even finish what it was saying, it fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Jian felt that Ugly Horse was extremely abnormal today. He checked under its nose. Its breathing was steady, and there was no problem. He touched its head, and there were no signs of a fever. He sighed in relief. Perhaps it was too nervous in the cave, and had also exhausted a lot of energy. That must be why it was acting this way. Xiao Jian had never seen Ugly Horse sleep so deeply. Even when he dragged it like a dead pig to the bed, it didn't show any signs of waking up. Looking at Ugly Horse's condition, it definitely wouldn't be able to go back today. Xiao Jian sat on a chair, feeling bored. He thought about the building in the pendant space again. What could be inside that building? Seeing that Ugly Horse was sleeping so soundly, occasionally smacking its lips and showing an awkward smile, Xiao Jian simply entered the pendant space to explore the building. In the pendant space, Xiao Jian walked on the smooth path. There were no newly turned soil marks on either side of the path. The path seemed to have been there for a long time. The bridge was the same. The stone slabs on the bridge deck were all polished smooth, and dust had collected in the gaps. But he had walked around the water pool more than once. If there was a bridge, there was no way he wouldn't have seen it. When he reached the entrance of the main hall, a light flashed, as if it was confirming his identity, just like the automatic escalator in the ruins. That had also happened in front of the automatic escalator gate in the ruins. When he had first gone to the cave in the ruins, the automatic escalator in the cave had also flashed a light, but its gate hadn't moved, and it didn't recognize Xiao Jian's identity. For some reason, when Xiao Jian had gone back to the ruins later, the automatic escalator in the ruins seemed to have recognized him. When Xiao Jian saw the entrance flash again, he felt nervous. He wasn't the owner of the building, and his identity check would definitely fail. However, strangely, the door to the entrance opened automatically. He didn't hesitate and stepped through the door. He was immediately met with a hall. The building seemed to only have this hall, and no other rooms. This hall was even larger than the entire base. The walls were made of white metal, and there was a ring of transparent windows around the perimeter, making it spacious and bright. Xiao Jian stood in the hall, looking extremely small and lonely. The whole hall was empty, with only a large circular workbench in the center. There were 3 three-dimensional images on the workbench, a specially made chair in front of the workbench, and 2 pots of lush green trees and several pots of thriving green grass around it. The lush green trees were seedlings of the circular seeds, and the green grass was the leaves and stems of the green grass root. Xiao Jin frowned, feeling horrified. Was there someone in this pendant space? Judging from the arrangement, this person seemed to have just left recently. Xiao Jin walked to the workbench and looked up at the three-dimensional images. These three-dimensional images were different from anything he had seen before. At the very top of the images was a line of characters he didn't recognize. This line of characters should be the name of the image's function. Below the line of characters was a row of smaller buttons. The frames of the 3 images were almost identical, but the number of small buttons differed. The middle area of the three-dimensional image on the right side of the console was almost identical to the image in the base's control room. However, the middle area of the image on the left was just a gray blank area. At the center of the blank area, a red line of text was displayed. The middle area of the image in the middle of the console was a row of rectangular buttons, with a line of text on each button. At the top of the image, there was also a row of small buttons. Xiao Jian clicked on the buttons one by one, but unfortunately, none of the information that popped up was in a language he recognized. When he clicked on the button on the far right, amongst the hundreds of pieces of jumbled information, a line of Chinese characters was particularly eye-catching. System language, Chinese. Xiao Jian was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he clicked on the Chinese characters. Immediately, the text in all 3 images changed to Chinese characters. Xiao Jian stared in surprise, blankly looking at these images. What was all this? It even supported Chinese character display. Xiao Jian looked up at the very top of the images. The characters written there should be the names of the images. Sure enough, the name at the very top of the image on the right was Base Controller. This image could be used to operate and control the base system. The image in the middle of the console was called Logic Editor. Xiao Jian still didn't quite understand its purpose. And the name of the image on the left side of the console was Data Monitor. Xiao Jian had a general idea about the meaning of data. In the system, all information was called data. For example, personal information could be called personal data. The 2 images on the left and right were just auxiliary tools, meant to serve the logic editor in the middle. Xiao Jian looked at the image in the middle of the console. Was this logic editor a tool for modifying the system? The system operated based on a set logic. If he modified the logic inside, it would change how the system operated. In this light, the owner of this hall must have been researching the system. The images on the console were his research tools. Xiao Jian sat in the chair and looked at the logic editor. The rectangular buttons in the middle of the image had also changed to Chinese characters, but most of these buttons were gray. Only the first button on the far left was active. This button had the words Chat Channel on it. Xiao Jian clicked on the Chat Channel button, and the image changed, becoming a screen with dozens of neatly arranged squares. There were lines connecting the squares, lines thinner than a hairpin. These lines were like semi-transparent thin glass tubes. It would be more appropriate to call them pipelines. On the first square in the image, there was also a pipeline connecting to the image of the data monitor on the left. Just as Xiao Jian was observing the structure of the squares and pipelines, a highlight entered from a pipeline on the top layer and then instantly dispersed into the squares. With Xiao Jian's eyesight, he only felt a light flash across the image and then it returned to its normal state. And in the data monitor on the left, a lot of information was immediately displayed. Immediately after, in the base controller on the right, a chat message popped up in the chat channel. Moreover, every time someone sent a message in the chat channel, the pipelines in the logic editor would flicker once. As long as a light flashed in the pipelines of the logic editor, the data monitor would update the data. He turned his head to look at the data in the data monitor. It contained the messages displayed in the chat channel, the nicknames of those who sent the messages, and some other information. Xiao Jian didn't focus on the messages in the chat channel, but instead was carefully observing how the system processed the chat messages. At this moment, he understood that the light spots flickering in the pipelines were a kind of optical information, the data of the chat channel messages, which were being emitted as they were transmitted in the pipelines. Chapter 200. The System on the Brink of Collapse. The data displayed in the data monitor was the data that had been intercepted from the pipelines. Because the data monitor was connected to the entrance of the pipeline, the data that it intercepted hadn't been processed by the system yet, so it contained additional information. Xiao Jian guessed that after someone sent a chat message, it would be transmitted through the pipelines and, after going through the processing of the squares, would be displayed in the chat channel. and these squares were probably processing modules with different functions. Each function module was only responsible for processing one thing, allowing for complex functions to be organized like building blocks. To verify his guess, he found a square labeled Personal Information Module in the image. After clicking on it, it was made of many squares again. These squares also had text labels. He found a square labeled Level 3 Database and clicked on it again. Inside were all kinds of strange nicknames. Please call me Garbage King, pretending to be a little fairy, and his own nickname, Draw My Sword at the Slightest Disagreement, were all there. Xiao Jian stared at the nickname, pretending to be a little fairy. He had always been very curious. Who was this person? Was it a man or a woman? He couldn't resist clicking on this nickname, but nothing seemed to happen. Had he not clicked on it properly? He clicked several times again, but still nothing happened. Was it that these nicknames wouldn't react when clicked? Xiao Jian clicked on his own nickname, but an information box popped up. Seeing this information box that popped up, he broke out in a cold sweat. The information box listed detailed personal information, including his dimension and specific location, his name, skills, and other information. If the soul-devouring race were to find this, everyone would be done for. He clicked into each item one by one, and then let out a long sigh. All the items were blank. This function module was probably connected to the database. Perhaps it was because its level was only level 3, and it didn't have permission to access this classified data, which was why it displayed nothing. In this function module, a pipeline extended outside the image. This pipeline that was connected to the outside was very likely connected to the database. Although the classified data in this module was blank, the base coordinates and real names had data. The soul-devouring race had very likely obtained the base coordinates from this module. Underneath his nickname, there was a selection checkbox. When Xiao Jian checked the checkbox, the chat channel immediately went haywire. Clumsy, adorable, confused. What happened again? What is this that's showing up in the chat channel? What kind of language is this? Xiao Jian grinned. At this moment, the chat channels of all the bases were probably displaying Chinese characters, right? He quickly unchecked the selection checkbox, and the chat channel immediately returned to normal. Clumsy, adorable, confused, mommy, woo-woo, that scared me to death. I thought the chat channel had also had a problem. Sweetie little meow meow, yeah, who doesn't think so? Everyone says, what was that just now? Difficult to lose weight. Could it be that the soul-devouring wraiths were trying to mess with the chat channel again? Lowly flavored soft girl crisp. My goodness, I'm on edge all day long. I can't live like this. Beast style head, softy, you're still expecting a good life? Now, we should be thinking about how to avoid being killed by the soul-devouring wraiths. As soon as Beast style head's message was sent, the chat channel immediately quieted down. The soul-devouring wraiths were like a knife hanging over everyone's head. No one knew when that knife would fall. As soon as Xiao Jian exited the personal information module, he discovered that a small, long square had appeared in one corner of the image. What confused him was that this small, long square was completely independent, without any pipelines connecting it to other function modules. The pipelines in the function module were the channels for data information. Without an information channel connecting to the outside world, what use was this small, long square? He stared unblinkingly at the small square. Soon, he realized that something was wrong. This small, long square was actually moving. No, that wasn't right. After the small, long square moved, another small, long square appeared in its original position. The next scene shocked him so much that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. These small, long squares were like giving birth, constantly dividing, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Soon, the image was filled with these small things. No good. This was the soul-devouring wraiths, invading the chat channel. Xiao Jian jumped up, his eyes fixed on these small, long squares, to see what they intended to do. The small, long squares wandered aimlessly. When a few of the small squares touched the pipelines, they immediately attached themselves to the pipelines and stopped moving. Before long, almost all of the pipelines were covered in these small, long squares. At this time, someone sent another message in the chat channel. Light information began flickering in the pipelines in the image. When the light passed through the places where the small squares were attached, some of the light information entered the small squares. The small squares seemed to have received an energy boost. The previously weak, thin shapes became much thicker. They became active again and left the pipelines they were attached to, wandering around to find new pipelines. Xiao Jian discovered that the small squares attached to the pipeline extending from the personal information module didn't leave. They stuck to the pipelines and crawled into the personal information module and stretched out a tentacle, probing into the interior of the module. Beep beep. The data monitor on the left sounded twice. Xiao Jian turned his head to look. The data monitor displayed a red warning message. Warning: energy consumption is continuously increasing. Temperature is increasing by 1 level. Below the warning message was a status bar, showing the temperature level. The current level was 2. The red warning line was at position 5. Xiao Jian's face immediately turned pale. He remembered his terminal box. At that time, the temperature had also kept rising until it had completely malfunctioned. These small, long squares were not only exploring the light data in the pipelines, but were also absorbing light energy to supplement their own consumption. Was the chat channel going to follow the footsteps of the terminal box? Once the chat channel malfunctioned, the people here would truly be beyond saving. He had to stop these small things from their actions. But they were visible but untouchable. How was he going to stop them? At this moment, more and more small squares gathered on the personal information module. The data monitor kept beeping with increasing urgency. The temperature status bar below was slowly climbing. In a short time, it had increased another 2 levels, only 1 step away from the warning line at level 5.